Welcome to another day of CrossFire West League. The competition is getting even closer and closer, and we're here to present it to you. My name is Kholi. I'm going to be your host for tonight, and I have with me Mr. Hazem X. How do you feel, Hazem?
I'm doing absolutely fine, man. I'm super excited for another week and another day of CrossFire West League for the second season. I mean, look, season 1 was absolutely a blast, and it's kind of similar for how it's going until now in season 2, because some of the teams have this good start, some games that they did not lose, most of the games they did win, like ROC Esports, and some other teams did surprise us, like 999. I mean, who would have expected that 999 would have won against InnerCircle, which are Knights previously, to win against such big names, make us now think, okay, if Team 999 managed to win against InnerCircle, can they actually manage to win their game tonight?
100%. Like Penguin said yesterday, like all the cards are shuffled, you know, like we cannot predict anything
for sure.
For now, and like it's a new meta. It's a new weapons as well. And like Penguin mentioned, the teams had no time to practice the meta yet.
Exactly.
So like anything can happen. And like I said, 999 yesterday, like reverse, like kind of a reverse sweep, right? Like 5-9, both games, and to reverse like such a game, it was very, very impressive. And yeah, it's very, very happy.
And the thing is, with the meta changing regarding of the weapons, the maps, like New Mexico, the new weapons, I mean, this all adds this element of surprise, making some huge changes, because as you said, the teams did not have enough time to practice. I mean, this is going to affect the standings, and that's for sure. For the first place, it's GG, and that's not a surprise for me. Honestly, season 1 was a bit more going for ROC Esports or GG, Anubis, and of course Knights. There was this competition between these four big names on the standings, but it's a bit of a change now. It's GG number 1, ROC Esports number 2, Swamp Gaming, and IC, which are InnerCircle. But I think honestly, Julio, the standings tonight would change. Either for 999 winning against InnerCircle, or the straight opposite, InnerCircle winning against 999. But honestly, with 3P existing, that would change a lot, especially after their game tonight against the 999.
100%. And for the first match, like PingPongPals against 999, it's a very, very interesting match, because like PingPongPals struggled a bit for now. True. And 999 are coming from a very, very high momentum game, right? Yesterday they won against Swamp Gaming, right? If I'm not wrong, and it's a very interesting. Oh, sorry, InnerCircle, and it's a very interesting way to get into this match, because for PingPongPals, you're in the bottom half of the standings.
Right.
999, you have the momentum. So what do you think about this match, and looking at the stats in front?
I mean, thing is, I think drastically different about this match if I did not see yesterday games for 999 side. But after seeing 999, how they did against InnerCircle, winning against them, of course, it was not a stomp for 999, since most of the teams and most of the analysts and the audience did think that, okay, it's InnerCircle against 999. I'm going to witness a 2-0 from InnerCircle, but no, that did not happen. Actually, 999 managed to get that win, and after overtime and the 3-game scenario, 2-0, sorry, they managed to get the win. Now another competitor and another match in the name of 3P, which they did not have the best season performance till now. I mean, the names are there still. Pietro, we did see him in the first season. LSY, MKZ, Gainer, of course, and HDZ. Yeah, the names are there, but they did not find their chemistry yet. Now moving on to 999, Julio. Kreese, QGK, Manchi, BYK, CRS. It's the same scenario and the same format, same roster as we did see in the previous season. Yeah, they were, if I'm not mistaken, last place, or the place before the last one, the 8th place, 7th place, sorry. I think they were the biggest or the strongest team within the first season, but hey, there's always time to bounce back, always time to practice and go back to the drawing board. And you know, if we did see them yesterday winning against a team like InnerCircle, so why not see them winning against a better team with a bigger name.
100%. And in front of us, Creed's, right? Yesterday, he was one of the star players of the series against IC with the new weapons that he utilized. He managed to do a very, very, very like efficient work in the game. And on the other side, HDZ, we have the stands in front of us, like the key players of this matchup. And QGK yesterday, he praised Creeds of his performance. He even sent message to the haters that, hey guys, we can win, right? And they have the momentum. They have the feeling that they can win matches, and this is very important coming into this game.
It's a mental thing at the end of the day, no? It's how you think about how you think before joining the game, before entering the server. It's how your mentality shifts from, okay, I'm seen as the underdog, let me prove the haters wrong, or I'm seen as the champion, the contender that is going to reach the playoffs after not being able to reach a good place within the season. And that's me speaking about Team 999. After a big surprise tonight, I think they got a good head start. And hey, if we've seen 2-0 yesterday, I'm honestly assuming another quick 2-0 from 999. Although 3P PingPongPals are just there and terrifying me, yet they did not manage to, you know, find their chemistry and find their ground yet.
Yeah, and if we think about it, like PingPongPals, they need this win, right? Because like they are in the bottom half of the bracket. They are 1-3, so like getting a win now is very, very important to them. And let's talk about the maps, right? What do you think about the map selection? From what I saw, everyone is banning New Mexico for
that is true. I mean, it's a meta thing at the end of the day, no? I mean, we did see Famous with the new weapon going back and forth and just destroying everyone. So again, it's a meta thing. It's if you are comfortable on the new map, like you remember ROC Esports last week, they did pick against, was it 999? Picking New Mexico against 999 and losing on it, but they just picked it with the intention of, that's the new map. And we did not have enough time because it was the season starting and then the meta changing. So we did not have enough time. And we know that we are going to win this map, and they did win the first map as well. So let's try it. Yeah, they got absolutely destroyed, absolutely stomped with the first map on New Mexico. But banning New Mexico, not having enough time to adapting, I'm pretty sure if we do have time to adapt to New Mexico, we would see it more and more often, the new maps, like we saw Famous with the new weapon. And if you adapt quickly, you'll manage to win quickly. Now, speaking of the maps, I'm actually predicting to see Compound here and there from one of the teams. It's one of the default maps that should be as a starter.
Yeah,
at least.
True, and I'm not sure if the map's are ready yet or not, but like it's ready. The map drafting, we have Sub-Base and New Mexico banned by 999, which makes sense because 999, it feels like they make a lot of use of the cheesy stuff, right? Of the new map, of the new weapons, and to get this off the table, it's very, very important.
That is true, and it's the picks are as follows: Black Widow picked by Team 3P, which does not surprise me honestly, because 3P does love Black Widow as their first map, and they need it. That is side report, but Julio, if I'm being honest, with Ankara map here and Black Widow for Team 3P, I'm not entirely expecting a third map port. I'm not sure if we are going to reach port. I'm gonna go with the underdog though. Seeing Team 999 destroying, I wouldn't say destroying, but 2-0 still from a third perspective is a good conclusion from Team 999. So I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's another 2-0 in the books of 999.
Okay, I mean 999. Again, they are coming from a very, very good place. They won against InnerCircle. PingPongPals, on the other hand, they need this win. Like
they need it, man. 1
more
to
than
3.
anything, right? So it's a very, very important match. And let's see if it's going the place that you are predicting. If it's going toward 2-0 for 999. I think the casters are ready. So let's just toss it over to the casters to take us to game 1.
Thank you, Colio. Appreciate it. Ready and raring to go. Laz alongside me today. Of course, I had the opportunity of seeing all these crazy meta changes with these different weapons involved yesterday. And now, Laz, you get to join me and kind of join the fun, because yesterday we had two big upsets, and that meta change seems to have leveled out that playing field.
Yeah, honestly, it's really nice to get a little bit of a recap from you and also the desk, just talking about some of the meta changes and all the things that have been happening so far for the second split here, which is really, really exciting because now it just adds an extra little bit of flavor here for this CrossFire season. So I'm all excited for it, man. Like, we were talking about some of the roster changes that happened throughout the break of the season, but look, we can go on that all day, but it's exciting to see that we have 999, a contending team now that's taking on, the PingPongPals, where this is kind of the team where some of these guys were, previously on Knights and some other rosters, and now they're kind of just making this ragtag group to see what they can do here for the league.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Triple Nine, they were very, very impressive yesterday, but at the same time, while I've got to give them all the credit, you can't shy away from the fact that InnerCircle absolutely chucked that game. Like 9-5 up in both maps and you win neither. Like, that is disgusting for them, and they'll be looking to bounce back today 100%, because that is, that they'll have gone to bed very upset with themselves yesterday. Anyway, this is a new day, and it's PingPongPals versus Triple Nine. PingPongPals have been quietly impressive so far this season. They haven't really had many positive results, but they're getting these map wins against teams which you'd arguably say are better than them. So this is a very difficult game to call. It all depends who plays well on the day, and we'll see how that will pan out, of course. It is Triple Nine. Maybe with the more impressive result yesterday, I can understand why Hasm went for that decision to choose them today. I don't even disagree with that necessarily.
No, definitely, and that's the biggest thing, right? Like, I agree. Like, I think with this roster change, just even adding Creeds, like somebody from GV for the longest amount of time, I think I would give a leg up a little bit here for 999. And considering how things were kind of panning out in previous matches, so there's a lot of expectations here for 3P to be able to bring something back through, because they are kind of sitting in the bottom of the rankings. They're not doing the greatest so far. But again, I think it's just kind of slowly getting these pieces together. Like, you have some really good players of like HTZ, MKZ is definitely an old name I remember seeing. But look, I even mentioned his name and he goes down right away. So this is not a good start for him. But now the execute's coming through, and yeah, these alms are starting to sing. And now 999 have just really gotten themselves in a little bit of a bind here. It is down to the 4-on-3, but now they only got 16 seconds. They got to get moving. This is where they got to get the C4 down, and they might be able to just do that. But look at how fast HTZ just replies back, and there he is, baby, that vintage HTZ.
Straight into the action, yeah, right into it there with a quick fire triple to recover that round. And yeah, we see the HK out on a couple of players as well. It was Creeds who was kind of making the M14 try and work yesterday, which is a very like a weird looking weapon, almost looks like a PUBG gun, like their sort of mid-range sniper. It's a pretty funny looking. But he made it look pretty good, and obviously we'll see Famous play later for Swamp Gaming. He was just farming everyone with that HK, so just keep an eye on that weapon. It's a bit more tappy, it's not very sprayy. If you just try to spray with it, you're going to miss. It is a very tap based rifle, so we'll see if that continues to be a factor. Famous said in his interview afterwards that he's surprised many other people are actually going to use it straight away, and we are seeing a couple more players pick it up in the early game here. So you can see Gainer is kind of switching between weapons as well there for a split second, going from M4 to M14 and back again. So it's still early days with these changes, and it's like it takes time for the meta to settle, to figure out exactly what's good, what's bad, what the personal preference is, and all the above. So the first thing that we are seeing, I think, is that the two main changes that the people are preferring the USP over the Colt. I think it's a little bit more 50-50, but I'm seeing a lot of USPs. And yeah, I think the Orb is kind of getting replaced by the TRG, because the TRG plainly just has more bullets. So it's a very similar weapon, but has 10 rather than 5, I believe, in a clip. So that is the big change we're seeing so far.
It is, and like you said, I mean, it's just like a couple of these guns, it does just add a little bit more, to this, and for the meta to change, and that's where teams are going to take advantage of that, right? And that's where teams are not going to be used to certain weapons and things like that. So even right now for MKZ, like sitting with the M4, typical gun to have, but again, he has 3 people right on short, just past this smoke, that are just right there, and he has to be able to find at least one, but he can't. He's already gone down to the grave, and now you can see Min's just trying to go for the big flank, but HDZ again, oh no, not again. Not a deja vu, not a factor of him just putting up multi-kills, and man, oh man, 3P They are just sweeping the floor of this round.
Yeah, another good round from LSY as well there, hopping in. He's been one of the sort of, I guess you could say, more unknown shining lights of the season thus far. I mean, you know, this is a very weird mixture of a roster, this PingPongPals team, but you've got Pietro's experience, you've got Gainer, who is always there or thereabouts and as an absolute nuisance, and as we can see, you know, don't discount the likes of HDZ and LSY at all, and they've started hot in this one, that's for sure. 7 on the board already for HDZ. And looks like Triple Nine are trying to make it a little bit pacey up toward this short area for now, but they're not committing to it just yet.
And it's great to see, like, this is where, you know, for me, like, when I was watching PingPongPals, you know, kind of sitting in the sidelines and enjoying the show, it's like, it's cool to see, like I said, a lot of these players, you know, Gainer that we saw, you know, the previous season with the new team or a different team, and like HDZ, like I feel like we haven't really got to see him too much lately, so it's cool to see him back, and he's kind of making a name for himself again, just kind of, you know, putting up a really good performance already with the 2 rounds. So this is what you love to see. This is what you need right now if you're 3P, but now they're gonna have to see what they're gonna be able to handle this pressure once again. 9-9 doing a little bit of a cheeky, you know, mid control. They're just trying to go through the double doors, seeing if they can get away with it, but it actually does backfire a little bit against them now. So now this weird, awkward fight here for CRS. He's kind of wide open. He's playing this position where he has to essentially just bank that. They're going to give him a one-on-one, and they do. And this actually might create the big opening now. So things are getting a little bit awkward, and things are definitely getting a little bit more uncomfortable, Trav.
Yeah, 35 seconds left on the bomb now as well, and a 3v4 on the retake. Some damage done to Chris and QJK, but always very difficult to actually get back into the round. You need to find a pick from somewhere, and of course Gainer is tagged down a little bit as well. They're trying to get one response, but this AK is a little bit more awkward since the update, going back to kind of the old style, and the HK perhaps is a weapon of choice. Chris now has to clutch on low HP, does find a good flick on Gainer, now he's trying to waste time, but unfortunately shows a little bit too much of himself to MKZ, and it is a great clear for him, and he'll keep the PingPongPals clean sheet intact.
Well, I feel like, you know, when we talk about the matchups, like, you know, I don't know how you feel, like, because I know you've been able to watch quite a bit more than I have, and you've been here, but I felt like this was definitely a match where I was kind of, like, a bit 50-50 on this one, just because I can see a situation where 3P really could, you know, put up, like, not an upset, but they could put up a really good performance to push this thing for a win. But at the same token, it's kind of saying, well, 999 have kind of reinvented the roster a little bit and really changed things up, so on paper, you could argue that, you know, they're a pretty strong team. Did you lean on one way? Like, I was kind of, I kind of felt like I was leaning on 999 just given the roster, but anything that you know from what you've been watching?
It's tough. I think PingPongPals, the summary that I sort of gave them yesterday, even though they did lose, obviously, to Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin Gladiators kind of, how can I say this? Kind of restored the honor of the favorites from yesterday, because every favorite lost other than them. But yeah, I think PingPongPals are just better than some of their parts. It's kind of a bailout sort of you know, description when you can't really think of a way to describe them exactly. But I do think they are just plainly a good squad. They've got good experience. They play off of each other pretty well. They've got good teamwork. And they've got some firepower to match that too. When you have all those factors put together, it can be pretty dangerous. But I did go into this game thinking it was a 50-50, 100%. I think it could very easily go to port. It could very easily be a close game. Going how, of course, yesterday's matches did go overall. Of course, we've got InnerCircle playing SG later. Knowing that how Famous is playing, it wouldn't surprise me at all if what is currently an underperforming InnerCircle actually gets caught by SG.
No kidding. And it's always good to see, like, you know, a team like, you know, Swamp coming back, and, you know, they didn't do great in the previous season, you know, but I mean, now they get to be back and they made it through, so it's a cool thing to see. So very excited. But look, I mean, this is pretty exciting in the sense that 3P are, you know, putting themselves at a 4-0 right now, and honestly, like, these rounds have looked really, really good for them. Even when things were getting a little bit tight, like, they're able to get things cleaned up pretty nicely. 999 kind of feel like, I don't know if they're overthinking this or they're just really just trying to look for picks. Like, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of convincing strategy right now on the BL side. So that's where I'm kind of struggling with this right now. It seems like they're really just kind of putting a lot of thought into this. Now we're getting a little bit of a 3-2 split on this attempt, which I like to see. This is a big difference. Good nade, should be able to connect, but only does a little bit of damage. Now they're starting to make more of a decisive decision. This is where they want to just finally get through the door. But look at this, quickly with Pietro able to find himself this kill. HDZ once again just being the gatekeeper, and LSY once again, just playing the green boxes, playing this perfection, and just staying alive. That's the most important thing here.
Yeah, you can see that HK bursting away as well, right? Like it feels very, very accurate and doing lots of damage possibilities, but no, it is quickly traded. And so far, PingPongPals are locking this one down really nicely. It started hot. Sometimes that can happen, of course, first game of the day. One team starts a bit cold. Could get colder than the other. And, yeah, so far it's looking very solid. No real mistakes whatsoever at the moment. Even, not even any mistakes that have been, like, not punished, if you get what I mean. So, they need to find a way here, 999, to get some openings. And they know that Gaimin is behind this smoke. They're trying to avoid him for now. Creed has gone all the way up towards the side and actually could bypass a couple of players, but no. They are both, in the end, taking these duels straight up. And it's recovered once again into a 2v1 for PingPongPals.
Yeah, the nice thing, though, in this kind of a situation, though, is BYK, like, does have the bomb. Like, he's got himself some time. So, again, he doesn't have to overthink anything. He can just kind of take his time, really evaluate some good options here. The good thing for 3P, though, they're playing this together. Like, they're playing this buddy system perfectly to go for the trade. That's the best thing they should be doing. Shot's going to be made now, so now the presence is known. But with a minute and 25, this is where BYK, oh my god, I was thinking, no way he's going to go for a peek like that. Of course he does, but all right. God damn.
Hot start. This is going very speedy as well. And I'm, you know, the fact it's going so quickly, I'm surprised we haven't seen an early pause from 999, actually. A quick tack just to stop the momentum. Often I do criticize a little bit, right, if teams throw in attack just way too late when the game's already out of hand. I don't feel like it's out of hand just yet, but definitely I would maybe throw it in next round if you lose this one.
Yeah, it kind of feels a little bit concerning to me. Yeah, I agree with you that the fact that there isn't really been a timeout, like, and now we're kind of getting to this point where the half's getting closer and closer to the end point. So it's like, why are they not calling something? Or they just feel like they don't need to, but I definitely think they should have, because they just need to figure things out. It feels like this is the most decisive round we've had from them. They get the bomb down. Now they have a bit of a postpone on this. Not a bad positioning, but you still have two players in mid. This is really dangerous, because if Pietro's going to be able to find them, this might be able to catch them off guard, but the trades are going back and forth, and Min's now just playing on Cat. He's just going to be the sole player. Gainer already spotted. Now this is not great for Min. He has to be able to land these shots. He does it nicely. Now making it back to the 2-2, and no, it's just back and forth, and all of a sudden this thing has turned into a 1v1 with 7 seconds remaining. Gainer has to go for the defuse. No way. No way is he going to get away with this, and finally 999, with the split amount of seconds, they find themselves around.
Yeah, in the end, just the right play there from 999, just making absolutely sure of the round. Gainer had no way of winning that unless the peak just didn't come through for some unknown reason. HDZ tried his absolute best, but not to be. Do you think we're definitely seeing a lot more HKs today across the board? It's still pretty split, right? We're seeing M4s, we're seeing AKs. But the HK is starting to become a bit more popular with multiple players now. It's not just like the one or two we saw yesterday. They've watched the broadcast, obviously, and said to themselves, okay, maybe we need to have some of that. And as you can see, it's looking pretty clean for everyone using it thus far. Minch is going to make his way through on toward the side. Already dealing with LSY, but will get traded by MKZ. QJK again responds, though, and finally 999 are finding something. Maybe they don't need that tack pause just yet. Gainer's going to try and respond, but he needs to find 3 more, and that looks to me to be impossible. He's continuing to tap them down, but in comes an HE, and that will finish it off.
Okay, so we're finally starting to see some rounds that are starting to go the other way here, which is good, right? I mean, it felt like it was a little too late, but I mean, look, they're going to take everything they can, which is good. But I mean, now we're getting to the very end point of this half. So if they can finish this thing off with getting 3 rounds, that would honestly be not a bad situation, just considering they were losing this thing 6-0. But now there's some pressure. Creeds is actually trying to put his foot on the gas a little bit here, and oh my goodness, I thought MKZ surely would have been able to find something in this, but not able to. Trades back and forth. The man advantage does go in favor here for 3P. HTZ just behind Green Chuck, waiting to see what he's going to be able to find. C4 dropped in the back of mid. Now the defending players are split apart. This is not a good position to be in, because now HTZ is going for a sniper duel, and he does succeed in it. So now leaving it to one man only and a CRS.
Yeah, This feels so difficult. HTC is repositioned to a good angle as well. Gets the reload off, gets the kill. And if I'm not mistaken, and I'm reading this correctly, he is currently 16-5. That's decent.
That's pretty good. I agree. Not bad at all. That's a really that's a big statement. Like I said, like I like when I got introduced to CrossFire, I remember hearing so much about him, and I was like, yeah, this guy's pretty sick. This guy's pretty nasty. But then it was a little bit of a cool down for him. But now it's like, nah, don't forget his name, man.
Yeah,
play. Absolutely.
As you can see right in the little description there at the bottom, every single weapon, even the nades, have like balance after their name, Laz. So that's the update, and I did find that funny when I saw it. It was like, okay, they've added balance to the name of every single gun because that's a new update. Like, what if there are like tens of weapons in this update that are so unbalanced? I think that would be quite ironic.
It is good. Still got the arm out though, you know. I can't keep the old dog to learn some new tricks, I guess. Maybe not yet, but oh man, HDZ going for the quick switches. Holy moly. He's not landing them, but man, he's getting close. Oh, this is awkward though. Oh, nice, finally. Man. Look at that! Look at that! Hot damn! He's making a statement here, man. Yeah, he is turned up.
He's turned up to play this morning, or this afternoon. Don't know why I said this morning. That's what happens when you have a bad sleeping schedule.
Hey, it's morning right now for you and me, so it's okay.
Yeah,
well, it's for me anyways.
That is fair. That is fair. Incredible work so far, and it's 8-2 out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, the desk, right? Hazem and Colio, they'll have gone and sat down and just reclined their chair for a bit, and then suddenly they have to come back to the desk pretty quickly and get ready to go live. It's gone in the blink of an eye here. I'm pretty sure it's been 15 minutes, if that, maybe.
Yeah, it's been quick. Feels like a speed run a little bit, actually. 3P were just like, look, you guys don't sleep on us. Like, we can frag out here. Like, we can play. Like, it's all good. Just give us some time. And even the fact that Min tries to go for a big flank, I don't even mind that in a way, but it's a little bit costly, but it was a big risk. It could have had a decent reward. But right now, I mean, 3P are in a prime position because, I mean, they got they got themselves a man advantage. They got themselves some good control of this. They can just play the time. Like, they got the C4 in their hands. Like, they're just kind of sitting pretty. Like, this is actually not a bad situation to be in.
For long, ready to pounce. Gainer.
Oh, yeah.
LSY is leading the line, though. And now they're looking to entry. QJ is on the angle. Lots of damage done, but again, it's only really a 1-for-1 with Creeds there to help out. It needs to be CRS to get a couple, you would think, or at least a 1-for-1, and then maybe try and set up Creeds for a clutch. But with the time on the clock, they realise they have the opportunity to fall back away and go elsewhere, as you can see. Creeds is in a pretty interesting position, but it's not really got the timing, I would say, on helping out here too much. He has managed to defeat the raid boss, though, and that could mean everything, because look at the HP on Gainer and Pietro. They are walking wounded right now.
Yeah, they're so wounded. I mean, this is the thing, like, everybody is. Like, even Creed's with 18 HP, so this is the thing. Like, one bullet is going to get the job done here for both sides. So now the C4 is going to go down. But this is all about Creeds and the timing of this. Like, this big flank could be huge because they might not expect this. But he has to be able to land these shots. But Gainer gets the better of him. Man, they read him like a book. Now they're putting themselves on map point. A little bit of a chaotic round, a little bit of back and forth, like some indecisiveness. Like, yeah, do we want to go A? Do we want to go B? We don't know yet. But look, they get it done. They're getting themselves closer and closer to the end point. And look at how stone cold they are. Like no emotion. These guys are just like, yeah, it's all good. This is what we do on a normal basis, I guess.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a pause here, I believe, because we've had a little bit of a buggy moment with the map. I will say that did definitely confuse me mid-round there when we saw the positioning of the of the global risk side. They didn't look exactly where they should be, but we'll sort that out for you. But might not have too long to wait, obviously, because this map could be done pretty sharpishly.
Mm-hmm. Pretty impressive though, honestly, because we were really emphasizing a lot about 3P like being again on the back of the on the tail end of the rankings and stuff like that, and it was just I definitely had some high hopes for this because players like MKZ has definitely got a ton of experience. Like where I thought like when he got cut from Unnights before, like quite some time ago, definitely didn't know if it was warranted, but you know, I'm glad that he was able to come back. You know, he played the Open, he kind of remade a team, and look where he's at. Now he's back here for CFWL, and he's trying to get himself back in the main competition here. So it's really exciting to see, and that's where you see a lot of these other players. Like Gainer, for me, is still a guy that I constantly like put a lot of eyes on because he's a really impressive rifler. I'm just waiting for him to kind of get... He's kind of that player that just needs the right team. He needs the right structure, and I feel like that's when he's just going to play like his absolute best.
I agree. I mean, one of the things I kind of mentioned at the beginning is HDZ, while he's amazing, is actually not the player that I've been like as focused on over the last couple of seasons, right? Gainer, whatever roster he's on, he seems to kind of be their main focal point, like the aggressive rifler. He can get multis in every single given situation, it feels like, wherever you just plop him on the map. So, yeah, I think he's incredibly dangerous and incredibly underrated in a way, even though we are talking him up all the time. Like, sometimes it's a surprise how good he can be and how good that him playing well single-handedly can turn the fortunes of a map for his particular team. So, of course, when we saw 999 win yesterday, we saw the interview from QJK, very giga chill, as we expect from the likes of him. He's got big muscles, but he's clearly got the big chill as well. He's a vibey guy, and that's a great, incredible result that, of course, they had yesterday. But right now, they're kind of getting farmed a little bit.
They are, yeah. It just feels like this is not the same kind of like 999 that I was able to watch a little bit of, and like, again, it kind of feels like in my perspective, like whoever's calling the shots, I don't know if it's Min or if it's, I don't think it's CRS, but I'm pretty sure Min's calling it. But either way, like I just feel like there's a lot of like I kind of see overthinking when a team looks like they're just kind of sitting there a little stuck in the mud in a way, like they just don't really have a plan. Like it felt like, hey, let's play a default, get a pick, let's just see what happens with the pick, and it keeps backfiring. Like nothing is connecting. So I'm not really overly impressed with their BL side just because it wasn't really showing too much, right? So well, I think we're getting back in it pretty quick. It looked like HDZ had to step out for a sec, but I'm assuming we're just getting ready to go back in the server, but momentarily.
Yep, hopefully not too long. Shout out our production, of course, Shiv, giving us all the information in our chat right now. Apparently new rooms being created and we'll get underway very soon.
Thank you, Shiv.
We're not on round 9 yet. I mean, sorry, we are on round 9 yet. So I'm wondering if Trav's Law will be active again. Have you heard me whispering about this one over the course of the broadcast?
Oh, let's hear it anyway.
Basically, every single time a team hits 9, it could be 9-2, 9-4, whatever, 9-6. Yeah. They'll always lose the next round. It'll always go one more round, whether they win or not. They could just win the next round and win 10-4, whatever, right? But I swear to you, it happens all the time. When a team hits 9, they'll lose the next round. It's like 75% plus of the time. Happens in CS as well. Like, I've really noticed it. It's obviously like a mental thing of, like, you know, you've reached 9. You can maybe take a bit of a brief split second to relax. So, yeah, I think it's very obviously can be explained as such, but you'd just be surprised when you take note of it how often that actually happens, even if you just win the game comfortably the next round anyway after that.
It's you know, that's really funny you say that, because Elfish Guy, you know, I really hope he's sitting in the sidelines watching this, because I feel like that's a famous thing I always like to say as well. You know, like I don't call it like a Laszlo or anything. I'll call it the Traveler.
Sounds better than Traveler, low-key. Laszlo? That sounds sick, dude.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, that sounds way better.
But it is true. Like, there is like this, for whatever reason, it feels like whatever team is on the 9th round, it always feels like that following round is just like almost near impossible for them to close it out. Like, I feel like it never happens. Like, it's like a 90% chance that they're going to lose it. So I definitely agree with you. It's something that Elfish always chirps me for and makes fun of me for, but it's just proven. You know, we got to remind, you know, that old dog that there's some stats. We know some things here. So that's just something we've picked up. So listen up here, Elfish.
Yeah, I wonder if he's having a listen in right now. Maybe waiting to see some of the new weapons, of course, in action. Obviously, didn't have a chance to be on the broadcast yesterday, so I told him a little bit about what the new weapons are looking like. And as you can see, It's that HK that is proving to look very powerful indeed. Creeds will peek and get 2. USP trade, though, immediately from HDZ once again. He's up to, I'm pretty sure, 19 kills now. Obviously, we've had the game reset, so we don't have the scores anymore. But I'm pretty sure from memory he's on like 19 or so. So he's having an absolute barn burner in this opening map here.
Yeah, he cooking. Yeah, he's playing really, really well. And now we're starting to see maybe Min. A little bit of a Taparino. Okay, so 999 are putting themselves back and a little bit more fighting for him. They're starting to get themselves a little bit more puff in the chest on this one. Starting to feel a little bit better. They might be able to find themselves a 3rd round, surely, unless HTZ, I don't know. This guy wants to pull up, 25 or close to 30 kills. I don't know, but he's getting flanked, so this is not great. So not looking like this might be the round, unless he has a crazy spidey sense, but indeed he will not. So another round here to go through, and Trav's Law is going to stay intact.
They'll win the game now. They'll just win the game 10-3. Like, it happens so much, but we'll see. We'll see. I do agree. Like, it is funny that it's obviously not the first person to notice it. Like, obviously you've seen that as well, and I don't want to kind of. It's not like an ego-y thing to name something after you, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't want to sound like I've got a big head because I've named a law after myself, But I just think it's a fun thing to notice.
I like it. Hey, I like it. I'm full support of it. I like it.
Okay.
You gotta own it, man.
Yeah, fair play.
Trav's Law. Yeah, Trav's Law.
Laszlo just sounds good because it sounds like it's like a last name, like someone's last name anyway. Like,
hey, well, I appreciate that. We'll run with it for something else. We'll think of a Laszlo of our own here. You can have Travel Law and I'll have Laszlo.
That's fair.
Ooh.
Well, the law of this game, mate, could be about to end, of course, because 4v4 coming out long. They've got not really an open path because there are 2 players here, but they hit their entries. They've got a great chance. Not really much utility being used, but HDZ is set up and he is not missing in this game at the moment. Creeds will only get a 1-for-1, but QJK is fighting and leaves it down to that main man. Unfortunately, he won't be able to do anything, so 999 will stay up.
Doing all right so far. So this is where, 9-4, things were looking pretty good here for 3P, but this is where, again, like, I mean, I know you know this from previous casts and stuff, things like that, but I mean, a lot of these teams, like we always say, there's a lot of pressure when you're on that map point. Like, it's only one more round you have to get, but really, it is a big difference. Like, it does add so much stress to it, especially when a team's starting to get consecutive rounds and things are not really going your way. That's when a lot, could really go against you in that mentality. So that's where 3P do have a big grace period on this and a bit of a buffer, but they got to be careful on this. And now they're going to make sure they don't lose their cool, but they're going to wait things out a little bit. They're going to play this very, very slow. Gainer's just trying to hunt for a kill. He's got the HK too, so see if he's going to get some Taparinos. 3P looking like they're just kind of, again, debating what they want. Like, they're slowly taking this mid control. Bomb's not even really committed to anything, so this is really just a bit of a feeler round, hoping that 999 is going to overexert.
Yep. 999 do like to lock in when they are down many map points. Yesterday, of course, stunning performance against InnerCircle to recover 9-5 twice and actually win it 2-0. Absolutely ridiculous. All of us ripped up our notebooks after that one. Form book was thrown out the window. But let's see how long they'll be able to pull it back on this occasion. We've got the opening pick here once again as well. HTC trying to look for the angle. Oh, just unable to see it exactly. And he just misses. Unfortunately, will get punished as well if they go for a double peek. And Chris will hold the line with the AK. Nicely done. Looking for one more. Oh, out of bullets, but should be able to finish it off. And will. Pietro is too far away to help out, I'm afraid. He'll get taken down by Creeds. And 999 keep it trucking.
Yeah, they're definitely bringing things round by round here, and that's all they have to do. So, I mean, what was a 9-2 has turned to a 9-5, so this is where now 3P, again, they have that grace period, but they got to figure something out quickly before it gets to a potential conversation for overtime. This is where I hope they put a little bit more pressure on this. They're not just going to play super slow and defaulty. This time they're putting a bit of a 4-1 split, leaving Pietro to kind of just lurk through middle to get up onto cat control. And this is where now they're just actually going to commit to it. So they're actually going to go for the gunfight. They get the opening engagement on this, and Min does fall down. Now things are starting to go into place. This is the right bit of a read here from 3P. And now 999, they're going to have to dig deep here because they only got 2 players left.
PYK and QJK. Difficult to say in a quick play-by-play, but they're going to have to make it a quick retake. They're against the clock now. Clock is above their heads. 23 seconds now, and they're just not winning their duels. Again, is not over-peaking when it's not necessary. Go for it now, though, knowing that there's even less time and that BYK is nowhere near. He's going to miss his shot, and he's going to get jumped upon. It's a great opening map of the series for PingPongPals. Once again, showing that they have a really good, solid baseline level, and they can be a problem for nearly everyone.
Oh boy. Not bad at all, and PingPongPals honestly getting a good set win like that. Pretty convincing for the most part, like a little bit of difficulties on the BL side, but honestly, you know, really not too much to sweat about. I mean, that's kind of normal for some of these teams that are relatively new, so I'm not overly too shocked on this, but really strong GR side. Like, honestly, the fact that we were sitting at such a dominant first half was a really big thing for me. I was not expecting it. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that, but nonetheless, still really good. But look, we can ramble all day. We're going to take it to the desk. We'll leave it to these guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Laz. Thank you, Trav. And PingPongPals managed to win their map pick after like a little bit of a stumble on the BL side, but they managed to pull it.
Honestly, yeah, I did say it's going to be a quick 2-0 from 999, and you did roast me the whole offline, not being on the screen thing. But hey, listen, man, you saw the game yesterday with Penguin, and you did see how good of 999 were as a team. They were just destroying in a circle back and forth, and to come back from 9-5. It just says a lot about how this game would have gone. But anyways, you don't have to, or you don't need to underestimate how team like PingPongPals is just strong. How strong they are. They are just massive when it comes to their strategies, massive when it comes to their macro gameplays. And one player we need to mention, HDZ, man.
Yeah.
The guy is just insane with the sniper, and he did manage to flip the game. Not actually flip the game, it was just going one-sided until the technical issue. And I understand the tech issue that happened to HDZ though, because man, the guy was going insane. He needed himself a bit of a break just to cool things down. And if anything, man, I think the game that 999 did win yesterday, maybe it was just a glitch in the matrix. No more, no less.
We can never say that, right? But like it feels like 999, they live to their name, right? When they reach, like when the enemy team reached the 9th round,
exactly,
they start playing the game, right?
Exactly,
But,
when they were 9-5, I was like, oh no, this is not happening again, right? There's no way they are going to come back again from this. It was 9-5 after the technical issue. It was 9-2, and they managed to get to 9-5, but I mean, yeah, 3P do learn from others' mistakes, and that's CrossFire at the end of the day. And they managed to come back to the game and, you know, make a statement like 999 did yesterday.
100%. And like, what do you feel went wrong for 999? Like from yesterday's comeback to today's performance, that's not very convincing, right? I mean, I know PingPongPals is a very good team.
Yeah.
You can never underestimate them. They went 2-1 against IC. They went 2-1 against GG and Anubis, very big names in the league. And now they're showing a really solid performance against 999. So what do you think is missing from 999 today?
See, honestly, yesterday I'd never say that 999 was the issue, but more of InnerCircle is the issue. Because when you are on 9-5 and you can't get this single round, and not only once, but 2 times, it's not the 999 advantage, or it's not 999 benefits that they are more strong, that they are more solid, but it's more of a choking dilemma that was going for InnerCircle side. And maybe 999 did use, I mean, you can lose 1 round, you can lose 2 rounds, but losing round after round after round after round is just outstanding, no?
100%. And we have the set summary in front of us. Like you said, HDZ2
destroying, man.
He's destroying the game.
Yeah, 2 KDA, man. He's going back and forth from the start of the game. He was going to go ham with the sniper, just rotating. I think it was with CrossFire. It's a fast-paced game at the end of the day. So you can find him on A, you can find him on B, and you can find him also in mid. He being fast within the rotates do help the team a lot. And listen, Gaina, HGZ, LSY, MKZB, there is this level of chemistry. Yeah, it's a new team. Yeah, these players did not play together a lot, but still the names are there and the playstyle is just there. The same goes for 999, regardless of the loss, but the chemistry, the synchronization is still there. Creeds, QGK, PYK, as I mentioned. Yeah, they did manage to get some plays like QGK with the 13 AP, but still it was not enough. Thing is, though, that we do not need don't have to forget is this map, Black Widow, was picked by 3P, which means Ankara is 999's map, and that adds a lot of pressure on 3P. But you can look at it from another perspective, which is 999 perspective. This game almost, and without the technical issue, would have ended 10-2, which is you know, a scary room and a scary space for 999 to be in. So I don't know what to expect, honestly, from the next game. Yeah, I did expect a quick 2-0, but that just went out of band. So I'm thinking, honestly, that if 3P have what it takes, they can take over Ankara map, which was picked by 999.
Yeah, it was picked by 999, and like what's more interesting for me is like from the stats, 999 banned Ankara in all of their games, and now they picked Ankara. On the other hand, PingPongPals, they showed some solid performances for in the Ankara against some really good names. So what do you think the plan from 999 here, like picking Ankara after banning it for most of your games against PingPongPals specific?
I mean, maybe it's a fresh new start from 999 side.
Yeah.
Maybe they did not expect losing against 3P, especially after winning against InnerCircle. You know, after you win a bit against one of the big dogs out there, one of the strongest team, you just go ham with your picks and bans. Not only the weapons, but also the maps, and that's what that happened from them. Maybe they did, I want to say maybe they did both a lot of practice with the Ankara, but they used to ban it also, so it does not work. But hey man, they are the pros at the end of the day. Maybe they know more, they have plans, although they did ban it more than once in their matches, but picking it now, and especially after a win against InnerCircle, a win that you need after it to be steady within your matches, be consistent with your wins. It's a bit of a scary statement, a scary situation when you think about it from 999 perspective, but 3P can take this win, and they do need it with a score of 1-3. They do need this one.
100%. Let's see if 999 will make another comeback, or PingPongPals will close out the series. We'll find out in game 2. Travel Laz, you have them.
Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very impressive performance from PingPongPals to get us going. And yeah, I think as we mentioned as well, you know, with the league standings being a bit more up and down since the meta change, like this is the time for these sort of middle of the league, or at least historically middle of the league teams, right? Not your ROC, your Gaimin Gladiators, your Anubis, right, from the last 4 or so seasons. Sorry, 3 or so seasons. It's an opportunity now to make the difference. When you've got an opportunity when there's a bit more level playing field, when the meta has changed slightly, take advantage of that early, get wins when you can, and maybe we could get a more unexpected team in the top 4 by season's end.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Because I'm just looking at the standings. It is 999 kind of sitting in that 6th place, and then 3P was, you know, kind of dead last right now. But that's the thing. It's so early on. Like, there's still lots of room where these teams can definitely make a lot of comebacks. So, and like you said, the gun change is definitely a meta change. So there's a lot of things that these teams all have to consider. They have to figure out how do they want to use these guns, how do they want to change up their strategies. So there's a lot of you know, learning that's going to be commenced here in the upcoming weeks, and that's really, really fun to see, especially for some of these like newer teams in the league, just to see what they want to experiment with. They can be a little bit more creative, a little bit more risky in some regard, right? So we'll find out. But look, I mean, this is the pick here from 999. And we'll have to see if they're going to be able to bring this thing to a 3-map series, or maybe if 3P can continue the way they were. I mean, it really felt like HDZ was kind of the big pillar for them to get that map win, but I do think there was some decent play. But, you know, as we mentioned it, like Gainer trying to be the entry player, he goes down early, so this is a nice little bit of a start for 999.
Now, on Ankara we go. Creeds, that's a big off angle there, and Pietro getting very surprised by that one. And of course, you know, Penguin's mentioning it in chat as well. I did mention the difference with the TRG being the fact they've got a few extra bullets, right? I think it's important to mention it is more than that. Didn't get really a chance to mention it before. There is more wallbang factor. If you get a headshot, you will get a kill with a wallbang. You have the obviously ability to quick switch ever so slightly faster as well. So that's probably why we're seeing the TRG being the main sniper of choice for some at the moment, and I would say for most as we go into today. I don't think I've seen an Orm yet, unless I'm blind. So yeah, I think we're seeing the expected switches come through day by day, and it will keep changing, which is, of course, will be what makes it interesting as the days go on.
No, absolutely. Yeah, definitely shout out to Penguin. Thank you so much for always good insight. So it's fun to see him on the desk as well.
It is great. So yeah, it's I think doing a great job.
Yeah, it's always fun to have a pro player, you know, to be able to give some perspectives. And now, I mean, we need Min to give some good perspectives. And oh man, he just can't seem to get it done. But okay, MKZ surely not in the position that he's going to be able to find this plant. Might just come down, but again, he's a dead man walking. 999. They will be able to get themselves around. They're going to be able to make things pretty convincing. So, not bad at all. But can they maintain it, Trav? That is the big question. That's the moneymaker.
Of course.
All right. Well, off we go in 3P now. I feel like this is where we might see a little bit of a challenging point for them. Like the BL side can be decent on this map, but again, we'll see what kind of strategies and nade lineups they have. Decent nade thrown. Actually doesn't really connect the damage, so they miss it. So now they're just going to barrel through. Now it's going to come out of the clown car, and now they're just trying to see what they can be able to find. And Creeds, oh no, he's only able to find this one kill, so that's a decent cost here for 3P. They get themselves in the site. A leg is going to get caught here on LSY, but keeps a second chance on this. And now it just leaves it to 3 players from 999 for the retake scenario.
And these retakes are always super difficult when you're at a disadvantage as well. Health is okay, though, for them as opposed to their opponents. And Chris is going to do it all. Goodness gracious. He actually finds 3 in the end there. Didn't even really allow them to set up in any sort of positions on site. And, yeah, this is a nice bounce back early map here on Ankara for them.
Yeah, this was a map that, you know, in the previous seasons too, like this is where they were quite decent. So this is where we knew that they could actually find some wins or some really competitive maps against some of the top teams here in CFWL. So it wasn't really surprising. I was kind of wondering if 3P were going to potentially go for a ban onto this, but as we saw from the veto, they had other things planned and some little bit of exchange back and forth, the one-on-one trades, and now Gainer going to get caught with an 8 out and Creeds once again. Oh no. Yeah, he's able to find a bit of a BM kill, but now it just leaves the 2 players only. Pietro gets gifted a kill. I don't know what BYK is even looking at. And now the bomb's going to go down, but 999, they've been good on these retakes, and they got the man advantage, so that's going to make things even better for them.
"30 seconds. 3v2. Another opportunity for a retake, but Pietro always held on beautifully, and HDZ will get a bit of that map 1 form in action as well. So instantly holding on to that site, no risk whatsoever, and now they're on the board on Ankara.
Yeah, really nice timing too, right? Because again, like that's where I get a little bit nervous of too, is that sometimes when teams can just build so much momentum, it's a big thing about like, okay, when are you going to finally get yourselves around, right? I mean, it took so long in the first map for 999 to find it. So we'll see if they can maintain a lead. It's only by 1 now, but 3P going back for a 4-1 split. They're just going to rush on in. They're not even going to use utility. They're not even going to worry about it. Now they're just going to try to get ultra aggressive on this. Pietro, 14 bullets in the chamber, going for a big spam, and he's only got 7 remaining in the gun, but his teammate going to be able to find that secondary kill for him. So nice little bit of a 1-2 combination. Flash is coming through. Creed's now trying to see if he's able to find through fence, but he's getting blind and smokes everywhere, flying all over the place. Things are just chaotic. But look at these defenders. They're just barreling into the site, leaving it for Gainer and MKZ to just try to be the lonely players left with a wounded MKZ. He has to be careful on this, and now it's all down to him. He has to be able to find this, but Creeds just takes him out, and 999 maintain a decent lead.
Yeah, another good retake, keeping this sort of going with their style of planning for retakes pretty much in every single round so far. And they sort of changing up the timings of when they go for them, when they decide to go for the push as a group. And Creeds there plays it one perfectly, up to 7 kills early game here. Great cover on Pietro on that left-hand angle. Make sure he didn't catch him in the side. So good work from 999 here. We did say kind of there's a good chance they could exchange maps. Maybe we could see a port decider. we'll see if that transpires. Long way to go, but this was a game that read as a bit of a 50-50 from the very beginning, even not, despite the madness from yesterday.
I was kind of wondering, like, just looking at that lineup, I think there was a to pre-fire the spot, which was really interesting, but it just did not work out at all. But kind of cool to see, though, I guess. You know, knowing little gimmicks that you can get yourself ready. And Petro finding himself another gimmick here with a good kill, and he's putting himself some decent numbers. I mean, he's sitting at a 6-3, which is nice to see. Like, this is a player that in my opinion, this season is a player that I really want to just see, like, perform a lot better. He was previously with Knights, or now known as InnerCircle, so it's for him. I want to see him kind of reinvent his gameplay, prove that he can still compete at this level. So it's good to see him putting up some decent numbers already, despite them losing a 3-1 already.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, InnerCircle moved on to Awesome, right? And people said, oh, okay, that's a lot more firepower. Maybe that'll push them to the next level. You know, but seems to be at the moment that InnerCircle's form is very iffy. So Ketcher's doing a pretty good job. I feel like with the leadership, of course, on PingPongPals so far. But it's an easy lead at the moment for 999 on Ankara.
Yeah, and honestly, 999, like, again, I feel like they're a team that, in my perspective, like, they're always a really good defensive team. Like, their GR side is always really the moneymaker. Like, that's the bread and butter for them. It's the BL side that gets really lopsided at times. And this is a map they do like to play, so the fact that we're seeing, like, a scoreline like this, probably not the most surprising to me anyways, I would say. It's more about right now on the screen for 3P is just, like, there's a timeout being commenced right now, you know, opportunity for conversation, because I feel like some of these rounds can be close, but again, it feels like they maybe get an early pick and then they can't do anything with it. It just feels like they kind of fall apart. I don't know why, but if they can get themselves a relatively close first half, I think that's going to be really, really good for them to transition to the GR side, just because I think that's where things could really, really change for both these teams. So it's really closing the gap as much as possible in this first half is going to be key. Well, everyone just big chilling, everybody hanging. CRS has left the building. Just kidding, I don't know where he is. He's left his computer. He didn't leave the building, folks. I'm just joking.
What if he did?
What? Maybe he did. Maybe, you know, maybe somebody's at his door. You know, maybe he's out the building. There's some truth to that, Trav.
If he's run across the road to get like a bottle of water or something, who knows?
Wait, why are you gonna go across the street? Well, maybe he did. Yeah, you know what?
Maybe he's got a shop across the street. You know?
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Maybe he's out of water.
Okay, that's a good point. That's fair.
Could be out of anything. Could be out of food. Could be out of water.
That is true. That is very, very true. That could be a possibility. Very much in the cards. We'll ask him later. Where did you go? If it was anybody to go to the store, it would definitely be QJK for me. Like, I feel like he's always eating, or he's doing something. So so for him, I'm like, if he would have been gone, I'm like, he's for sure going to the store quickly. He's grabbing a snack. He needs to refuel himself, but it's not even him. Oh,
there we go.
His chair's moving.
He's back. We can let you know that that was a tack pause for PingPongPals. Thank you, Shiv, once again.
Yeah, thanks, Shiv.
So clearly, like, the conversation for 999 didn't really need to be had much right now because they're playing well. They're a 4-1 up. What did I say, right, about teams throwing in attack at a good time? I think PingPongPals did it there. Even though they're only 4-1 down, it's a little bit of a breather and a chance to stop the 999 momentum.
Yeah, I like this angle from BYK. Just, again, playing this little bit of a short connector to see if he can find it. Ooh, HTZ, though. Reads him very nicely. And this is where we, again, need to see somebody from 3P to really step up, right? I mean, HTZ was putting up a monstrous performance on the first map. But we need some of these riflers to, you know, create some space as well. Like, it's been a little underwhelming, in my opinion, from a player like Gainer, where, like I said, I'm waiting for him to get the right structure, but need to be able to see him find those entries, because he can be so aggressive and he can really create the space, but right now it just feels like it's lackluster. Min's going to be playing in vent here, so now he's close on by. Flash going to get thrown. Oh my goodness, he actually went full sending onto this. He actually went for the big risk, and it backfires now, so putting 3P in a man advantage. leaving it just to an anchor of QJK. But are they going to commit to this? They have tons of time. They don't even need to go for this. They're just going to wait things out. They're just going to see if they can catch this rotator, and they might be able to find CRS quickly. Good patience with CRS. Yeah, this is good.
I think it's going to probably here. It's the only choice to get back into the round because they kind of know where they are. They kind of, in a way, I've got them locked in, but CRS has to keep an eye on the mid rotation all the way around. So all depends on his timing when he peaks toward the positioning of HTZ, LSY, and MKZ. And he might miss it. He might miss it. Oh no, he's going to be here on time. Or it's only one, but it does make it a 1v1, and MKZ is very, very low. It's should be, I think you'd think a clutch for QJK, but not when a headshot like that is hit instantly. And that is actually a critical round.
Yeah, that is very, very critical. I agree, because that was something we needed. 3P, you know, they were the ones that were on the attack. They were the ones that were trying to figure out what they needed to do. I mean, yes, it's a clutch. It's a 1v1, but look, they'll take it any day of the week. They need these rounds. So only down by 2 now, where it was 3 originally, so things are looking a little bit better. A little bit faster pace right now. That's getting a little bit of pressure against CRS, but he's going to be able to backtail out of this. 3P putting themselves under pass and just trying to, again, looking for a little bit of map control. CRS actually getting ultra aggressive, but this time Gainer does win the engagement this time around. Gainer finds himself a double kill now, putting the HK to full work, able to take down some heads. That's what we wanted to see here from 3P. We needed Gainer to create a little bit of space, and he definitely has here with that double entry.
Here we go. They've locked back in. That pause has clearly done wonders for them. That nade might actually remove BYK from the round, and there we go. Gainer runs through with that HE. Can clear the site entirely. And there's actually a bit of a recovery, of course, here for QJK, but little does he know. Go all the way through the smoke and into the waiting arms of Pietro. So good start. Good recovery, I should say, from PingPongPals after the good start from 999. They're now very much in the conversation again.
Yeah, not bad at all. Now things are getting a little bit closer on the scoreline, and not bad at all. This is a good thing to see. Again, for 999, though, this is, again, where I said, like, they really need to be able to find these GR rounds as much as possible. We need to see them change up something now. Like, this is where I did like the previous, I think it was last round of the round before, like, even Min kind of went for the big play at event. Like, it was a bit risky, but he was the only player that did it. But you know what? That's little things like that that can be beneficial. It's a little risky for the Biscuit, but not bad at all. And 3P now taking things slow once again. 999 going to just play a little bit more conservative on this one. They're going to play a little bit more structured and keeping these 4 players left. It's this 2-1-1 that they have to work with losing a player. I think it was a disconnect. So now Creed's trying to put the M14 into full work. He can't seem to find more than 1 kill on it. He's going to get a pistol to his death, and now 3P are putting themselves in prime position.
Yeah, Creed's yesterday was kind of making that weapon... oh, hang on. I was going to say, Chris is about to say hello to LSY, and they did not clear the site properly before committing to the plant. MKZ has managed to recover 1, but Gainer needs this, and he's got it. Unfortunately, now HTZ needs 2 more. He's found 1. And we're down into a 1v1. He won 1 before, of course, MKZ in that previous round to get them back to 2-4. They're now at 3-4, and they want 4-4. Timing here on the peak should be good for QJK, but no! It's that USP, of course, that gets the clutch for his team.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, these rounds are honestly a grind. I mean, and Chris did play this really, really well. Like, I mean, again, just waiting things out. That was a huge misplay from 3P, too. The fact that they didn't really clear the site. They didn't really do a good job, like, kind of, you know, making sure everything was, the coast was clear. But nonetheless, they're able to pull the round through. Comes down to a 1v1 once again. Now 3P are starting to cook. This is where they're starting to get these kills, and even there, Chris is trying to put himself in a good position, but look at that, blink of an eye, triple kill in effect, now putting 999 in a position where they might even like lose this half, and they were the ones leading it, and it's all just down to one player for QJK. He's on a 1-on-5 with the AK in hand. He's going to go down, and my oh my, 3P. I don't know what happened during that timeout, but man, oh man, they look like they were resurrected. They're a whole different crew.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It actually makes you wonder what the conversation was. Maybe if we get an interview and they win the map, that could be a good question for the desk to ask. Now it's 999's turn, obviously, to have to be a little bit concerned about what's fallen apart here over the last few rounds. Thing is, like, we think about yesterday and their ridiculous result against InnerCircle, coming back from 9-5 on both maps to beat them. InnerCircle, obviously the favourites going into that game. Sure, it was the first day of a new meta, but you also have to remind yourself that that could just be a flash-in-the-pan result, right? That could be a fluke. We've been praising them for that result, but there is a chance that they're bottom of the league in a couple of previous seasons for a reason, right? They're not a team that's really expected to place top 4, I would say. So
yeah, exactly.
You got to temper expectations, even especially as it's only one good result.
Yeah, again, it makes me worried though. Like again, the fact that 9-9 were setting themselves, like, I think it was like a 4-1 at one point, and then it just losing out, like essentially lost out the half, which is just. That just hurts so much. And now, like I said, the BL side's not like it's terrible for them on this map, but it's definitely going to be a bit more of a grind. So we'll see, though. 3P are definitely riding on the momentum on this one a little bit. Bring back the rounds, win the first half. Definitely pans out nicely, but 999 just slowly and surely just getting this mid control. Min's just going to go up to stairs. He's still evaluating it. Even if he wants to do this, he hasn't really committed to the idea of it. C4 all the way in the back of mid. This might just be ready for a prompt here for the A pop onto this. It's kind of looking like it might be so. Nobody's going to be lurking. They might just even 5-man this. But they have to worry about Gainer. They also have to worry about MKZ. But I think Gainer, if I'm not mistaken, he does have the HK out. So interesting, like you said, it's kind of a gun that you tap. It's not like a gun you can really spray with. So that's what makes me a little bit worried anchoring a site.
You can, I think, quick tap, like faster than you think, though. Like from what I've seen players, how players play with it. You can see how Gainer makes it look here. In the corner, flashes are coming through. Pietro's been removed, and Gainer does get 1 and 2, making it look good. But yeah, can't react to the players jumping at him. So it will be CRS to find a quick trade and finding MKZ as well. Recovers it into a 2v2. 999 will feel like this is a round that is almost a borderline must-win after the streak that PingPongPals have been on from what was, I think, 4-1 down, right? So they need to recover. And 2v2 in this afterplant. 30 seconds on that bomb. Rotations coming round now from HDZ and LSY together. And normal retake positions as well. No big flank to worry about for 999. So we've got good outer plant positions, playing off each other's contact. BYK not over peaking just yet. In comes the swing. Oh, missed shot though. Critical damage to HDZ. There's a chance he could run a player down, but not able to connect. Now he's all alone between 2 separate angles and not able to do anything. Great round from CRS.
Yeah, that was a really, really good round indeed. So now we're back to an even Stevens of 5-5. Here we go. Decent smoke. Going to get thrown deep here from 3P. But now the question is, are they going to use that to their advantage? Do they want to put any sort of aggression on this? They're actually playing triple player here on bridge, so they're actually kind of expecting maybe to, some of these players to pop through into B door, but that's not going to be the case at all. BYK, though, does find the opening engagement. So now things makes a little bit more awkward here for 3P. Now they have to kind of figure out what they want to do with this. This is a really nice setup from 999 because when you can find that opening duel, then you can kind of just pull back. Now the defense has to kind of like gamble on what they want to do. They're going to double up on A. They're going to essentially just double up on B, leaving mid a little bit open. HDZ is kind of playing a little bit of an off angle on this, allowing that mid control to kind of happen, but also hoping that he can be able to slow things down with that first opening engagement. So a lot's going to rely on him to hit that shot. But do we actually see 3P kind of, even having Gainer maybe to kind of poke around a little bit on GR spawn? That might not be a bad idea. But you can see 999, they have tons of time, and they can collect their thoughts here.
Yeah, and if they go for like a split up to maybe try and take A, that'll be the perfect call. If they all you need to do is get past Gainer, that's easier said than done. There's going to be so many players to have to deal with. There you go. Easy rundown for Minchin on Gainer. Got so much map control now. They can choose to go wherever they want pretty much. And they decide to go back toward A because of that kill on toward MKZ. That's completely cleared out that side of the map. 5v2. HTZ needs to find 2 or 3 more where that came from unfortunately, I think. Bomb will go down on Creeds. And this is an almost impossible retake.
Nothing's ever impossible, Trav. Just kidding. Not really good odds here, though. I agree with you. It's not a great situation, so they really have to hope this flash is going to connect. Pietro has to be able to win that fight. Indeed he does, but HDZ now a pistol to rifle gunfights. Yeah, you're not going to win those every day of the week, so not bad at all. Good post-plant that happens. Locking things down. Not too shabby. 999 on the screen, looking a little bit locked in here, and now these guys finally get themselves a lead here by 1. Slowly and surely getting themselves back into a potential conversation here for a 3-map series. Creed's with a great opener once again. These guys have been able to find multitude of opening duels, which has really been such a problem for 3P. Like, it feels like it was so early in these rounds, they're just playing a 4-on-5 instantly, so you just can't afford that when you're on the GR side. You really need to have as many numbers as you can. Now this is where we need to see them kind of find a duel that they can isolate, bring things back, maybe even put them in advantage. Pietro desperately needing this kill, but just gets outclassed here with the HK. And now 999 at a prime position to put themselves on a 7th round here. No sight. And that's where you can already see a little bit of presence here from MKZ, but it might be just a little too late unless they can find the perfect retake.
This is looking very tough now. MKZ needed that one, but it's the M14 on Creeds to be able to get the kill. He's as you can see, every single time that Creeds gets faced when he's got that M14, he plays it very maneuverable, right? He ADs, big strafing, make himself hard to hit, very accurate while moving, I think, and the fast movement makes himself hard to track. I think he likes that. I think that's one of the things that's getting him quite a lot of success with that weapon. So keep an eye on that as we see it used over the course of the rest of the league matchups over this season.
Yeah, it's definitely fun watching some of these guns because, like, again, just not familiar with it, so this is a nice little bit of a change. But, ooh, man, the M14, is it going to work? Is it going to work? Oh, he's spraying frantically. Is he already out of bullets? Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's only got 7 left in the chamber. I was thinking, surely not. Like, that thing's got to have so many, but, my God, he already went that fast.
Yeah, it's got fast fire rate as well, you can tell. 35 in the clip. As Weil managed to, unfortunately, get found by CRS pretty easy for 999 on this attack, I've got to say. This blacklist side has been very solid indeed. And now MKZ is stuck, more stuck than a stuck thing, as I like to say, and removed by Minchen comfortably. And I think we've got a good chance of seeing Port.
Yeah, there's a really good probability here we're going to Port because just it feels like 999 are just starting to play a lot better right now. This is where I was giving a lot of criticism on the first map where I felt like, you know, the BL side was a little lackluster. It wasn't really going where I thought it was, and it felt like there was just maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. I don't know, but either way, I mean, 8-5. I mean, we've seen teams that kind of choke at this point, so we'll see if that's the case here, but 3P, they got to throw a Hail Mary. They got to do something now. They have to be able to find a little bit of an opening. And they're going to just go right back to the same setup that's going to be Gainer and MKZ. They're going to be the 2 pillars that have to lock in this A site. Everybody else is kind of leaning on towards this B, anticipating that 999 are going to go for the B attack. But it feels like A, it's the more obvious choice because they've been so well at succeeding it. So I'm actually a little surprised that 3P are really going to gambling this setup.
Yeah, it feels like 999 have gauged it really well thus far on this second half. And considering like how they've looked in the past as well, you can argue that there are some rounds where they've looked a little bit questionable, but I think the recovery after the PingPongPals comeback quite evident that actually it's they've got a good base level there on Ankara that they're happy with. And as I've kind of been saying over the course of the season, PingPongPals are no pushovers whatsoever in the league. They've been showing a decent level every single time, even when losing.
This is where now, okay, so this is a little bit of a lean. I was worried about it, but oh no, but HDZ, he misses the shot. Critically needs it. He had to be able to find that. Now Pietro can't only find that one kill, so that has just created all the problems in the world. LSY, he's going to get found here. Can't turn fast enough. Oh my god, how does he get away with that kill? But either way, he gets eradicated quickly. And now Gainer with 3 HP. Not hoping heck he's going to be able to find it. But yeah, honestly, I hate being that guy, but a lot relied on HDZ. He had to find that first kill. With the whiff, it just allowed so much opportunity for 999 to just barrel in, and they did well with it.
From hero in map 1 to slightly less of a hero in map 2. Not 0 just yet, but yeah, he's not had as good a performance, that's for sure, and it looks like 999 going to be forcing us to 3. Been speedy maps, that's for sure. Let's see if they can close it out first. Time of asking, though, that is the question, obviously.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, like you mentioned, like, you know, being a hero on the first map and really just not responding to the bat signal to be a hero. Again, it's not great here for map number 2, so it's really just kind of fizzled a little bit on this, but that's where I was hoping somebody else could have been able to pull out the bootstraps, be able to help out a little bit here and do some big lifting, but seems like maybe the gas tank's just a little bit empty and they're refueling right now for port, but it's a long road here, and now 999 have themselves a little bit of a grace that they can get things done, but now we're going to see if Trav's Law is going to be in effect, because this is a 9-5, and I'm curious now, because 999, I mean, they got themselves primed up, ready to go for the A hit. They're ready to test Gainer and MKZ once again.
All the flash to push through the smoke. Oh my goodness, MKZ couldn't even respond. Gainer only gets a 1-for-1. Could this be an anti-Travis Law? Incredible scenes. Don't see many of those. Pietro is on the big flank. BYK's easily caught him. This is looking like a 10-5 here. Be 10-5s for each of their map picks. So maybe this is actually one of the series over the course of the season that actually is going like in an expected manner. Both teams taking their own pick and taking it with ease. HDZ is 1v4. And there's no way in. This is not going to be happening, I'm afraid. And there we go. Taken down by CRS. Great performance. And it'll have to be a reset for PingPongPals going into port.
Yeah, really, really disappointing in the sense for, you know, PingPongPals, the fact that they can't really find themselves in a position to close out. But, you know, you love to see it for a team like 999 where it kind of felt the same thing, right? On map 1, they were really not that much in the game. It felt like, you know, map 2, they reinvented themselves and played a way stronger game. That was their pick, obviously. But, yeah, it just felt like it was a little bit of kind of opposite ends here, right? So now we're going to go to port, which will be the decider. That'll be a big one to see. You know, a player like Creeds is somebody, you know, on the far right side of the screen there. He's a guy that, in my history, from my recollection, he's somebody that can put up some big numbers on a map like this. So I do like this position here for 999, but now both these teams are going to have a little bit of time to figure out what they got to change and what they got to do to get the series win here. So it's all come down to one singular map, which I was kind of putting this as a 2-0. That was going to be a close encounter, but these guys are going to go to the full end.
Yeah, it's important for both, obviously. I mean, PingPongPals currently now technically bottom of the league, right? So this is actually an important win for them to get back to sort of the level that 999 are actually at in the league after the credible win 999 had yesterday. So I think it's actually more important for PingPongPals than it is for 999, but I think that's can be objective, right? Because both teams will think the same thing. So we're going to go to a break. When we're back, of course, it'll be a bit of the desk to talk you through what should be a fun map 3.
999 managed to tie the series, and we are back to game 3 board.
I mean, wouldn't be surprised after seeing the win against InnerCircle. That's a team that does not
100%.
want to leave now, man. Choreo, I think it's a new era of 999, and we did see them in Season 1, and actually, honestly, they did struggle in Season 1, losing most of the games 2-0, 2-0, and getting, not playing, actually, some of the games. I think there is this specific week that they did not compete, they did surrender the games, and now coming back stronger as ever. And this is what I really love about CF, yeah? When you see one or two teams in the Season 1 just struggling, you get this time to, you know, recall, get your time, you know, find your rhythm, find your tempo. And I think 999 did find their tempo yesterday with against InnerCircle, and it's time to stay in the same consistent win circle against 3B. Yeah, they did lose a game, but it wasn't their map, and in their map they did show up with a good score, 10-5.
100%. It feels like this is the first match that makes sense a bit, right? I mean, the PingPongPals picked their map, they won. 999 picked their map, they won, and both games are 10-5.
Yeah.
The amount of clutches, though, like from Chris specifically in the number disadvantages,
he's the sniper.
a lot of rounds in the game, yes. And Creed, he keeps picking these new weapons, and he's very efficient in using them, but like now coming to map 3 port, what do you think about this map for these teams? Who do you think has the advantage over them?
I mean, you chose a map, you won in it. I chose a map and I won. Now we are up to the decider. We don't have a lot of analysis when it comes to map selection for the two teams on port, but it's one of the default map that we regularly see within the CrossFire world. If it was Compound, Eagle Eye, or Port, and now we are seeing Port, which I'm exhilarated, man, to see what we will see for these two teams, whether it's going to the side of 999 or the side of 3B. Honestly, I think being default is going to be up to the individual and only the individuals, such as CRS and HDZ. So both of these players playing the sniper, whether it was the arm or the new guns out there, and the main focus on port is the angles, the sears, the vents, the close on corners, the shoulder peaks. All of this do make this struggle for both teams. Now, if speaking frankly, I think both teams are a bit close when it comes to the individual levels, the 1v1s. The gap is not big, if the gap is not even there. And that's what we did see in the first map, whether it was Eagle Eye or Ankara.
100%. And now we are going to port map 3. Who will win? It's a very close series indeed. So let's see what will happen in map 3. Laz and Trav, you have the mic.
Thank you, Julio. Appreciate it. And yes, actually going to be really interesting to see who gets the W here, because as I mentioned before we through to the break, right, actually it's an important game for both when it comes to their league standing. It's all about taking advantage right now of the new meta and trying to get wins when they come, come in front of you and are able to be taken, full stop, right? So I think I'm pretty content with what I've seen so far from both. Both of them looking solid on their map pick. Both of them figuring out answers to mistakes and streaks that the opponents have had. So, I really actually can't tell you which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I was going to say, like, do you have any sort of a lean on one team? And I kind of feel the same, because, like, when I look at this, I mean, there's a lot riding for 3P to put themselves in a position to get themselves the win, like we talked about. That's kind of been the big premise of this whole matchup, is like, look, can these guys, have a record of 2-3, maybe, but I don't know. Like, I feel like both these teams are kind of playing well, like you said, on their map picks. Now we're on the decider map, so that's where it kind of raises a lot of questions for me, because I could see this could be a map where, Creeds could pop off, especially on the GR side. This seems where that's kind of his playground on a map like this from previous iterations of rosters he's been on, but at the same time, like, this is kind of a, sniper map. So, like, do we finally see HDZ fully charged up and over 9,000? I don't know, like, because we need to see somebody like that pop off.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I do think, as I kind of mentioned, this is one of the series that has been a bit more by the book. As I said, with both teams taking each other's map picks pretty comfortably, and both teams taking their own map picks, pretty comfortably. And yeah, I think this is why it sets up Port pretty well. I really have no idea who's going to take this one. We saw how quickly PingPongPals streaked clear at the beginning of the game. They're up, 8-2, 9-2 very, very quickly. That 10-5 up is almost actually a bit deceiving as to how easy map 1 was for PingPongPals. So for that reason alone, I'm going to... It's a really tough call. I'm actually going to take them to win this one, though. I think they're going to get it over the line. But we shall see. Of course, I've already seen Creeds do some great work with this M14 yesterday. So on this map. So I'm looking for more.
Yeah, I am as well. Like, look, I am definitely looking for a little bit more because it kind of feels like, again, like it always just feels like we get these like one player from each teams that are kind of the big hero, and that's kind of like if they're playing well, the team does well. If they don't play well, the team isn't going to do well. So that's where I want to see a little bit more. But 999, they put themselves in a 10-5, 10-5, which is pretty funny that we go to these maps. But for them to be on the GR side on this map is definitely going to be a really nice start, in my opinion. So far it's actually panning out well, as you can see from the 5-on-3 that we've already had. So MKZ and Gain are going down, so just again puts a lot of reliance here for Pietro or LSY to kind of be that first point to be the entry, allow HDZ to kind of play the secondary role here with the or the sniper, I should say. I can't even say anymore. But they got to figure things out. With a minute and 10 remaining, they're playing the 2-1 split. They might try to pop through mid on this. A little bit scary in my opinion, just because PJK is in a prime position. You can find these taps, and they actually are going to try to go for it. But this time they kind of tuck away just on the side. They might be able to find this player. They have to find Creeds. He's not expecting it, but somehow he's alive, and he finally goes down. So not looking bad at all here from 3P. They do a great job on crunching into the site. The perfect time to do it, and it works out very, very well.
Yeah, trying to take deeper control as well here too, with those utility choices. And yeah, Pietro's kind of got them locked in, hasn't he? I mean, Chen and BYK have to go through a smoke, and there's just no way through. LSY is there to help out with the 1. And BYK needs a crazy play. Actually, first shot will be missed on him, but they're going to double swing. And there's no way you can deal with that. So, immediate for PingPongPals. Great little decision there. And off to a great start on Port.
That's pretty crazy though too, because again, let's not forget that was a 3-on-5. So 999 were in the best position because they had all their players alive. Gainer and MKZ were the ones that were down early on, and then all of a sudden to win a round with the 3-on-5 the way they did, it was just the perfect execution and the timing on that, which I love to see. But for 999 fans, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But a little bit here for Chris. He might be able to find this player. Oh no! He looks like he maybe was looking at the radar because it's just a second or two off. You can see he had the perfect lineup, but I think he was putting his eyes somewhere else, and that's going to cost him now. So him playing a little bit more aggressive down B main allows 3P to have the man advantage early on. So that's a nice little bit of a gift here for the PingPongPals.
Yeah, early 5v4. I'll be taking those ones every day of the week. Deep nade, trying to do a little bit of damage toward that box, of course. MKZ is playing behind, but PingPongPals are just waiting to see if 999 go for any aggression over the map. Just to see if they want to try and force a recovery back into a 4v4.
Yeah, 3P got to make a bit of a decision on this. Still plenty of time with 50 seconds remaining on it, but again, it's just they're taking it really slow. They're really being cautious on this, despite them being the man up. And Creed's actually taking a big amount of damage on this too. So they might even try to pop through mid once again. They might just do the exact same thing they did before. Creed's actually going down is a huge opening. So now that, yes, they're exactly going to do the same thing. They're going to cross over. Min might be able to find the timing. He's actually going to go through spawn instead, and oh, it's a big spray. It's a labored spray, and it's only 1 kill. Now 3P doing what they did before, and they're going to be able to find themselves a nice second round.
Again, good work from Gainer there. That was very clean. And, yeah, just actually working their way back into the round. And I would say judging it well, just by feeling out the map and using that time they had available to them, right? I mean, I think it was obvious that They kind of knew what was going on. But once they'd found that trade onto admin, there was no way in. It was always going to be a PingPongPals round. So 2-0 start. And Gainer once again hitting these shots with the HK. Seeing a couple of players on it now, of course. I think Pietro, is that the Scar I'm looking at there? I can't actually see what weapon that is.
I think it is. Thought so. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
He's just playing with every gun. Like,
yeah. That's just the amount of variety right now in the game, right? With players going for different weapons from personal preference is pretty crazy. It will all settle down, obviously, but we'll see how that does go over time. Chris has been taken out. QJK's been taken out. Immediate 5v3. And Minchen needs to recover, and he knows that. That's why he's going for a peek, but he could have committed to it. Didn't know that MK's simply going to switch off the angle, and now has to fall back and play a different one. And he's refusing to go down here. He might even have Creed in support, but he's going to take that second piece of support to actually get away with the kill and then fall back. So it is the Scar Light on Pietro. Not going to do anything with this time, though. The M14 is the dangerous weapon of choice, as I've been saying, on Creeds. That's for sure. He knows how to use that one. And now back into a 2v2.
Oh, look at Min, though. Yeah, I was thinking maybe you might be able to get that slight timing, I thought, but really, really nice little bit of a crossfire here from 3P. So these B hits are looking really, really good. Like, it seems like they have a pretty good system in place. Like, they pop through mid a few times, and then it seems like even when they get the post plants, it seems like the players definitely know what role they have to play in the post plant, which is good to see. Because sometimes you see some teams when they're on the BL side, it's a little bit scattered, it's a little bit disorganized when the post plant happens, but definitely 3P are looking pretty composed right now, and the fact they're up 3-0 and in pretty marginally decent fashion is a good note here. But now for 999, being down by 3-0, I mean, it's conversation maybe to bring out a timeout, something different. I mean, they got to do something new. Like, something has to change, because clearly what they're doing is not the right recipe here. Well, even regardless, though, I mean, again, a very slow round. This is what a lot of these teams like to do. They like to just take things with some good patience, wait things out, get a little feeler, poke and prod, you know, kind of figuring out what they want. And even look at 999. They actually had a double player in B main. Now they're actually just going to pull back on this entirely. So they're going to play a bit more defensive on this. So they're giving a lot of respect here for 3P, which I don't know if that's the right move, from my opinion, Trav.
That's why we're going to be able to get through, and I think that they're doing a good job right now of just making 999 feel uncomfortable, right? You know, we were saying, you know, feeling out the map. I think they're not sure what they're planning, and they're being pretty unpredictable, being dynamic with their choices here, PingPongPals. So 40 seconds left in this one. Still a 5v5. Now going to go for a push through into long. There are two players here looking to defend. Minchen and BYK, of course, with that TRG on the good angle for it. But he's about to get pushed very close, and he's missing shots. Surely a lot of pressure to deal with, but this time it's a great hold. Min's managed to find himself two. Creeds then gets in on the action. And BYK will take the last, as they're a little bit too far away, obviously, to do too much. So that's a good start. Good hold, good read.
Yeah, really, really good read. And again, I think they only lost one player, so really, really nice hold from them. And a good way for them just to get themselves finally back on the board here with a singular round, but need a lot more rounds like that for them to bring things back. But I was thinking they were starting to play a bit too respectful, but they thankfully were able to get themselves some really good kills. And now some deep nades going to get thrown here. Nothing going to connect in terms of damage, but again, just biding some time a little bit. 3P now, instead of kind of just playing in the back and mid, waiting, you know, slowly to get that control, they're actually putting a lot more of their eyes on the attention of B main. This is going to be a double setup right now from, you can see, QJK, and also that's going to be Chris, and now the flash is perfectly thrown and allows Pietro to just get that entry with the Scar. Now they're just going to try to rush on into the site, and look at that again. They have the perfect execution into this. Their timing could not be any better, and now 999 needs somebody to be desperate here to be the hero, and Min might be the one one that's able to do it. But my God, how are we in this position of MKZ? All of a sudden down to the 1v1, a pistol to a gunfight, and 999 will find themselves a second round.
Oh, squeaky though. That was so close. Min is probably the MVP in that situation. And honestly, yesterday, he was the main man that was obviously shouted out on the desk a couple of times for his performance against InnerCircle. And once again, he's showing up in important situations here. Another multi. Oh, I don't think Chris is going to be ready for this push, though. This is super fast from PingPongPals in the following round. Immediately, getting a little bit one by one in towards the site, though, after that. They're rushing it down after that early success, and they're going to get caught by that. The rotation for Min is fast, deals with Pietro. And 3v1 turns into a 3v0, and 999 will be very delighted with this immediate hit back.
Ooh-wee. I don't know what happened. I mean, something is just, again, just changing the air, changing the waters or something. I have no idea, but all of a sudden a 3-0 has turned into a 3-3, so 999 have been able to find themselves 3 rounds in a row, and now making themselves back into fighting form. And again, that momentum just seems to be on a rocky ship, but this is a good position for them. And now 3P are starting to tread a little bit in the boots. They're starting to get a little bit nervous on this. And now they got to figure out what they want to do. They had some really nice mid takes going into B. That's kind of been their big plan, right? Their whole execution that they've been successful with is getting into that B site. Really, I feel like when they go for A, it seems like it's a complete lockdown. So do they want to experiment? Do they want to try this again? Maybe intend, they do a 3-2 split, getting up onto short, being able to go, triple down long. They do have to go against Min, and they also would have to go against BYK, but it just feels like they're kind of just focusing on one side of the map only. They've really just avoided A since they lost it so drastically in that first round from 999.
I haven't seen this scar on Pietro show up with too much just yet. I want to see if he can make it look like a strong weapon. Considering Creed's making the M14 look great, and we've seen the HK, that goes without saying. So let's see now, flying over toward A. Now we're going to be going actually back through middle. And now Creed knows what's going on, trying to run him down as we see that fast movement. And I'm actually able to get 2 somehow while leaping off the bridge, but Gainer responds. 2 great kills. Unfortunately for him, Chris is already in the action, ready and raring to go on that flank. It's an easy kill for him. Now Pietro needs to find a way to clutch with this scar. So pushing forward, hasn't got the bomb of course, which is no chance for a plant. 20 seconds as well. They're trying to isolate some duels, and he won't even be allowed to do that. Herd running in of course by Min. And 999 have suddenly turned it around and looks like they're in the ascendancy.
Yeah, they're starting to really cook with some premium gas here. This is really, really good to see for 999 anyways. I mean, they're being down 3-0, putting up 4 rounds in a row. Now they're really just starting to find them a little bit more of a stride on this. But 3P, like, again, this is a situation where I would have liked to see the timeout. I would have liked them to just kind of collect their thoughts a little bit. I know it's kind of limiting here with the one timeout, but I feel like right now it's getting out of control. Like you've essentially, it feels like they've kind of almost like lost this first half in some regard, because these rounds are just becoming more challenging for them, and they're not really making it that more competitive. So we need to see something different, and this is where, again, we question a lot of these newer teams that came into CFWL this season, what they're going to be able to bring on the BL side. And just waiting things out. Bomb's going to be actually dropped, so again, no commit on this. They're just hoping for something. 999's kind of, in the past, gifted them a couple free kills, but that's not going to be the case here. Now going to pull back from B main once again, just allowing a bit more control. That can be grabbed up for 3P, but really it's just a perfect setup. And now 3P, do they fall back into the same trap they did before?
That's a good question. That's why. Showing some presence. Creed's one once again just being a bit of a menace right now in this position, right? They're doing so much damage in this game at the moment. Look at his KD. 7,666. That's a lot of damage overall, obviously. So let's see if QJK can now hold the line over toward B. We are gravitating over a little bit here, PingPongPals. We've got utility coming through, and that will be telegraphed, so they're going to try and play ahead of that so they can go with the flash. It's going to work out for entry onto the site, but QJK needs to be found, and that wallbang will come through with the M4. Creeds will get his one elsewhere, though, and once again making the M14 look solid. Chris is here, ready to play on the box, ready to play offer timing with some util of his own, but not able to deny the plant. So that will come down, and now, finally they have enough plant to work with, but once again, they flank round. Creeds is going to find one. It has to be HTZ on the clutch. Oh, great reaction on Creeds. That's a stunning shot. Now BYK is forced to push him down. That's the wall bang of the TRG. Can he hit another one though? Oh, he can. Pulls up the secondary, and that is an amazing clutch to win for PingPongPals.
Yeah, that's wild. Like, you get to even see from the highlight here, like, it looked like it was all over, but, like, the fact of that spam kill, like, that is just madness. And that's exactly what we were saying. Like, look, like, HTZ was a huge player, a guy that's putting up big numbers on map number 1, and we didn't know if he was going to be able to put up some more efforts into this late into the series, but indeed he can, allowing this to be more of an interesting conversation down to the wire of a 4-4, and that engagement is going to go at the cost of Pietro and also Chris, so not going to be the best situation here for both these teams, but again, an even Stevens in terms of the man on the field, so now where does this thing go? A big round needed. Gainer's going to go down to the grave quickly. So that's one of the top fraggers here for 3P down as well. So things are looking a little bit more problematic here for the BL side to maybe close off this first half. But maybe they might be able to find an opening. There is only one player here at the A side. You still have the float of Min that's just kind of playing on the outskirts of GR spawn. But they're leaving that soul anchor in the tower. And now, is that going to be the plan for 3P? Do they really want to just try to put all the bodies to this and just see if they can overwhelm them?
Yeah, possible to call. As we kind of thought, right? We had a bit of a more of a lead for PingPongPals in map 1. Ended up 10-5. Map 2 was a bit closer for a little bit, but then again ended up in a 10-5. I think it's pretty clear that this one is likely going to be a closer match, closer map. As our decider. Min's on this angle. Oh, but he will get caught, and that is a way back in. Now a 3v3 once again. Looking to try and force their way all the way back through toward A now with 30 seconds in the round to go. Rotation here for 999 is good though. I think they know exactly what's going on. They're going to have a quick flank coming through from QJK already, and BYK has got his wall on the side. That is more than enough. You can now watch the ladder. HTC realizes he has to use a flash to even try and get up there, but QJK is already on that flank, and that was the biggest issue. They read that perfectly, and it will get them a lead on the half.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Whew, man. You know, is there, like, for me, like, I don't even know, like, I feel like both these teams are playing decent, but at the same time, it's just, it feels like it's so back and forth. I feel like 999 has just been playing the better game, in my opinion, so far on Port, like just by the slightest margin, too. It's not even, like, by a big one, but it feels like 3P now, like, they're playing a lot of catch-up. It feels like they either get themselves in a good lead, they fall off, and then they're kind of, you know, getting their head out of water a little bit, but nonetheless, 999 have put themselves in a position here where they've done decently well to get them in the lead. The question is now being on the BL side. That's where I've always raised a lot of my eyebrow on this, is how well they can bring the offense into a map like this, but we'll find out. Having Creeds on this roster will definitely make a difference because he's a guy that has called the shots before in his previous GB rosters. So it'll be nice for him to kind of give some secondary advice on this. So we'll see if that works out well for them. We're kind of having two main chefs on the floor.
Yeah, we shall see. Sometimes 2 is better than 1.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I agree. Just sometimes.
They're going to decide to push through here toward B main straight away, and Gainer, he's ready. And for once, he's got his light on. Usually I feel like he plays in the dark 99% of the time. Yeah, he always is. This time he wants a bit of a backdrop, and they're going to have to defend against this push in. Playing the corner, playing against the wall there with 2 teammates in HDZ and Pietro, of course, in play as well. They're going to have so many players. They've actually done well here at 999 to get the plant down and hopefully be able to fight for them, because there were just so many players ready to fight them, but even before the plant came through. But Min's doing everything. He's finding multi-kill on multi-kill, but so is Gainer.
What?
He's found 3. Maybe you should play with the light on more often. Now it's down to a 2v2. Eventually you'll get found, and HDZ needs to clutch 1v2. Unfortunately, very difficult to do. And you've got 2 players facing you. Somehow he's still alive. Do not ask me how. He's not even that low yet. But he will get found in the end by Creeds. It's a great round for 999.
Well, and like the thing is too is that he actually hit Creed through the blocks, but it just didn't do the full kill. It did a bunch of damage, but man, oh man, that's a chaotic round, because like Min's the one that's putting up like a double, if not a triple kill in that round, and then all of a sudden you see Gainer right here, like in the pit, he's just able to find 3 kills like that, and you're thinking, okay, maybe they got a chance, but just unfortunate, you know, HDZ couldn't find that shot, couldn't find that kill to make it to the 1v1, but 999, they scraped through on the on a knife's edge on this one, but they get themselves into a 6-4 position. Singular sniper for both these teams, just going to lock and load it. And Trav, did you say the TRG does the same amount of damage as the AUM, or is it less?
I think it's the same amount of damage, but slightly quicker draw and reload, ever so slightly, and you can actually hit a headshot through a wall with it and get a kill. I don't think the AUM can. That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told.
All right, well. We'll wait for
wrong.
Pando. He'll probably pop it in the chat here eventually. So.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Also has 5 more bullets, so in the clip.
That's always pretty nice too for the spam. Spamtastic. Well, no spamming here. It's going to be 3P finally getting themselves a massive quad kill across the board for a couple players. Double kill for LSY, double kill here for Pietro. Not bad at all. So they finally get themselves a round back on the board. So only a 1-round differential. Here we go. A little bit of an interesting take from 999. They were trying to creep through onto the side of mid there. You can see, but just gets a little bit of a backfire. Hits a bit of a barricade on this. So now Chris is going to push himself. I thought he was going to actually commit to a bit of a long swing on this. We have seen some teams actually just dry swing it at times to see if they can find the timing. Not going to be the case here. A little bit of nade damage. Nothing really too much to sweat about. You got a triple player from 3P playing on the bridge. So they're actually trying to spot. They might even try to crunch into mid. It's not bad at all. Double nades get thrown. Unfortunately, no connection really made. That could have been cheeky. It could have been some good damage, but unfortunately, the timing was just a little bit off. But I'm liking the variety now from 3P. This is where we're starting to see the motor is finally warming up a little bit. Things are starting to get a little bit more emotion. So this is a nice thing to see. They're starting to be active. Big patient round here, waiting things out.
Big round as well, at 6-5.
Yeah, it is. Oh, they're just going to do the same thing again. They're going to go for the BXQ one more time. Oh, dear.
Here we go.
Pietro. Oh, it's Gainer, actually. Oh, Pietro. So close. Well, nonetheless, there's still 45 seconds remaining on this. Everybody's just kind of playing this very, very passive for this kind of a fight, which is so funny. There's so much patience on this, and nobody's really making the move yet. Gainer just trying to see if he can get the jump spot. Not able to get it. Now 3P finally going to be able to find that double kill, and now the bomb's down. So BYK by himself with just less than 30 seconds here. A 1-on-4. You know, Trav, not looking great unless they're going to feed him one by one. Okay, I was getting a little nervous there, but okay. At least for that sake, it's going to be another round, and I believe, if my eyes are correct, we're going to be back into a tie game.
It's first few, I mean, that there from Chris, right? First proper whiff I've really seen from him. Like, that was a little bit messy. And overall, their PingPongPals took advantage of that very quickly. We've got the Orm and the TRG out in this round, but we're not going to see much of either. Pietro and Gainer have held down the line in ridiculous fashion. 999 try and go for one of these pacey rounds, and they go into an absolute meat grinder.
Yeah, feels like when they try to do this, like this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is at least the second time, if not the third, where they try to get a little bit more aggressive in B main, and it's like LSY and Pietro that just kind of like, you know, find some big kills and stuff like that. So yeah, not bad at all. I mean, again, I like that 999 are trying to change the tempo a little bit because it feels like they're just kind of playing the same. But now it's really 3P that are kind of doing it here too, because now they're starting to win some opening engagements. Now they're starting to take these rounds a little bit more convincingly. So even HTZ finding that duel against QJK is a massive pickup here. So that's not bad at all. And putting them in a 5-man advantage here on the 4. So 999 are going to have to dig a little bit deeper in the sense that they have to find a kill. They need to be able to equalize. That's going to be so important on this. But you have double snipers here for 3P, so they're locked and loaded, and that can be a very dangerous recipe on this. And Creed's like, an M14 is definitely scary, like you said, but I feel like a map like this, he has to get a little bit closer to really activate that gun. That's a cheeky shot right there from BYK.
That was clean. Into a 4v4 straight away. And yeah, as I said, I just felt like PingPongPals had an acceptable first half. Now going onto the global risk side, of course, now in a feel like a slightly more comfortable position. Pietro needs his one though and won't get his one. This will run him down. Now Gainer has to stand tall, but again, only one for him. So they've managed to break through that split on toward B. They've got a 3v2 in the after plant. I think this one shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, there's a lot to ask for here for HTZ and LSY, but no more utility either, so this is going to be a straight gunfight into this one. Is Min really going to go for the jump on this? Surely not, no. Okay, no, he's going to post up. He's going to play this nicely. A nice little cheeky boost on it. A little bit of an off angle. It actually doesn't work out for him. LSY! Oh my goodness! He's able to find this double. So now turning things interestingly into the 1v1. Creed's in a prime position here. He's got 10 seconds. He just has to burn. He just has to stay alive. And you know what? He's going to get the spam kill right through the little crack of the window. Not bad at all. But man, LSY almost brought that back here for 3P. But we go again, Trav. We go again.
We go again, baby. Good job, Creed's. Standing his ground there. What was a bit of a nervy situation, obviously, considering he'd just been taken down to a 1v1 when it didn't feel like it was possible or even probable. TRG for HTZ. Lots of 3-letter things, I've got to say, in this broadcast. Aliases, weapons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players on the server with 3-letter names.
Yep. It's pretty funny, actually.
QJK is a tough one to say quickly in a play-by-play.
It is a tough one to say. Yeah, I always feel like, you know, I thought it was a me thing. I was like, man, this is like not the easiest name to say. That I always like feel like I'm stuttering a little bit, and then I'm like, oh, okay, you just gotta get the first letter done. There, you're good. But either way, I agree. It's pretty funny how a lot of players have 3-letter names. It's quite a few, actually. Oh, thought LSY maybe surely could have caught that, maybe a leg, but a little too slow. HGZ, peekaboo, there he is. Just waits nicely. And look at how, again, look at how, like, easy they just shut this down. Like, this is what's been so interesting, is we have these rounds that turn into these, like, 1v1s or these 2v2s, or we just see, like, 3P just lock it down. Like, they're, like, slamming the door in their face, and they're like, no, you shall not enter. You will not be here. So it's such a mixed bag, but it's made things so interesting as the third and deciding map here for the first series of the day.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of gone down exactly as we thought, right? 2 map picks coming through relatively comfortably, and now a close map 3. Impossible to call. Tech pause, unfortunately, for 3P here.
I just saw that. I was like, oh, no.
Not a good time for it.
Not the best time. Especially winning a round like that. You know, shutting things down. Is it Gainer? I mean, his screen's black, so I wonder if he disappeared. Goodbye, Gainer. Well, nonetheless, Jeff. I mean, honestly, some really good highlights here from both these teams, right? Like we said, this has been such a back and forth encounter, and it feels like, 3P, a team that, I always kind of felt like for them, just looking at this roster and looking at the history books, it's like, look, GR side probably going to be the better side for a team like this, or should be. Panning out, that's kind of the case here so far in Port, where they put up some really dominant performances where they can just shut rounds down quickly, or they've even come close to winning some clutches, things like that. But this is still, again, for a team like 999 that, in the previous season, let's not forget, they were dead last. Like, they were a team that could not get the wins. They really struggled, and they're competing. Like, they are making this very, very interesting. So you love to see it, because I know you've been able to watch a lot more games than I have so far in the season, but the fact that they're, pushing teams, to 3-map series, like I think at the very beginning of the season, it was like Swamp, where all those games are relatively close. They were able to, go a 3-map series with ROC, even though I know they got blown out in the last one, but those are still really promising things. So that's where there was a lot of question marks for me when I was seeing these roster changes, but this first matchup of the day like this has been really fun to see, because these were the two teams that I think a lot of people were wondering, like, what are we going to get out of them?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's been made this season pretty fascinating, actually, right? I mean, with GV imploding, we've got those players kind of slotted into 3 or 4 separate teams in the league, and of course now 999 full German team again, so it's... Yeah, I think that has made one of the most interesting seasons for the CFWL, with just the difference in changes of rosters, and some rosters that have been together for quite a while, like the the Unknights team switching to InnerCircle org wise, and then moving past the Pietro org era as well. So yeah, lots of interesting changes overall. Now you throw in this crazy meta change with all the weapons too, and suddenly it almost feels like a complete unknown. But let's see. We've got a quick recovery here into a 4v4. We're back underway after the tech pause. And 8-7 for PingPongPals. Looking to try and close this one out now. But they are not letting it be easy, our 999. By any stretch of the imagination. MKZ, okay angle. But he could have more than a few players on his screen in front of him if he's not prepared. So he'll fall back and play a different one. Play with his teammate. Good nade. Tags Creed's down low.
That's a great nade. Mm-hmm. That's the thing we've seen a lot in this game too, is like a lot of teams are throwing these really good nades, but the timing's always just been a little bit off. But in this case, good damage that's going to get inflicted here against Creed. So MKZ in a good position here, but again, in that position where if he can get that kill, fall back, best case scenario, right? Like if he can find this kill against Creeds and then he can just retreat to join his comrade, that's going to be important. But even a big flank right now from Gainer, he's already pushed all the way through B. So now 3P are fully aware that 999 are putting probably a lot more presence into mid. They're going to try to maybe go for a bit of a crunch into A, but Pietro has other things in plan, and MKZ might not get the kill, but he does a little bit more damage. That might be able to just hold him a little bit longer. Gainer now with the big flank should be able to get the job done, and there we go. 3P, lock it down. Comes down with just 2 players remaining, but honestly, that was a really good play from them, and honestly, Gainer was a pretty big highlight for me in terms of just getting some really good intel.
Yeah, true. Once again, Gainer just making the right moves in the map, right? It's not just his plain individual ability, it's also his ability to gauge the gaps and fill the gaps when necessary, and get these cheeky flanks in. He does go very aggressive early round usually, as you can see again here. He is very cheeky when it comes to those sort of decision-making situations. Only one back here for PingPongPals, so 9-7, but could still be a chance as HDZ recovers, removes Creeds from the round. So a chance here maybe to win this game here and now. And yes, QJK can't finish him off. Suddenly it's back into a slight advantage for PingPongPals and MKZ. Is Chris aware that he's behind that box? I think he's seen him. Yes, he has. And that's a good kill to take. Back into a 2v2 once again. BYK has spotted 1, maybe 2 players, but he can't get the one that was necessary. And that's why we'll push him out of the round. Is it all down to Chris to win a 1v2? And the thing is, it is very, very doable. HDZ and SY aren't exactly healthy. They're both walking wounded a bit, and Chris is full health. 100 HP with the M4. Bomb now planted, but double flank from PingPongPals. Is that going to be enough to close out this game here and now? Chris looking to reposition. They spotted him out. In comes the spray. It's very whiffy with this M14, and they're going to get punished for it. Oh. They're not able to get it over the line.
Oh, no. I was just thinking an opportunity for 3P to break the law. You know, Trav's law. I was thinking they were going to be able to get it done, but they just couldn't. They just kind of fumble it and allow Chris to get himself in a position where I thought he was a dead man. He was completely exposed. I thought the double flank was going to work out. They had the number advantage. I thought they could go for the swing together, but just that bit of a split-second difference. The first player went first. His teammate didn't really commit the second time. Like, he kind of took a second or two to swing out too. That just allowed Chris to be in that position, but oh boy. A round that theoretically should have gone for 3P to get the job done is now a lot of questions onto this for potential overtime or maybe the 10-8 to get the deal done. But now 3P gonna have to make sure they don't get frustrated on that one. Don't take it too much with sorrow. They have to figure out what they can do differently. You can already see 999. They're actually putting a two-man little bit of an army here down long, and now 3P finally starting to accelerate on some kills. Things are starting to look a lot better on this. A 3-on-2 now in the advantage of 3P. But we've seen them in the advantage before, and it's fumbled quickly. But now 999, they still have plenty of time they can work with. They have a full health pretty much for Creeds. BYK now going to be picking up the rifle. Some utility available for Creeds as well. This is not a bad position to be in, but they need to make sure that BYK can stay alive. He cannot sacrifice his life. He has to make sure that he can assist Creeds in some sort of fashion here.
Oh, the drop, of course, into this position into HDZ. There's a chance that he can close it out here and now, but 16 HP is having to play it so defensive like this, obviously. Jiggle with the headshot angle, but he's helped out by MKZ. Creeds now has to win another clutch for his team to stay alive in this BO3 with the M4. Got the C4, obviously, but he's looking to try and find a duel, trying to find a kill to make this clutch a bit easier before he commits to playing an afterplant. Usually that's the best way of going about it. Might even decide to go all the way through, but even though he finds one, he was never going to get another. And a good reaction there from Pietro, not just in the server, but also out of the server. His PingPongPals are able to get this one over the line.
Yeah, they get it done, honestly, and, you know, a little bit of a sigh of relief here, I think, because it felt like it was a bit grueling. It felt like a lot of back and forth, and it really was a ping-pong match. But honestly, they get it done. So now, you know, putting themselves in a position where we were talking about a lot about them being, you know, at a placement of 1 to 3. Now they're going to be able to have themselves a second win. So that actually really could catapult them here in terms of the rankings right now, which is a really cool thing to see. But thankfully for PingPongPals, you know, for any fans for them, they get themselves at that last place. A little bit of a placement right now, and they get themselves moved up the ranks nicely. So, but still a very competitive game. I'm still really happy to see what 999's been able to bring to the table. I think there's just a couple things we have to see a little bit differently from them, and that's where I think the roles just have to a little bit more time to get themselves better.
Exactly right. I think again, neither team have done themselves a disservice in this series. I think, you know, fair play to both. So. PingPongPals will be delighted, though, as you say, keeping the sort of middle ground of this league table very, very tight, very, very hard to predict. They'll get another win under their belts, and we'll throw it over to the desk to talk about how they did that.
PingPongPals with such an important win, they managed to close out the series that we predicted that it was a very close game, and it was indeed.
Yeah, man, it's as if it was scripted, no? As if the whole series is scripted. I mean, the first game goes to team 3P. Moving on to the second game, it's 999, and the maps. 3P chose one map, Black Widow, and they got the win on it. And 999 chose another map, which is Anchor, and they did manage to get the win on it. Now, we go to the final boss, which is the decider map, exactly, fourth. Starting with back and forth, but in the early game it was a one-sided game a bit for 3P, controlling the momentum of the game, especially while playing on the GR side. Moving now to the PL side, once it was 3-1, as we can see in the highlights, it started to be only back and forth. I think the gap on the score was not more than 2 or 3 rounds within the two teams, whether it was 3P or 999. And one of the key players that needs to be mentioned from both teams from Triple Nine is Man. Mention Man is just another type of beast with 12 kills and only 12 rounds, and he was annihilating, man. He was everywhere within the map, moving from A side to B side. I remember on round 12 from him when it was 6-6, he shined in a absolute fashion, if I'm being honest. And from 3P, HDZ, man, again with the sniper, shines all over the place. Keep in mind, Julio, it became at some point a race of momentum, a race of stamina, who got the longest breath of the two teams, because in a game that is going back and forth, you don't want the game to reach overtime, especially when the 10 players are shining, and that you can judge from a KDA's perspective. Gainer with 1.31, HDZ with 1.67, and HDZ is one of the players that got 3P this win, because without him, he played 3 maps. The 3 maps he's shining. Either he lose or he win. All 3 maps he was playing insanely good, honestly. 1.65 KDA, it's just horrific to say the least, and it's terrifying to play against.
100%, and he's the MVP indeed of this series, and like you said, he's a key player, and we saw this in the game, right? Like in the first map, he was just a beast. In map 2, he struggled a bit, and this is where PingPongPals felt like they are a bit shaky in map 2, but like in map 3, he came back with a lot of clutches, a lot of big plays.
That is true.
And he managed to close out the series for PingPongPals. All of them, to be honest, they played really well. But HDZ specifically, from my perspective, he was just on another level. And on the other side as well, I want to like praise Creeds. He had a very good series as well.
I mean, you love yourself to see a player that is just consistent with it. Yeah, most of the players just good map, bad map. Maybe I have a presence on some of the rounds, but most rounds I'm not playing in my fullest potential. But for HDZ, it's a sniper gameplay and a consistent pain for the other team, and that's what HDZ did. Pressuring the other team, pressuring 3P, pressuring Triple Nine all over the place. His presence was terrifying from Team Triple Nine, and Mention and the other boys could not take it. I think the game ending with a 2-gap score, 2 rounds, it was just hard for the boys to come back. Honestly, at some point, I think you, the audience, did predict an overtime here, but HDZ had a different opinion in the
100%. He had an amazing series, and that's why we have him in the interview. So let's talk to HDZ after such an amazing win. How are you feeling, HDZ, after such an important win for you guys? You are in a better let's say, place in the standings right now. How do you feel?
I mean, I feel good. It was a really close match.
I cannot hear HDZ. If I'm not wrong, maybe you're muted. Maybe.
I mean, I'd be muted if I went to.
Yeah, I mean, he had an amazing series, so like,
I'll let my reactions.
He said everything in the game. Okay, I think we can hear him now.
Hello. So
it's
really good. Finally, we got a win.
Yeah.
Like we had really a lot of close matches.
True.
And we are happy to come up on top on this one. Yeah.
100%. And I want to ask you a question, because like we saw this in game 2 and game 3. Every time you guys have a pause, you come back in a very different shape. You come back in a very strong shape. So what's the secret behind these pauses? Like what happens in these pauses that give you guys the momentum back?
I mean, we just try our best, like to, like, for example, for me, I just like to have a snack during the pause and just gain some energy back, basically. And then hype our team up. So we just try to play better,
100%, and it's working. And I want to ask you as well about the new meta, the new weapons. What do you think about the new weapons and the meta shifts, and does it help you as a team?
I mean, I think it's pretty good, because I really enjoy the new sniper, TRG. And I think it's also like a challenge for like the whole league to like have something new, to like improve and try like new things.
Yeah, 100%. And you made the amazing clutches with the new
Yeah,
sniper.
you
As
sure
well.
did.
Amazing
Yeah.
performance. Do you have
Thank
any last words to your fans, to the PingPongPals fans in general?
I mean, I'm not sure if we have a lot of fans, but thank you.
You
I'm
do,
a
man.
fan,
You
I'm
do.
a
You
fan.
do. We are two of them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for supporting us. We'll try our best again tomorrow, and we'll see. We'll try to win again.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
once
you,
again,
yeah.
HZ. Congrats on the win and best of luck.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Man,
Such a humble guy.
yeah, no, overly humble
Yeah.
because, man, extra humble here.
Yeah.
You do have fans, two of them.
Yeah, 100%.
So if you want to send your jerseys, so
I would
we
gladly
would be, yeah, I'd gladly take it. Anyways, moving forward to the next series, Julio, after a interesting win yesterday, InnerCircle and Swamp Gaming come back to it. So. InnerCircle did struggle against 999. That was unexpected from 999 to win against InnerCircle. And from another universe, Swamp Gaming did destroy Anubis.
100%. And these two teams are one of the two teams in the top 4 in the brackets right now, right? So we expect to see a very close match. Expect to see an interesting performance from both teams. And like you said, it was a bit of a struggle for the InnerCircle against 999 indeed. And to come back from this struggle, they need to show a statement today. And the roster in front of us: Jinzer, Alucard, Beck, Kiko, and Awesome. It's a very, very strong roster indeed. What do you think?
I couldn't agree more. I mean, InnerCircle, we did see them in the season 1, and let me tell you something, man.
Yeah.
These guys are terrifying. Kiko, Alucard, especially Alucard with his sniper gameplay. Scary sniper gameplay on that individual, and same goes for Jinzer. The guy was insane and still insane. Anyways, I think that covers the first team, the team that did surprise us with their loss. Surprises does not end here, because Swamp Gaming did also surprise us with a win against Anubis, famous with his famous playstyle with the new weapon. HZZ, Snux, Josh, and Kais, and of course the new team, the Swamp Gaming, the legends that needs another win in their note.
Yeah, and like Famous said yesterday, the meta is... he likes the meta a lot. He likes the new weapon. He said, like, HK is my new weapon, baby, right? Like, he likes the meta shifts.
Understandable.
He's the key player as well from for this game. On the other side, Jin as well. Such amazing KDs, such amazing stats, to say the least. And for me, like the win against Anubis, it was very, very convincing. I mean, at least from map 1, right, in sub-base, it went 10-2. So this team is really, really strong.
I mean, you're playing against, I mean, I couldn't say one of the weaker teams, especially after the loss against 999. Weak and weak and InnerCircle, they just don't, you know, they don't fit. They do not connect the two words.
9-5-9-5.
Exactly. So I wouldn't say they did technically lose. But anyways, Famous and Jinzer, the two key players, man, are just looking terrifying here, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is going to be a 3 games scenario. Just can't get anywhere but this with how we saw the roster. Forget about the last games. I'm speaking from Season 1, Season 2 perspective. Both teams were just scary to see. And if anything, maps, individuals, it won't matter, because whatever maps and whatever individuals, it will be close.
100%. And let's talk about the maps. Like, what do you think about the map selection for these two teams?
I think we would see sub-base, actually. I think we would see sub-base. I think we would see compound. The decider, we might... hey, I'm going to tell you this from now. New Mexico is banned.
Okay, let's see if
that's every day. It's not a prediction.
Let's see if this is the case.
That's an everyday thing.
Map, we have New Mexico sub-base banned by InnerCircle. I mean, it has to be, right? They won 10-2 against Anubis.
Exactly, so that's why. Blackwood on compound, I did predict this. Both maps are just there. And Ankara, seeing Ankara again after being backed by 999, we're seeing it, but from another team, which is InnerCircle. I mean, look, Ankara, better of a default map, three default maps, if you ask me, whether it was Compound and or Black Widow. Same for Ankara. I think it all comes down for the individuals, how the boys are feeling themselves. Did they get enough sleep? Did they eat well? That's what it comes for, because the fourth are playing against the third, just going 3-map way. I can't see it but this way.
Yeah, I mean, even HDZ told you, like, I just need to get my snack and everything is gonna be alright. So maybe this is the case.
We need to know
everyone.
what kind of snack that HDZ take.
100%. And speaking about this game specifically, like InnerCircle are starting on the Goberist side in Ankara, and we know that it's maybe a favorite for the Blacklist side. So, what do you think about the start of this series? Who do you think might have an advantage in this?
I mean, you can take a head start, but keep in mind that the head start will be for the map chooser, and that's going to be InnerCircle. And when you do choose the map, you do get this head start, whether you start on a GR or a BL side, it's corners. But speaking from a neutral side, maps do not make the biggest difference, especially that the maps are a bit of a default map. We don't see Mexico, we're not seeing Port and such maps that, okay, it's a bit interesting to see. So I think, personally, first map is going to go for the InnerCircle.
Okay, I mean, InnerCircle got, let's say, caught off guard with the meta, with the new weapons, with everything that happened yesterday. After
I hope famous surprises, man.
Yeah, I hope so. Let's see if this is the case. InnerCircle versus Swamp Gaming, Game 1. Les and Trav, take the mic.
And yeah, I'm actually really excited for this one because Swamp are looking revitalized, with Famous having his beloved HK back in the server and looking like he can face anyone and kill anyone. But I think InnerCircle are also in a place where they're in a bit of trouble. Like, they've not had an easy run thing in any matchup so far this season. They've got some wins, but losing maps which you maybe not expect them to lose. So, especially after yesterday, losing 2-0 from being 9-5 up twice, that was kind of disgusting for them. They needed to bounce back today, and there's going to be no mean feat, no easy feat against Swamp Gaming for sure.
Yeah, it's really odd. Like, again, like looking at a team like InnerCircle, like they previously known as Unknights, obviously for people that maybe don't know, but yeah, just picked up on a new org. They had the addition, with getting Awesome, and then like I talked about earlier in this series where they got rid of Pietro, which was a huge deal. Like, he was part of this team for quite some time that I could remember for. So I was looking forward to this. Like, I thought Awesome was definitely somebody on the GV team that I felt like he was really the strong performer, in my opinion. Like, him and Snox were kind of those two guys that I was like, okay, like these guys really should get picked up from other teams. They're definitely some really good prospects. And funny enough, you see Snox he's over here on the other side. So it's a really cool matchup because I think Swamp have some really good talented players. I think it's just a matter of like, some of the players being in NA and kind of all over the place. That makes things a little bit more difficult at times, but yeah, InnerCircle seems like I don't know if they have a lot of expectations. I kind of feel like maybe this is a Laz law. This is where we will use my law, is that I feel like a lot of teams that get picked up from an org, I always kind of feel like there's like this weird little bit of a lull where they don't really meet instant expectations at times. Like, I've noticed this in the CrossFire community, like some of these teams that got picked up, it feels like they kind of had a really slow start, but then all of a sudden they kind of picked it right back up. So not the strongest law, but it's definitely something I've noticed. So maybe they're just getting a little bit nervous and they're putting way more pressure on themselves than normal. But regardless, I'm definitely looking forward to this one because it's good to see some NA folks back in Swamp Gaming.
Exactly right. And I believe we're playing on the EU server to begin, right? So, looking forward to seeing if they're able to deliver like we saw yesterday, and if there is going to be a counter from InnerCircle after a day's play. They've done some testing, figuring out what weapons they love the most. See if they want to maybe match Famous on the HK farming, but we shall see. It's not all Famous, obviously. I mean, I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Kai's. He was looking really good alongside Snox yesterday too. I think every single player stepped up when necessary, when they had to, and they won that first map, I believe, 10-2 on the EU server. So that doesn't matter to them, it feels like.
That's nuts. That is absolutely nuts, though. Like, that is something I never would have put on my bingo card ever, is them putting up a massive scoreline like that on an EU server, because there is a couple NA guys on this team, like I said. So the fact that, they can actually put up a 10-2 like that is just nuts. But look, we're going to go into it. We're right back into Ankara. And now the first map here, which is going to be picked here from InnerCircle. But We'll have to see. This is where, again, like Famous is, like you said, it's not just the Famous show, but he's definitely one of those like highlight players that you know he can bring a lot of heat to the table. So that's where we're going to be wondering what kind of meal he's going to serve here, if it's going to be hot or if it's going to be cold.
We shall see. Ankara to start between these two. I think there's one thing that I noticed straight away already is that Kiko and Awesome have moved over to the M14, already liking what they've seen from it from a couple of other players that have played it not just today, but also yesterday too. So see what they've learnt from that. See if they put any practice in with it. See what they look like with it.
Yes, I think a map like this is definitely a good thing, especially on the GR side to use it, because again, like you can have a lot of close encounters. You have the 35 bullets, fast fire rate, like you said. It's going to make things a lot better. Now the execute's coming through, so this is where we're going to see if that theory's tested. But oh, Kiko's gone. Head's going to be removed, and now Jin has to be able to pop off here. He gets the bomb down, not bad at all, so he's been spotted. Now he's just jump spotting, catches Famous at the perfect time. I thought he was a dead man for sure, but now at least the fact that he can find this double kill, that's going to add a little bit of time here for In Control, but you can see the bomb. It's actually rotated all the way over, and things are now making things a little bit harder now because Kais makes a good connection on this, leaving it to Alucard and Beck. They're the last two players remaining on this. They got the or they got the TRG, they got the AK in hand, but they got themselves a problem. They got some utility in front of them, and Alucard now has to kind of just go for some random pre-fire and hope that he's going to be able to make the shot. Beck has to be the playmaker, finds himself the first. Kais will finally put him down. All of a sudden, this thing is just going a little bit of a ring around the rosy, and now they're going for the 1v1, and just you can see Kai's burning the clock, and there we go. They will be able to get that opening round, but man, oh man, what a bar burner to start things off.
Very, very back and forth there, and Kai's will stand tall. He was incredibly good in the clutch, right? It was Famous who's been playing on the front line pretty much every single situation for Swamp. Like, he was never really in a clutch, Famous, for example. He was playing aggressive, playing at first point of contact. And it was Kais who was excellent in the clutch moments as well. So keep an eye on that as we go through this series.
Well, one thing that's interesting, Trav, is there's a lot longer names on this one, so a lot of 4-letter names, if you will. So, not 3 letters. Things have changed. So that's nice. But what are we going to see from Swamp? They get themselves a good clutch here to get the first opening rounds. And that's what I was kind of wondering, too, if teams were kind of, you know, maybe overlook Swamp a little bit. Because we know, like, in their past little bit of run in CFWL, it wasn't really the greatest showing. They had some kind of funny upsets a little bit, some, you know, series wins or map wins they got, but it kind of felt like they were a team that unfortunately was kind of on the bottom scale of the leaderboard at times. But that might be an advantage here where, you know, Swamp could actually really just be the underdog story and kind of upset people. They know these players are good. I think it's just that ping difference can be a bit of a problem, but InnerCircle, we'll see if they give a lot of respect, or we'll see how this goes. But still, with 50 seconds remaining, now we're going to see Swamp getting a little bit more active. Alucard actually missing that engagement, so now HCZ gets that first kill, gets a little bit of taste of blood onto this, so now In Control. They've lost control of this site for the time being. Plant's going to get done, so now it's down to the 4-on-4.
Yeah, and this retake's not going to be easy. Famous already trying to deal with Kiko before they even get anywhere near the site here. Making a little bit of noise, however, though. He's going to get caught off by Kiko, wandering into the open a little bit. So it's going to be difficult now for Josh, Kais, and Snox on site. But the clock is in their favour. They're not really close just yet. And Josh will manage to hold the line for one, but there goes Snox, there goes Kais. Now Josh has to do it all alone. They now know where he is. He's found Alucard bow, and now the defuse is coming through. Can he get anywhere near it in time? The answer's no. Good cover, good teamwork for InnerCircle, and they are going to get on the board early here.
I don't think I asked you this, Trav, but like in this matchup, was there kind of your prediction, the Trav prediction? Like, what are you thinking for this one?
There's a strong part of me that wants to call Swamp win the game. Purely because of what I saw yesterday, purely because of Famous's form, purely because of InnerCircle's form. Like, those 3 factors. But We know the value that InnerCircle have. We know the power that they have. They've been consistent playoff players in this league for years, seasons on end. 2 years straight, pretty much. So, yeah, I think it would be a shock if they... It would still be a relative shock if they don't win. But just with current meta switch, current form, I had a feeling Swamp could win this one.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, no bias for me, but I was putting Swamp on this only because I do think there's some really cool players on the roster as well. And again, I think it'll be a close encounter for sure. But like you said, it was kind of interesting to see a little bit of what Swamp had been able to do, and InnerCircle kind of having a weird little bit of a start of the season. Ooh, famous. You got to turn your back. Why is he not turning his back? And I don't know, the communication's just not quite there. Completely just gives it up, and now Beck just gets gifted a triple kill out of nowhere. So InnerCircle really pushing some boundaries here, and that's a huge mistake from Swamp, like a huge miscommunication. And now HDZ sure gets a nice little taparino, one tap to the dome for Beck, but now this is asking a whole heck of a lot here for a 2-on-4. They still have to go pick up the C4. They have to figure out what to do with this. You have a triple player setup on A. Now Snox has to be able to find this kill. He has to take down his former teamate. Oh, and he does! Wow. Okay, he goes for the Ferrari swing. Why not? Things are getting a little bit interesting here, Trav. This is getting chaotic. And InnerCircle, what are they doing? They're just throwing this round away. It's all down to Alucard. How are we in this position?
Oh my word, that is crazy. And now they spotted him out as well. They know exactly where he's coming from. What a recovery. Playing way too on the front line there in InnerCircle. They could have just sat back and won this round 6 out of the 7 days of the week. As it is now, Alucard's going to get wall banged down by Snox through the box. Crazy round to win. And they'll be delighted to punish InnerCircle early. This is what I was saying, right? I mean, they get in these positions in InnerCircle, but a lot of the time you just don't feel confident in them because they make these errors. These are errors we haven't seen from past InnerCircle matches and seasons.
Yeah, this is... that I don't even understand. Like, I had to collect my thoughts there because that was just such a throw of a round. Like, you're up like a 4-on-2 and everybody's just going for these weird 1-on-1 peaks. And I don't know if that's, again, like the overlooking and the ego gets a little bit in your way because Kiko kind of dropped out of event. He's trying to go for a weird fight. Like, there was no support at all. So that it's a big point you bring up is like looking at the form of InnerCircle, and already now, I mean, we're going into the 4th round. Like, it's very questionable. There's some weird decision-making happening right now. I don't know if they're having a bit of a identity crisis or something to figure out their style and how they want to play, but that is just something you cannot do at a high level here, especially if you're trying to get yourself, you know, in the contention here for making it to the World Cup and things like that, and to push yourself into further boundaries of playoffs, things like that. So Swamp now going to take full advantage. Kiko, again, just overexposed, and look at this. It's a double kill from Swamp. They get through the mucky waters, and they get themselves right back into the safe site. So now, you can see InnerCircle, they're just going to get pushed with utility. The bomb's going to go down easily. But now what do we see here for the retake? This is where, I mean, there's some utility available, but this is not an easy map to retake on. And even Famous hunting for some kills is going to make things even more problematic.
Yeah, I mean, another round that's gone away from InnerCircle that looks like it could snowball a little bit into the following. Famous with his first kill of the game. Josh will manage to deal with Alucard and finished off by Snox. Very nice. Very comfortable. And, yeah, Beck might have had a great start so far, leading in the server for InnerCircle, but not giving his team more than that one round. Looks like we're going for a bit more of a push in mid here, a little bit of a glance, but nothing too much more than that. Preparing outside A and playing a bit further forward, as we can see here in InnerCircle, trying to get Alucard into the mix. We know how good he can be, but he's just been a little bit mid by his high standards so far this season, and there we go. That is what we want to see. Good shot on Famous, stopping his advance. Early 5v4.
Yeah, it's good to see like Alucard getting a little bit more active. He's, you know, being a bit more aggressive, because I've always kind of put him as like a very conservative like on player, or like a sniper, where he like plays a lot of angles and holds the tight angles, wait things out. He's not a guy that always goes for an aggressive kill. Like he will at times, but just not comparable to people like HDZ, you know, or anybody like that, where they're ultra aggressive and just hungry for a duel. So the fact that Alucard like gets a little bit you know, a little bit more adventurous is good because, I mean, it costs him some HP, but at least he gets him a duel. Now we're starting to see InnerCircle finally winning a couple of these fights 1 by 1. So not bad at all. So Josh and Famous have been able to hit the grave on this. So now InnerCircle in a prime position here with a 5-on-3 to put themselves in a round win, unless we see something what we saw in the second round where they just fly out of the car and just, you know, give up a round some way and somehow. But this is a good moment for them. Still 50 seconds remaining on the clock. C4 has to get picked up here from Swamp. And they haven't made a decision on this. You can see Snox is just looking for kills. He gets a spam kill, takes down Kiko convincingly. So this is where I get a little bit nervous here, Trav.
Oh, Kai's is just going to be able to make his way through that. That was pretty tight. Able to get away on 19 HP. Keeps him in the conversation of the round just because the bomb is still miles away. Actually, this could be a chance. We see on the map there for Snox to find one. There we go. Jin went hunting with 20 seconds to go because the bomb is still miles away from the site. You can understand why he went pushing there, thinking they were already very focused over toward B, but Beck might be the deciding factor here, trying to lead by example. Is delaying this clock so much. How do they even get the bomb planted safely? I don't even think it's possible. He just needs to hide. Have they found him? They haven't. They've got no idea until the last second where he is. And with 1 second on the clock, I'm pretty sure Swamp got that over the line. Yes, they did. That is crazy.
Oy.
Beck's reposition there was brilliant. But as soon as they found it, fair play to Swamp for realizing it very quickly and getting that trade kill.
Yeah, that was honestly a really good attempt from Beck. I like the idea that he was repositioning, like you said. That was really perfect because he was just hoping he was going to be able to burn the time as much as possible. But man, oh man, Swamp just on the skin of their teeth, they're able to find that. So boy, oh boy, this is tough because I'm imagining right now we're in a timeout that's going to be commenced here for InnerCircle just because things are just not looking great right now. Things are starting to... Like, some rounds are getting close, sure, but also, like, again, they've really given up some opportunity to get themselves in a competitive fashion, so this is just so odd to see from a team like this, but a lot of conversation. You can see Beck, you know, the IGL, he's kind of figuring out what they need to do a little bit differently. This is a team that I feel like notoriously, when they have these timeouts, they have done really, really well. Like, whatever pep talk that Beck brings to the table, it always seems to do some kind of magic, but
yeah,
we'll see if that's the case here, but... Man, Swamp have really caused a good upset so far in this position. They're looking pretty cool, calm, and collected.
Yep, pretty good so far. Even Famous's cat wants a front row seat in the back there for a split second. Climbing down the cat tower. We saw that during the mid-round. Not the first pet we've seen on stream. I think it was 40 last season who had... a cat run over his keyboard at one of the points of the round.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah, it definitely was. I'm glad you remember that. Because it's always one of those funny things you just think about. In the past season, you're like, yeah, 40 with his cat. Like, that was a thing. It was always the best known, one of the best known for us for sure. I was like, oh, 40. This is great. A lot of you know, some of the, you know, you made a funny comment earlier about Gainer. He likes to play in the dark. You know, I feel like we've talked about this maybe, but I know some of these players really do. Like even Alucard looks like he's doing the same thing, but it's like I don't know about you, Trav, but there's absolutely no way I can play in the dark. Like, I mean, I'm pretty old now, so I mean, I think my old eyes just couldn't handle it. But I mean, even when I used to play like competitively, there was just no way I was ever playing in the dark. I always felt like it just never felt comfortable at all.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're watching a movie like at night, want to stay chill, then sure, that's fine by me. Any TV show or whatever. But playing games, I've nearly always had my light on throughout my entire life. I think there is the argument of eye strain. I think you are right on that one, but yeah, I mean, my lighting in my room isn't as good as it once used to be, I will say. So I'll have to get that figured out at some point, maybe. But yeah, I think if you've got the opportunity to have a light in your room that doesn't have like glare on the monitor, then I would say then it's fine. Because obviously some players play with their curtains open, as you can see there. That would obviously give glare on the monitor if it's at the wrong angle. But as you can see for Kais and Snox, that's not the case. So
yeah. Well, I like that. Mad respect for Kaz. He's suited up. He's got the jersey on. He's trying to represent the brand. I like that. Wish Famous would have followed suit, but that's okay. You know, Famous just trying to be stylish as he normally is. But I don't think the rest of these guys have jerseys. I think Josh, maybe Josh actually might, but either way, it's good to see a little bit of the colors there. I'm actually kind of curious for InnerCircle with them being signed to a new org, what their jersey is going to look like. We'll have to see.
True. I think, of course, we're aware, a little bit aware of InnerCircle when it comes to them being an org due to their Counter-Strike team, obviously, with some pretty well-known players on that team in other esports. Not that they're doing a huge amount right now in the scene, but to be fair to them, they're not actually anywhere near the top of the game, but still, worth mentioning, they are housing some well-known names. But it's a 4-1 start for Swamp. Winning a couple of the rounds they probably shouldn't have won. And InnerCircle once again fumbling a little bit when they historically haven't looked as, I would say, as poor as this, honestly. This might be one of their worst mini periods I've seen from them so far. Usually so consistent in this league at this level.
I'm just excited to see him use a gun like this, the HK, like you said, because like he is really like Famous is definitely known for getting these one taps. So again, like having a gun like that with really good first shot accuracy like that, you know, it definitely feels like that
yesterday.
I can only imagine. Like there's so much good content of him playing, and like you watch him with like AKs and stuff like that, just getting tapped. So I can only imagine with a gun like this. But either way, now the execute's coming through. Jin's gonna be able to find the opener. So now he's just lights out on this. So InnerCircle finally, they use this timeout nicely to clean things up. But it's a 5-on-2, so putting themselves in a great position. And now HCZ and Kai's, they're gonna have to do something big, but they cannot. I think that was a flawless round, if I'm not mistaken. So InnerCircle will use the timeout. Laz's Law gets implemented here, and there we go.
There we go. Straight back in, and a good recovery. Don't want to let Swamp get away, because remember, of course, on the EU server yesterday, they farmed. So, keep an eye on that as we go on. Maybe even... you could argue it could be a slight advantage if they play a certain style that makes them hard to hit, play aggressive, you know, but on Blacklist and, you know, Global Risk, that does have two different schools of thought, obviously, so to see as we go on if they change their sort of dynamic style, maybe turn it up a bit pacier again.
Yeah, and these holds from InnerCircle here on the A side, it hasn't been the greatest, like, you know, for Jin and Kigo. They haven't really done a good job on this, but now maybe Jin can turn things around. Oh, indeed he will not. He's actually going to get jump shotted. So now a nice little bit of an entry from Swamp. They lose a player early on this too. I think there's a bit of a disconnect on this, so now they're down the advantage, but it is back to the 4-4 on this, but Kiko just kind of holding onto the green box, hoping he's going to be able to find something. Alucard gets himself a little bit of a gift here before the smoke is going to fully bloom. So back and forth we go. A little bit of a teeter-totter on this, and even Swamp, again, they're not over-committing to the plant right away. Now they're finally going to go for it. But what do we see in this position? Again, the utility is a little bit lacked on this. There's only an HE that's remaining on here for Famous. And all three players from InnerCircle, they're actually grouped up and spawned, so they're just going to swing on a fence.
Yeah, that's usually the way the retakes go down, but it's very hard to get in unless you get the kill immediately. And Famous, when he's ready and raring to go, there's not much you can do about it. Easy tap toward Beck. Awesome will go down, and as will Alucard. There we go. Another good hold. Of course, we saw the interview from Famous on the broadcast yesterday, saying like, "Oh my god, you guys are glazing me right now!" Like, oh, come on, it's classic chill Famous attitude. But listen, he deserved it, man. I mean, he played very, very well. You know, self admitting that, you know, his, you know, on bios on his YouTube and stuff, he's a bit more of a semi-pro these days than he is a full-time pro. But you know, as he said, the HK is his bread and butter. And when he saw the update, it was like, oh boy, here we go. I'm so back, baby. Not that he was ever gone.
Yeah, exactly. Like now it feels like he's back. He could be back in full form, that he gets a gun that he likes using. So he's a pretty humble guy, which is good. It's a good thing to see. Definitely well known in the community. Has a lot of good content. Make sure to check it out, of course. But InnerCircle, down by 3, and now they're actually switching up their composition a little bit here. So instead of kind of going for the 2-1-2, they've actually put 3 players in this A side because they're realizing that's becoming a little bit of the Achilles heel. That's kind of the issue for them. But Swamp have actually changed up their game plan a little bit. Instead, they're not even really putting too much thought, into this A hit. They're actually going to use this mid control, even go through underpass, which is going to be the test of Alucard. And that flash actually gets thrown, so they made some pre-fire shots, and that actually gives it away. You can see how fast that InnerCircle are going for the rotate. Look at how quickly they're doing this. They are not messing around. They want to just bring the gunfight to this as much as possible. HCZ might be able to get this kill again, and indeed he will. He's finding that entry, but now you can see Alucard once again kicks down the door, finds a double kill, and it's a 3-3 as this bomb is about to go down.
Another option, another after-plant possibility for Swamp. As I said, I think a couple of rounds so far for InnerCircle that they have let slip. Swamp probably shouldn't have won them. We give them credit for winning them, but InnerCircle have let them go. And there's another opportunity to maybe make up one of those. But Alucard, that's so much damage done to him. And Snox will swing for it, playing aggressive on the EU server, playing on the high ping, going for these fights very early before they even get anywhere near the site itself on the retake. It's working very nicely for them right now. Great stuff from the Swamp. They're doing exactly what they should do. And, other than that one round, of course, for InnerCircle that I've been talking about, where they were 5v2, which no way they should have let that one slip. Everything else for Swamp has been pretty much rock solid.
It really has. I mean, this is the thing where, it feels like Swamp are, I think we're both on the same page here, is that we think that they're playing a solid game right now. They're just really, everything is working out nicely. They're playing together. They got these trade situations. They, have really good post plants. Everything is just, for a team that's built pretty quickly, things are really working out nicely. Whereas a team like InnerCircle, when you look on paper, you would argue it should be them, right? They have a good structure. Yes, they had a bit of a roster adjustment, but you had the core 4 together. But it just seems like I said, I am curious if there's a little bit of a slight identity crisis on this, and some players are just really not numbers. Hiko is definitely that young blood that really is able to put up some good performances at times. He can be a big playmaker. Awesome also kind of right now sitting in a little bit of a slower state, but it just feels like we're not seeing that same InnerCircle that we have seen before, so things have kind of hit a little bit of a halt.
Oh, miss for Alucard. Just not enough space really to work there. Just getting run down. Was always going to get traded in if he got the 1 kill, but he wasn't able to do that. It's going to be a great half for Swamp if they can get this round in their favour, though. Kiko has managed to stop HZZ. And the bomb's now getting moved through middle up to the site, knowing they've got B. But obviously taking a little bit longer than perhaps they would have wanted. There is going to be a bit of a encircling here for InnerCircle, for the flank to come through from Awesome as well. Not going for it just yet, but the bomb will now go down. So another situation where it's another retake. And Kai's just jump spotting for information, waiting to hear what's going on, and now he figures that there's at least one rotating from that side. 25 seconds on the bomb. Just don't peek too aggressively when it's not necessary. Keep the time ticking down, and that's a great timing to go for the pick. And he's just causing so many issues right now for them. Betrayed even though on low HP, Beck are getting dinked from that pistol. Should be a quick clean-up. It's a tap on the defuse, but not going to be a committal. And they're going to clean them up nicely. Well done, Snox. Great work. Swamp, again, looking amazing so far this season.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good. And honestly, I kind of briefly mentioned this in the beginning too. And this is where I said, the Swamp Gaming roster, some of the players they added onto this, I said that, from the GV team, I definitely thought that Awesome and Snox were the 2 pickups that for sure should have happened. Creeds as well, obviously, but I'm just saying, those were the kind of the 2 guys that I thought did well last season. And look at Snox right now. He's in this new iteration of a roster. He's playing quite well. You can see he's starting to make a bit more plays than what we saw a little bit on GV in the last season. So things are, again, all the pieces are really fitting in nicely right now for Swamp Gaming. And the fact that I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we talked about this, but I think it's the European server. So this is kind of interesting where, again, Swamp are in a position where they're putting themselves up at a 7-2. And really, it feels like in control have not had any sort of control at all in this game.
Yeah, crazy. Another just That's why I picked them to win, just purely from InnerCircle's form this season. Very, very up and down. They scraping wins over the line, which is a good sign, but just not convincing. And what we saw from Swamp yesterday is, yeah, pretty impressive stuff ever since that meta change. Even then, of course, they already found a win in this season. It wasn't looking too bad. Had a couple of close run things. So let's see if they can close this one out now.
Yeah, and again, like, position where we talked about this before, but in the overall standings, they themselves at a 2-1 position right now. So they're actually ranked number 3, which is pretty crazy. Now they're going to get the execute. They're going to famous a little bit of a tap, and there's that kind of that work we were talking about. That gun comes out. He gets himself at least a double kill, so locks things down for the time being. Only now 3 players remaining from both teams. But you can see Swamp, good utility thrown over. Playing a little bit, you know, scattered on this. I mean, both you're going to see HCZ and also Snox. They're going to be joined up regardless. Jin's kind of playing the tight angle. He wants to be able to find a duel. He wants to be able to just push these defenders back as much as possible. But HCZ, he's kind of toying with it. And now he's just hoping to win this duel. And Jin now getting a little bit blood hungry. And there we go. He finds the double kill. So this might be the icing on the cake. This might be surely enough to see In Control finally get themselves back into the game with a round. And indeed they do. So that's going to be a 7-3. And In Control finally look a little bit more convincing here as we switch over on the halves.
I think for me, it's a case of, you know, when I went through the seasons, obviously, yesterday on the broadcast, seeing CFWL in 2023, 2024, when they were playing as our Knights, obviously, they're a top 4 team. Every single season, they're a top 4 team. But of course, one thing you have to note is that 2025 Season 1 was actually one of their worst seasons, right? They went into the 3rd place playoff match against Gaimin Gladiators. They lost that one 3-1, and they technically ended the season 4th, right? So that is not a result, knowing that, of course, they're a team that has played LAN before, has played CFS before. That is one where you want to see a little bit more from them. And that's why they made this move to pick up Awesome. That is why they went for it. And yeah, of course, when you have the EU server advantage, of course, you've got some players on Swamp, obviously, who are playing in EU, like Snox, for example. But you would still think that there's a slight advantage for the InnerCircle boys, but just not the case. Not the case. And there's a good round to take there. As you have a quick tech pause we get over. But yeah, I think overall, it's one of the reasons why I thought Swamp had a great chance today. And I think InnerCircle have got some work to do. I mean, obviously played with Pietro for quite a long time, did pretty okay. But obviously moving on from that era, Pietro is clearly obviously making some good moves on PingPongPals as well. That team is looking very competent in the league so far this season. So Pietro's value to the team may be underestimated slightly as they go for a little bit more firepower with Awesome. Amazing player, don't get me wrong, but it's all about getting that balance after playing with another player for so long.
Yeah, we always kind of talk about how, you know, when there's like some roster changes and, you know, like even for InnerCircle, again, this is like I would argue like it's a core 4, but it's like when you add a player there, it does change the dynamic a little bit, right? It's always kind of the question of how much does it change a team, and like sometimes you see teams that, you know, it's a pretty quick turnaround where it doesn't really phase them too much, but there's some teams where they kind of need some time to kind of figure out each other, kind of build the chemistry a little bit, and like there is a lot of time that you have to put into it, right? So that's where, you know, like I said, on paper, when you saw InnerCircle with the pickup of Awesome, I was like, okay, this is a good pickup. Like Awesome is definitely a player that, like I said, he did well in the previous split, or the previous season, I should say, and like I was thinking this should be a pretty decent fit, but maybe right now it's again just putting in the time, and they need to just figure out their system, and Beck has to kind of, you know, reevaluate a little bit of the game plan, because you can't just take one player and replace it with somebody else, right? There always is some changes, and some players have better strengths, so that's maybe what we're seeing here. But regardless, 7-3, Swamp are still well in the lead here, and I think the big question, like we talked about, is can this be, you know, a map win here for Swamp, because it was InnerCircle that went for this choice, but we'll find out. I mean, Alucard has had himself a pretty decent game so far. Like, I know we're restarting everything back to 0-0, of course, but he's actually been able to find some decent kills, but I'd love to see him just get a little bit more activated if possible.
Yeah, we'll see if the esports server will help out, but at the moment it's not looking too great for InnerCircle. Swamp, as we're back into the game now, setting themselves up with 2 toward A, 2 toward B. There's a bit more of an aggressive push there for a split second from Snox, looking for something outside that B side of the map. 3 players are about to come his way. Beck is going to hold that line, but unfortunately a lot of damage has been taken again. And he's going to fly in with the pistol once again. The USP, since the update, of course, trying to probably be one of the main pistols used by every single player in the league now. I've seen a few Colts, obviously, but I think the USP is in a better position, being the pistol of choice, I think, for many at the moment, since that change. You see Z having a little battle with Alucard, and it's a beautiful swing tap on him. No way back into the round for Alucard, and a 4v3 for Swamp to work with.
Yeah, this is nice too, because again, like when they have the man advantage on this too, like really they can just play, like, you know, they can play the 2 and 2, or they can even lean like they are right now, where they're just going to leave the anchor of Kai's by himself at B, and then everybody else can kind of just play together, a little bit more of the buddy system. But actually they're kind of shifting this a little bit, so instead they have an inkling that it might be a B hit, so a little bit of a risky play, but you know what, it's a bit of a coin toss that they wanted to see if that's going to be the plan. But in control, they're going to be able to get themselves a free plant. Now they're just kind of, you know, clearing things out as much as possible. Jin's going to get a deep nade that's going to be thrown, or a deep smoke, so that's decent. That's going to buy a little bit of time here. And some utility is available for Swamp. Should they decide they want to pop through this or not, could be a very big risk here. But 27 seconds is remaining. Another smoke going to get thrown. Yeah, they're going to try to risk it. They're going to try to make sure they can buy some time. But in control, able to find themselves loading up the kill feed, leaving it just down to HCZ by himself on the 1-on-2. But he's got a clear player in vent. Oh, and the timing is just off. I don't think he actually saw Awesome. So now he's only got 9 seconds. This round surely should be over, should be done with, and indeed it will. Kiko gets himself a nice little spam kill for a little bit insult to injury, and there we go. In control, starting to look a lot better here on the BL side, and slowly and surely they are making this game round by round back into contention, which is a great thing to see, and that's kind of the expectations we have.
Yeah, I mean, look at the line being held here. Like, good teamwork just to play it together. And in the end, just making sure they don't overpeak with such little time left on the bomb timer to make sure they are able to get over the line, keep it comfortable. And gap is starting to close, 7-4. Swamp have been pretty fun to watch so far this season. Wanting to see more of that, but InnerCircle, with the past rounds, past matches they have played, looking a little bit shakier. It's all about trying to recover that form for them. Knowing they should be looking a lot more consistent than they have been. And we saw Alucard on the player cams yesterday looking a little bit frustrated and a little bit exasperated with the situation, it felt like. This round should be okay, though. Kaiser's done well to find that quick trade on toward Jin, but unfortunately, still a sight lost pretty much, and that nade comes flying in to put him down a little bit lower health. There's more where that came from as well, but it won't touch him any further. 34 seconds now on the bomb timer as they look to try and go for this retake. Swamp. InnerCircle, we've seen Swamp try and play on the front foot when they're on the blacklist side, trying to play aggressive in the after plants. Let's see if InnerCircle try and do the same thing. Right now, they're playing it pretty safe. Obviously, upper angle being held, and that's a great catch from Alucard. Now, once again, time is an issue. 12 seconds on the bomb. Not much they can do about this one, it feels like. Everyone's in the right position. They are getting lots of damage done, but no more than that. And, of course, Famous will get caught in the side by Beck. Looking a bit more comfortable now for InnerCircle.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better, honestly, and this is the thing, like, I don't know, I feel like this map is definitely shown to me, like, the BL side can be really, really strong. Like, I don't think it's like a heavy lean, but a lot of teams are starting to play a lot better on the BL side, and the one thing that's really interesting from Swamp is the fact that, you know, these rounds or these post plants are taking a long time. Like, they're really just kind of burning the clock on the C4 timer, which I don't know if I love that, but I think they're hoping they can, you know, kind of swarm in quickly, but regardless, I mean, they try to get a little bit more aggro. They try to do something a little bit cheeky. It isn't working out for them. So now you can see Josh is kind of, again, just maybe debating to go for a bit of a fight on this. Even right now, Famous is pushed all the way through A main. Josh does actually find the perfect timing on that. So a little bit of a cat and mouse effort from him and Famous. that actually brings things back to a 4-4. I didn't think that was going to work, but it did. Josh found the perfect second to be able to peek and win it. So now with that kill, you can see they kind of reset their defense a little bit. They can change up their composition, and Kai's actually connects here with the sniper perfectly against Beck. That's a really good pickup. So the IGL, he's done and removed in this round.
Yeah. A response from somewhere, and there it is. Alucard, I mentioned his name. Obviously, everyone talks about him in the league. We know how good he can be, but been a little bit more quiet, a little bit more sort of ever so slightly above average for him. Usually he's more than above average. Usually he's insane. And being caught in a couple of these matches and a bit more poorer performances from him, but he's looking good now. He's one of the main factors here in bringing them back in this first map of Ankara. And one over toward A here in Josh. Ducking and diving with the angle. Needs instant taps, you would think, with this HK, and he can only go 1 for 1. And get an important trade from Alucard. Back into a 2v2 as the plant comes through.
Yeah, this is tough, and I mean, this is a really good timing flank from HCZ. I really love this, but now, where's his teammate? This is where it gets a little bit scary, because now he's actually going to pull back on this. This is perfect. I was worried he was going to overexert himself on this, or overextend, and oh no, Bakai's, he's given up his body. He went a bit too quick on this, so now HCZ is in a problematic position. He's going to take his time. He's got 20 seconds here. He's just creeping on the stairs, and you can see Awesome. He's trying to use this smoke to his advantage. Now he's giving away his position, but time is ticking. And now nades are going to get thrown. HCZ has to commit to a defuse. Oh my gosh, he's just going to stick this. But now Awesome should be able to get the kill. Indeed he will, but not a bad attempt here from Swamp. But really good work from In Control to get themselves into a clutch scenario. But honestly, that whole round, I feel like it kind of fell apart a little bit from Swamp. When you saw that Kai's just played a little bit too aggro on fence there. Like you could see that HCZ was pulling back, allowing for his teammate to get closer so they could both swing. That's when you kind of play scattered like that. That's where it creates these one-on-ones. And, you know, unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. But fortunately for In Control, you know, that was Awesome taking full advantage of it. And he played, you know, the clutch to almost a tease. So now we're going to see Swamp Gaming call the timeout, have some discussions. That was a big half that they had. That was, I think, 7-2. And now, if memory serves me right, I think we're talking about a 1-round differential here. So things are getting a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, and of course we have a bit of a timeout here. It's given them a chance to breathe a little bit. You can see, famous there, loving life. But yeah, a chance to just have a little bit of a breather and reset, because they need it. It's in InnerCircle, who have been looking pretty solid in the last couple of rounds. And I think those tight situations, those are particular rounds where yesterday Swamp were winning. Swamp were finding answers to those in their match. And I think, to be fair, in that game against Anubis, they were playing on the front foot nearly all the time, right? It was a golden round on map 2, but they won map 1 10-2. So, yeah, I think they were winning a lot of those close rounds at the end of the game on compound with you know, good after plants, good teamwork. This time they're getting into okay positions, they're getting some advantages, but InnerCircle are, you know, ever so slight cut above, and they're finding a way to recover them, wrestling them back. And they've been in a great position this game for Swamp, but now that's kind of been cancelled out.
Yeah, it really has. And InnerCircle doing a really, really good job. But like we said, like the fact that you have a 7-2 half here for Swamp, and then like when you're just not able to really find any rounds back into the second half, it makes it really, really tough, right? I mean, that's where, you know, it can get really nitty gritty, and, you know, that's where the atmosphere has to be perfectly, you know, just maintained and neutral, and everybody's just not too angry or too tilted or anything like that. But that's the thing about a team like this on the screen, right? Like I said, like they can be a pretty decent VL-sided team in my opinion. So well, once was a 7-2 has turned into a 7-6, so it is that 1-round differential. I was right, so I'm thankful a little bit here that I'm not losing my mind completely. But nonetheless, I mean, Swamp, they take the tack. We're going to see what they're going to do with it. If that's going to be a new game plan. It does look like actually Famous has pushed himself pretty deep in mid, so he's maybe looking to debate to go onto ramp. He's kind of toying the idea. You can see that they might even try to go for a little bit of hotel control. But that's already maintained right now from InnerCircle, so This might be a bit of a bar fight. The gloves are going to be off, and now Snox is trying to go for the fight, but look at Instinct from the trade. Kiko does a fantastic job to be able to get that trade and get a double kill now.
Yeah, now again, it's a situation for Swamp where they need a individual to go above and beyond here. We've got Kai's on site to clear the close right. Lovely. And he's seen two more. He has seen both. That's great information and a great flick down. He's got Famous' support.
Why?
You're not getting past Famous on that angle. Bomb dropped. And Swamp are going to hit back here. And this Alucard could do something crazy.
Oh my. That's a great round. Really, really good job. And again, like Kai's is able to find himself a little bit more success here with the sniper, which you love to see. He's definitely had himself some really, really good highlight moments, especially in some of the past seasons. So it's cool to see him finally getting a little bit more kills like that and putting up some good numbers. So now a 2-round lead here for Swamp. InnerCircle have been able to find themselves, you know, getting closer and closer to a tie game, making things a little bit more interesting in this one. Singular sniper here for them. They're not going to double up or anything like that. Not too surprising. Mixture of rifles on the board here for InnerCircle. And now they're going to take things a little bit more of just outside of the A main. They have that mid-stairs control. You can see that Swamp have actually put double players in both A and B. Then just having HCZ kind of playing, again, that quick rotate. But I like this because he's kind of just parked himself inside a window here, so he's actually going to be able to find that cross. So he'll be the first point of contact if we see InnerCircle go for the control, that they want to find this mid-stairs and maybe cross into B. He'll be the first point of contact. So now things are starting to move. InnerCircle realizing, look, we gotta get some map control. We gotta do something here, and we gotta push a little bit more on the boundary.
Relying on Kai's. What may be again here as they head toward B. Bomb on the back of Beck. And then comes a flash. Need to check in toward the underpass area, but that is a great timing on the flash as Kai tries to move away. Kiko will catch him. And now in comes Awesome on the flank. They'd not expected that at all. It's a quick 1-for-1 for him, and that opens up the site. HDZ is very stuck. He's swinging into 3 players. There's no way out of that one. And that is going to be a InnerCircle round, unless Famous and Josh can do something crazy on this retake. Bomb is about to be planted in the next few seconds, but Alucard's got the line from that upper area. And there's no way back in. Even tried a little bit of a way back in there before the bomb was planted to try and catch them off guard, but not able to do that, and the gap is 1 again.
Yeah, and honestly, it just feels like, again, like, you know, we're seeing a really big Achilles heel here for Swamp. Like, there's a big weakness, and right now it's the GR side. They just can't seem to find themselves really much to work with. Even Snox, he tries to get ultra aggressive on this. Famous now has tucked himself just in the corner outside event. This could be a big play. This could be the moment we need from him, but he has to be able to find these kills. He only goes a little bit on the trigger discipline, but look at this. This is the Famous we love to see. Tap, tap away. Puts himself with a triple. Now he's hungry. He wants to be able to find this 4th, but his teammate will be able to do it. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Swamp Gaming fan. That's where we want to see these highlight reels, and you get it. And now Swamp have finally put themselves on a map point.
Damn, that is the play we want to see. Bit of a slower start. It was literally lights out from Famous yesterday. It was immediate. But today, he's taken a little bit of a while to wake up and warm up, and fair play to him. Here he is. That is what we want to see with that HK. It's his bread and butter. We all know it. He said so himself. It sort of falls alongside his style as a player. Tap, tap, tapping away. To 5 since our little break. And now Swamp 1 round away from taking on the esports server.
I got a little bit nervous too, because like I wasn't sure. Like, you could see Famous actually spotted that first player, and he didn't go for the shot. He actually just trigger discipline, which was actually kind of a smart thing too in a way. But I was a little bit nervous, like, why he didn't go for it, because the guy was right in front of him. I thought surely he saw him, but nonetheless, you love to see a good Famous little bit of a highlight there. Now even Snox gets himself an easy one-on-one against Jin, takes him out easily. And that's just kind of Jin like lurking again, just spotting for anything, making sure like no GR players are kind of pushing too much. So now the rest of these InnerCircle players are on the outskirts of A main, looking like they might just try to go for the big hit. This is now, you see Swamp with a 3-man commit onto it. Josh actually does find himself at least 1 kill on this. They're still in the man advantage. and they're just locking things down. InnerCircle will have to make a
Nice.
decision, and that bomb's dropped. This might be all over now, and indeed it will. A double kill, insult to injury, and Swamp will be able to get this thing done with a map win to start things off.
Beautifully done on the esports server as well there, of course. We know it's a mixed team. There are some players playing from EU, but of course we know a couple from NA as well. That didn't stop them. And that was a great performance once again. Little comeback attempt there from InnerCircle, but the fact they can deny that and make it look easy in the end as well, that was really nice. Even that last round was just well played in the end, in just overall, right? Because Famous was like clearly showing presence upper while HCZ was not being cleared lower. And that was the main factor that HCZ didn't actually go checked, go cleared. So it was a free kill for both of them. So great work. Once again showing that they could be a serious underdog in this season, especially with this meta change. Exciting to see. We'll go to the desk to see what they thought about map 1.
With the meta shifts, it's not going good for IC. Indeed.
Wow.
Like it's such an amazing game. Let's say it was a very controlling style in the beginning from Swamp. A bit of a stumble on the side changes, but they managed to close out the map.
Man, if anything, I think it's a two-day statement from Swamp Gaming. They did give us a good statement yesterday against Anubis Gaming, and they are looking for another one against IC, against InnerCircle. I mean, just look at the way they did play. Yeah, the game was going back and forth more towards IC side. Then Swamp Gaming just decided to, hey, we're losing some rounds, we're losing momentum, we're losing tempo, we're not there yet. Let's just focus, shift, and let's redo whatever we did against Anubis. And that did pay off towards Swamp Gaming. I mean, if anything, Josh with the HZZ was just as HDZ was there the previous game with 5 kills within. I mean, what started in 4 rounds, HDZ did have HZZ, sorry, a bit confusing. Did have 6 kills and grinding and adding more and more and more kills to the system from Swamp Gaming. So, thing is with Swamp, I think if I'm not mistaken, we have a new contender on the playoffs, searching for a place in the top 4, if not in the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, like Trav said, the meta changes or the meta shifts are serving a lot of the underdogs right
Especially
now.
Famous, man.
Yeah, and it's a very, very interesting point to mention, because like I felt like there was a round where Pax got triple kill. It was a 5v2, and all of a sudden they started overheating and started running into Swamp Gaming, and they lost the round. And I felt like this was a turning point, because it felt like maybe the players got a bit tilted from like throwing the easy rounds that they have, and Swamp Gaming were in full control until like maybe the tech bows that came from Swamp Gaming. Then IC resetted. They got some rounds. It got scarier for Swamp Gaming. They had to take their tactical bows as well, and after the bows, it turned to the original Swamp Gaming that we saw in the beginning of the round.
And one thing to mention is once the meta changed, and man, this game has been forever there. CrossFire has been here forever. So once the meta changed, when you add guns, when you add maps, it's such a huge shift. Because if it's an updated thing that happens weekly or monthly, then you would say, okay, it's a small thing. I'd adapt to it frequently. I'd adapt to it quickly. But no. So the underdogs and the teams that are considered the weaker teams can adapt quick and can put their hands first on whatever changes that did happen, and that's what Swamp Gaming did with the gun with Famous, with the play style, with the how they push, how they play, how Famous adapts to whatever style, how Snox is there, HZZ the same. Overall, what's going for the better team, just the flip of a switch that is going right now for teams like Swamp Gaming, like 3P, like 999 yesterday, and the list goes on. I'm honestly a big fan of this meta change, because if we see this yesterday and we see this tonight, what's going to happen in the next week? Will we see ROC in the first place, GG, or will we see a new contender, a new champion called Swamp Gaming, called 3P?
You can never predict anything.
Never.
Right? And I want to talk more about Snox, because this player is just like he keeps impressing me. Like the amount of clutches that he made. Like I remember the round that they forgot the C4 or like someone died with C4 in their base. He got there, he got the C4, he got the kill, and then like in the last second in the round he managed to get the kill and close the round for them. For me, Snox is a very, very
Exactly.
solid for most of the games that we see from Swamp Gaming. And speaking about game 2 or like map 2, we have Black Widow at the map. What do you think like about this map for these two teams? Because like I feel like I see now like they lost 3 maps in a row, like having the 999 series from yesterday as well. So like mental wise, they might not be in the best position right now.
Of course, but I think on a professional level, a reset to the mental side need to happen, because they are jumping on the second map with a 1-0 on the score. So it's a best of fun for them. What do they have to lose? Not much, but a score on the standings. They do not want to add another loss to the side, especially after witnessing them in Season 1 actually finessing every team, doing absolutely insane within the Season 1. So jumping in Season 2 and not performing well, that's going to be an issue for them. For them, second map is a key element for them, because they did shine in this Season 1, but not much on Season 2. I really hope we go a third game here, because this game is more exciting than the first one. Maybe the first one was a bit of a fight in the weaker level, but this is a fight in the higher and the upper level. So I hope we go map 3 to see which team will win.
I hope so. Let's see if IC will make a comeback in game 2. Black Widow, Trav and Laz, you have the mic.
Yeah, actually really looking forward to this, because I think Swamp have another good chance of getting a 2-0 under their belt, honestly. They're just looking on great form. It's not only the famous show, it's actually a lot more than that, it feels like. So, yeah, I think every single piece is looking really solid. And we saw, of course, a great level from Swamp yesterday, which is making me believe ever further. Of course, they did play, sub-base and compound. It was a very comfortable sub-base win. Compound was a 13-12 against Anubis. And now InnerCircle, a team that was, of course, a normal top 4 team, is once again struggling against the might of Swamp with this meta change, making them look pretty insane at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, in a map like this too, like I mean, I would argue that, again, like when we talk about the gun changes and that meta shift, and the fact that like someone like Famous, like it's easy to talk about them, but a team like Swamp, when they can use the HKs and like range is a big factor in this map, a gun like this can really go a long way. So I really do like this opportunity that is going to change things up. Like this is where I'm kind of expecting to see like him, really putting up some decent numbers. He's played some really good competition on this map before, so I'm putting a little bit more of a spotlight on Famous. But InnerCircle, definitely expect them to do something. Alucard tried to go for a little bit of a pick there, but unfortunately gets eaten alive. But at least it's a good trade back. HCZ actually does find himself a decent duel here on the long skirt of long A here on box. So now InnerCircle now have themselves where they have to be able to find some kind of control here for the post plant, but it looks like it's actually falling apart a little bit on this, because now Beck and Kiko, the last 2 remaining players, and now Beck, the last one remaining here with 13 HP. He was trying to make a bit of a play, and he gets caught wide open here, and now Swamp, they put themselves in a really convincing, easy retake scenario.
Yeah, that was very comfortable. And obviously, with it going into the second map, on that global risk side, is that going to make it even more comfortable for them? Is it an easier side for them when they play on the NA servers? We shall see. Out long for Jin. That is a great tap on Josh, and immediately it cancels out the long play, and that is just quite literally a decimation of that side of the map. And they make their way through as well. They see the rotation from Snox. Should only get 1 from here. There we go. There's a trade from Kiko. And they know where Kais is coming from. So straight away, InnerCircle, turn up the pace and make sure Swamp don't get too comfortable.
Yeah, great round. InnerCircle do a good job. And right back to the 1-on-1 in situation on this, and again, this is a map where I'm glad that we're seeing teams kind of playing this a little bit more often. It kind of felt like, when teams are kind of on the brink of playing some international competition, they don't love playing this map because they know that a lot of that international competition has some really good experience on a map like this. But I'm glad that we're starting to see it kind of back into the formation for a lot of these teams with the BO3s that were happening. So nonetheless, it's good to see that, InnerCircle can get themselves back into a position here where a bounce back right into this with a 1-on-1. But what do they want to be able to find on this? They're actually going to take this round very slow. they kind of know that Swamp are actually going to play really, really aggressive at times, because this is the second time we've seen them actually have another player that's pushed all the way down long. You can see this Famous is actually, instead of playing in hut, he's kind of just tucked away in the corner here, and he's looking for that first engagement. So this is actually a really good position for him, especially with the one-tap ability, and if he can fall back, even better.
I think to wander over toward B now. Our inner circle. Of course, they all know the normal angles that Swamp will play from, like where HDZ is playing from at the moment, but it's not really the best position in the world for HDZ if he doesn't have teammate support. He's going to need that quickly, and thankfully, there is a rotation from Snox. It is there, but playing off each other here is not really the easiest in the world when there are 5 players on their way straight toward you. And here we go, Flash is coming in. Are they going to get any utility support? They're going to try and get Josh into the action too, but Awesome's waiting for him. And Famous needs to do something on this quick flank. He's not being checked at all. He might be able to get a second as well. No, he's traded. He actually dealt with that really well, but Snox is playing in that position and been baited in for 2 kills. It would be a 1v4 totally. Still dancing in this position, playing the headshot angle, but surely he'll get cleared. And Jin will do just that. Fair play, good attempt, but not to be.
Yeah, honestly, if we would have saw him actually get that kill, the player that was just kind of swinging out of main like that, that really could have turned things around, because it would have been a 50-50 chance in the 1v1. Playing that green box, I mean, you're in a good position. It's not spammable, so it's a nice thing, but nonetheless, a close round, but InnerCircle do find themselves into a lead position now. Good little bit of an opening duel in the effect of Swamp. And again, they're putting some decent presence onto Long. Like, they've really just put a lot of attention on this. Famous has been kind of rotating his positions, you know, all over the map, which is a good thing to see, because you normally have a player that typically you have the sniper that's kind of running around and being the rotating and just kind of, you know, seeing what they can find. But right now it's him that's kind of just going for a bit of a jog. But now with losing Jin this early on, this is where InnerCircle have to be able to find out, you know, a bit of a new game plan. You can see the Awesomes kind of, again, just really hesitant that maybe somebody might go for a big swing on this. And right now, Swamp, they're actually playing a triple player at A. So this is a nice little bit of a cheeky setup, in the sense that you got the double on Cat. You have Kaj just kind of posted up here on stairs. But InnerCircle, like, do they actually commit to this Cat control? Do they actually want to go for this fight? Because it looks like they want to. So now HCZ and Famous together. Oh, and look at how easily they take this. Full confidence, full easy effects, and now Kais has put himself in a new position, finds an opening duel, but now he has to reposition quickly. Now he needs to be able to burn a little bit of time for the rotates, and InnerCircle, they can still evaluate. They can still kind of make a new game plan here. There's still a minute remaining. They don't have to rush any decision yet.
Right now they are making the right call. They're going back toward B. Coming in open sight, but Swamp are hunting. They are looking for the information to try and play at least on the front foot somewhat, but I think they might be a second too late to the play. They are going to be here, and they could actually elect to go for a double flank. The longer it goes on, the more InnerCircle will be worried about that possibility, and you can see Alucard going back to a more favoured angle to clear that, but now he's going to get run down. They know he's there, and Josh will not allow him to get away. Kiko in the corner. He'll be waiting for them to go through the door, not expecting him in that position. The bomb plant's going to move all the way over toward A, and I think they've realised it already, and the lurk from Kiko is amazing. I mean, just waits for the noise, waits for the rotation, the commitment from Josh, and he gets the kill comfortably. And actually, they're not even 100% certain here that the bomb is even planted on the opposite side of the map. Amazing spin on Kiko, all right. That's a chance now for Kai. He's not even that low off the back of that, but unfortunately he walks right into the bullet from Beck. He has to try and hop quickly toward the bomb. Made it possible for him, but again, good mid-round decision making from InnerCircle.
Yeah, really, really good. These rounds are still, like, you know, despite this being a 3-1, this is still a very close game. Like, a lot of these rounds are really down to these, like, 2v2s or 1v1 situations, so it's not like InnerCircle have really been, you know, they got themselves a 2-round lead, which is a good thing to see, of course, but it's definitely been grueling. It's definitely been a big fight. So Swamp are definitely still packing a decent hit on this. So now you can even see, like I said, Swamp have really come in with a game plan on this map pick where they really wanted to go for this hut control on long A. This means that now they've really cut things off. They have actually committed double player on this, which is really interesting, because typically you always see like a lot of nades getting thrown, and they put that one player there, but instead they kind of banking a little bit of a cheeky setup on this, which now allows, you know, for someone like the guys that can just kind of play a little bit more attention towards Cat, and then just having the double player at B. But right now, InnerCircle, they're the ones that are committing to this B execute. Now Josh, he's got the TRG locked and loaded. Can he be able to find that connection? He makes the first whiff here. A second whiff again, but he finally hits himself a bit of a dinger on this one, finally. But he gets taken out with the HE. Now HDZ has to burn as much time as possible. He has to stay alive. He needs time to be able to take down some kills. He takes down the bomb carrier, and he's still alive. They have not been able to find him, and he finally just goes down. But it's only Beck and now Alucard, the last two remaining players. They have to get this bomb down, which is going to make it vulnerable for one of these players for a few seconds. So Swamp Gaming putting themselves in a prime position to be able to find themselves a second round potentially. But lots of time for InnerCircle to make some big decisions on this. And you can see Swamp Gaming are being very, very passive. They know that anything is possible in this given moment.
Yeah, they're concerned, right? Because they know it's such an important round to win. They put hard work in to actually get the lead in it. Don't want to throw it away. Snox, a bit worrying. Beck's going to take him down. Now there's a path to go anywhere they want still if they really want to make that call to maybe even go back toward A. But thankfully for Kaiser's in the right position. Great jiggle from Alucard though, and suddenly it's a 1v1. Famous is whiffing. Alucard's got across his screen. And with the C4 picked up for a plant. Give it a quick glance, see if Famous is hot on his heels, and he most certainly is. How ready will Alucard be? Famous is working his way up, going the long way round here. Plenty of time left to play this 1v1 out. Famous is waiting for Alucard to make a move, and that is exactly what will work out for him. Alucard goes to a little jiggle peek to try and get some information, and Famous does not miss on the second opportunity.
No, honestly, I really love that positioning from Famous because, again, most players would just come up the stairway like that, but instead he actually just takes his time, see that he was kind of waiting things out. Like I think he found the perfect timing because Alucard, I don't think he thought he would have been there that quick, so that was a really big positive note here for Swamp Gaming fans, just because Famous really used the timing and some really good movement to get himself in a good amount of control. But look at this, InnerCircle now, they're trying to go into another circle because they got themselves in this B site so quickly, but now the M14 just gets locked and loaded, and it's a spray down, chewing some bubble gum. But look at Kiko right back out of here with the other rifle as well. All when you think Swamp Gaming got themselves maybe a bounce back, InnerCircle now have themselves in a prime position with a 3-on-1, leaving it just down to Kai's. They got plenty of time that they could go for the hunt if they want.
Yeah, it should be all solid now. Kai's going to try and peek while they're planting the bomb, obviously, to try and take advantage while one player is occupied without a weapon in his hands. But, yeah, in the end, it's very well played. And from Kiko there, he is gifted those 2 kills, but I also completely understand why Swamp made that decision to go through that smoke, right? Like, they've already got 2 with that M14. They're trying to go through at a different timing with each other, so one might be a bit of bait, so it takes the attention away from the second, but Kiko was just in the perfect spot to deny both of that thought processes, or both of those thought processes. So yeah, Swamp are 2-4 down right now in a circle, locking in. It is not the InnerCircle pick. Obviously, this is the Swamp Gaming pick. We'll leave Compound lost in this series. You know how good Swamp, of course, have been on Compound historically. But let's see if we get another 2-1. There's been a bit of a curse for me this season, Laz, where every single game I do seems to go into a late 2-1. Yesterday was a little bit different.
Yeah.
But you know, it's had some close upset 2-0, close upset 2-0s instead, I should say. But we'll see what happens on this occasion.
Wasn't the start of the season a lot of 2-1s and long games, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, like the very beginning of the season? Am I crazy to think that? Weren't you here for that?
I think so. Yeah,
I think so. Memory serves me right. Memory's been a little off today, but I feel like that's something I do remember. Nonetheless, but interesting from HTZ, kind of, again, like, I don't always love these, like, one-man pushes like this. I mean, it's always just, I think it's a high risk, but not as much of a reward in my opinion. But you can see InnerCircle now are kind of getting themselves right back into this potential for a B hit. They're going to have the smoke into connector. Snox actually does beat the timing of it. Oh, that is perfect timing. And he actually goes for the best swing he can. Now Awesome dancing a little bit with his old teammate. going around here for the connector, and now things are getting a little bit more problematic. 20 seconds remaining. Swamp just have to burn as much as they can. If they can find one more kill, this should be the one in the bag.
Yep.
Snox is going to get it done. Yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. And there we go. 1 round differential in Swamp, making this right back into a contention game. A very, very close encounter.
Yeah, that was an important one. A quick tech, unfortunately, for Swamp. It won't take too long to get them back underway again. We'll see. Be a bit frustrated if it kills the momentum after that previous round. But to be fair, it was only 1 round of momentum, so maybe it doesn't matter too much. And maybe it'll work in their favour.
Now, I'm trying to figure this out. Famous's wall. Like, he's got other players' jerseys.
I see Tot's in from like, I think, was that a 3BL jersey there, I think? Pretty sure.
I think so, yeah. Looks like it. And then Ice Cube. He's on Falcons right now. But that would be their old team. But, yeah, I'm just thinking it's jerseys of other players.
There's 4 more there.
Yeah, there's definitely multiple, yeah. Interesting. Kind of cool, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that, footballers do, isn't it? Like, they swap shirts at the end of games and collect them. I think it's pretty cool to have those jerseys in a frame. I have got a couple of jerseys as well that I think would look great in a frame, but I'm out of wall space now, Like, I've put too much cool stuff up on my walls over the years that I'm completely out of any spare gaps to use.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I've seen some pictures you posted, which I'm like, oh yeah, you got a pretty cool decked out room, so it's pretty neat.
I'm very happy with it. It's my happy place, and yeah, shout out to my parents for letting me have it as well.
There you go.
There you go.
Heck yeah.
My office, my work space, and my happy place.
Shout out to Trav's parents.
Indeed.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. You can have that happy place, you can have the safe space in the house,
Yeah. For some people, it's a place not in the house. For some people, it's like a country or a location, like a beach somewhere, maybe.
Yeah. Some water. Yeah, you never know. Everybody's a little different.
I've never really been a holiday, sit on a beach kind of guy. Like I know lots of people obviously very very much enjoy just lying down doing nothing, getting a tan, but.
Yeah.
it's not a me thing. I'd rather explore a bit.
I get it. I'm the same way. Rather be doing something. But maybe we're different. Who knows? A lot of people like to just sit on the beach and hang out. So maybe we're the less popular opinion. But you know what? I'm with you, Trav. Either way, a little bit of just a tech issue for anybody wondering, of course. I don't know where it's from yet. We're just figuring that out, but hopefully we'll get back into this quickly and see where things can go. But I don't know, Trav. Like I'm not sure how I'm feeling about like could this go to a 3-mapper or could this not? I mean, I think InnerCircle doing a really good job, being competitive on this map. Like I definitely thought, Swamp going for this pick, it was a bold move, not a bad one. Just InnerCircle definitely have a lot of reps on this map too, so. Think it would be like a cakewalk or anything like that, but I feel like both teams are actually playing quite well for the most part. I actually would probably say InnerCircle is actually doing quite well considering for the most part in the early portion, or the later portion, sorry, not the beginning. But have your thoughts changed at all on this series yet, or are you still changing your position?
It's tough, man. Like I do think InnerCircle are going to continue to look good and lock in a bit and maybe take this to 3. But if we go to 3, it's a great map for both and a great map for Famous on the the HK in particular. Saw him yesterday do some incredible work consistently over and over. It's all about InnerCircle and other teams in the league will not be blind to the fact that that's the case, right? And sometimes there's nothing you can do about facing Famous. It's like other players in other sports, like footballers, for example. Like you're going to have to try and find a way to defend against them. There's no way around it. But yeah, I think already it looks like teams and players are looking to try and counter what he can do. Haven't been able to counter that though. Easy push up to take the tap on Kiko and a recovery into a 4v4.
Yeah, and again, it's like kind of these weird, like, little bit of one-on-one fights, and even right now, you can see Famous is kind of, again, just getting really aggressive. But in this instance, I like the fact that he goes for the kill, falls back, right? Like, to me, that's the best way you can play the GR kind of side, is that you can find this duel, put yourself in a little bit of an advantage, and then you can play that more hard defensive setup, which I think is good, because now InnerCircle have a little bit more work cut out for them. This time, they're going to actually commit to the long hit. They're going to actually clear hut. They're going to be able to figure things out. HCZ close on by, though. He might just be able to get the quick little headshot angle here if they overextend this. But it's interesting that Jin is like on the other side of the map. He's kind of expecting that some of the small players might actually get aggressive. And actually, in HEZ, look at this. He's actually the one that's kind of overextending a little bit, but it gets the bomb down, so he's got some really good intel. He knows that someone else should be here. He's aware that one more player has got to be there. So now he can play back. Kais can just sit there waiting as well in the wings. And time is kind of ticking away here. There's still plenty here for InnerCircle, but this is where they have to kind of make a decision and commit to it. They cannot mess around anymore.
Good kill from Kais, so Beck will go down. It's just Jin remaining. The bomb is stuck at the back of Long. Be able to pick it up, but with 25 seconds, it's a long trek to the site when there are 4 players, of course, about to hold the line. This can be literally impossible. Even going to do the due diligence there of flashing him off the angle, right?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't need to do that. They had 4 players there for an easy round win, but may as well use the util when you've got it.
Why not? You know, be a little disciplined. You know, play some proper crossfire like that, so it's fine. Like you said, like there's a really small chance that Jen's gonna be able to find something in that situation. But honestly, I love the play from HCZ. Like the fact that I didn't think he was gonna push like that. I didn't like he was kind of getting a feel. He's like, hey, I know somebody's got to be here. Like they're lurking a bit, but he got really good timing on it. Took down the bomb carrier, and there wasn't even a re-swing that was happening from InnerCircle. So that was a really nice play from him. It like not super risky, like a little bit of a stronger move, but it really panned out nicely. And that's where I think they've been so successful, is the fact that some of their timings have just been really just catching this team off guard that you can see. So you love to see it. And that's making them sweat a little bit on this, because they're the ones that have to do a reverse sweep in this series to get themselves back into a winning category. And like you kind of alluded to in the beginning, is that for a team like this, it's been a bit of a struggle. Like they're currently sitting in 4th place. Like Swamp is technically ahead of them in the rankings, this early on in the second season. But
yeah,
we'll see. There's a lot riding here for both these teams. Probably a lot more here for InnerCircle.
I think so too, as I've said, right? I mean, look at their previous results in this season. Like last week, they played PingPongPals. That went to a 3rd map golden round, by the way. And they scraped it in that 13-12 fashion. Then they played TBI, also lost a map to TBI. And sure, it's a slightly revamped TBI this season. But it's a team that shouldn't have even been in the league anyway. They failed in relegation. But because of GV imploding, they got the call up to come back, right? So that went to map 3. Sure, they won 10-3 on Ankara to finish it off. It was comfortable, but still. And then yesterday, of course, they lost to 999. Went from 9-5 up on both maps, which is pretty unforgivable from their standards. So, yeah, I think... what can I say? I think they're going to need to find a way to win some of these games more comfortably. And when Famous is doing famous things, like aggression like that, it's just so hard to counter.
Yeah. Oh man, and he's really feeling it now. Look at, like, he's just farming. Like, this is the thing. Like, this should not be a position where he's just running around like this, going for fights. Like, look at what he's been able to do. This is a triple kill that he's already put on the board. Like, he is single-handedly just putting this round into his hands. He's like, yeah, you know what, guys? Let me do my thing. Like you said, he's back, and he's now putting himself on a potential for an ace. I think it's just now to awesome. Josh, unfortunately, might just steal that away from him, but you know what? That's teamwork to make the dream work, and there we go. They get themselves the half. A 5-4, but that's a bit of a misplay from InnerCircle. Just the fact that they played that very passive. Famous just went really, really fast. Went for a little bit of a DM session, and again, this timing, and they're not expecting these kind of plays and getting disrespected like that, but they got to be prepared for everything. Well, now's the moment to see, now things are going to be switched over, how well we'll see Swamp being on the BL side to see how well they can play on this. But I'm feeling pretty optimistic here, Trav. I'm Canadian. I gotta be I try to be polite and always
I will
go getter
say,
if I can.
Listen, I do think you're the stereotypical Canadian so far. For my interactions with you, very kind, very polite. Would say sorry if I purposely punched you or something. Like, does feel very on par for me. You're a lovely dude.
I appreciate it. Likewise, and I'm glad I can fill the Canadian stereotype a little bit, I guess. So, oh dear. I'm sure I'll throw a story out here pretty quickly. I'm sure.
It's like you say. Do you say like a boot and like stuff like that, or is that like a stronger Canadian accent?
I think that's the stronger Canadian accent. Yeah, I think that's the East Coast that they speak French.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, I've been corrupted by watching How I Met Your Mother and their jokes about Canadians.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they definitely get some good jabs on us for sure. Rightfully so. All right, well, a little bit of a slower first round here for the second half, and Swamp just trying to figure out a boost here. I'm pretty sure, unless they're using HEZ to be kind of an extra point for just an extra little bit of a spot. But okay, they're going to be grouped up. 3 players here. They're going to go for the swing on Awesome. Famous has a really good inkling on this. I think he spotted him. Now he finally has, and now Awesome. Oh boy, you got some homework there, boy. This is tough, and he's in a good position. He's actually going to transfer over, and Famous just a Taparino again. Like you said, it was really a sight to behold right now with him with that rifle. The HK, it just feels like anytime he has it, he's just able to put up some big kills. And right now, you can see that Swamp are going to go back for the bomb. They're going to be able to retreat this. So still 4-4. But they got only 37 seconds to remain. They got to do something. And already Beck's already pushed on through. HEZ actually does find the kill. So this is a nice little bit of a pickup. But I think they have the intel, the bomb's this way. So they either commit to B or they have to go A. They have to make a decision right now. They cannot wait any longer. Jin taking down the bomb carrier is definitely going to add a lot more of a spice to this. And that is exactly what InnerCircle needed. They needed someone to be able to find an impactful kill. And indeed they do. And 14 seconds is remaining. They have to hightail it. And this might be all over. They might not even be able to get themselves into the site because they have to find these 2 kills. They can't even get the plant. And I think InnerCircle, they're going to be able to get this thing done. And indeed they will.
There we go. Looking a little bit more convincing now, our InnerCircle in this one. Good recovery. I do believe that we could still be going 3 here. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, it really does kind of, when you're looking at the tea leaves, it's kind of looking like the path really could be a 3-map series. No doubt about it. This is just so back and forth. That's the thing, like, I'm not really, like, convinced, like, oh, yeah, this is a 2-0 for sure, or, like, this is a whatever team to win this whole thing, but it's very competitive, very fun to watch. Definitely bringing a lot of the excitement that we were kind of hoping for out of this one, too. But InnerCircle are definitely getting tested right now. Over and over again, but they're actually playing aggressive. Jin now, he might be able to find this timing. He does. Can he find himself a second? He's pushing for it. He's really trying for it. It's a bit of an awkward angle. And oh, he actually gets gifted at Famous. A little bit of an awkward approach on that. Kind of feeds it. So now HCZ trying to see if he can get a little bit of revenge for his friend and his teammates, and indeed he will. So right back to a 3-3 we go, Trav, but look at the positioning here for Swamp. They're a little bit split apart from each other. This is really risky because, oh my goodness! I thought Awesome was going to have that kill. I can't believe he missed it.
Yeah, that is actually, that could turn the round for sure. I mean, the bomb is going back round toward B. Look at HGZ creeping in here. We've got that player in the corner, Kiko. It's the most common position. They've now Jiggle spotted him out. They know he's there. And the nade, oh, that's really good. That's a solid bit of utility there. Goodness gracious. Kiko is doing a fantastic job right now, just staying alive, waiting for help. That help is taking a very long time to come, I've got to say. He should just get cleared here by Josh, and he will be. Beck might be here now, but he's here a little bit too late. Kiko really tried his utmost to stay alive there for as long as possible. But unfortunately, it might all be in vain. Awesome does respond toward HCZ. It brings it back into a 2v2, but health is just such an issue. And Josh is in a good position to cut them off, playing that headshot angle. I think with 17 seconds, it's going to be very hard to respond, but it's a great jiggle tap from Awesome. Now it's all down to Josh, but he manages to spin and take the headshot. Really important one to take. That was back and forth, not really knowing who was going to take that round throughout the duration of it.
Yeah, that's pretty wild too, because again, like we keep talking about, you have to be in a lot of control when you're kind of using that rifle, right? Like the HK, like we said, it's kind of that slower approach. You can't spray, you can't really, like, you got to just single tap it. So the fact of the composure on that too from Josh was really, really nice, because that was a bit of a hectic situation. You had a player that was flanking in main. You also had the player that was kind of in window. So he cleared a couple different angles really, really nicely and just kind of maintained it nicely to get themselves back into a lead here with the 6-5. Beck now going to change things around. He's going to be in hot this time. He's going to push all the way through onto this. It was awesome before, so now Beck, the IGL, he's going to try to wear a little bit of a different hat on this one to see what he can do. And Swamp looked like they actually might try to commit, potentially these 3 players, maybe even 4. A 4-man, little bit of a push here to get some real estate in their favor. And indeed they will. Kais is going to be with them. He's going to join up with them. Now Beck has to be really careful. Beautiful shot to start things off. Really nice little bit of a little burst fire on that. But now if he can stay alive, that'd be perfect. But indeed he will not. As I mentioned it, they just get 2 players down and dusted. And now Swamp Gaming put themselves again in the slightest advantage. But again, time is a huge factor for them. That's a really nice little bit of a benefit, because they don't have to commit to this. You already can see that Kiko, he's already kind of pushed through. Or sorry, that's Jin, my apologies. Already pushed down mid. He's going for a massive flank, and he's able to get this kill too. And he's able to escape with his life. That is a huge play. That might just turn things around here for this round.
Oh, it's so hard to deal with when the players are jiggling with these windows, right? It's so hard to gauge the timing and when they're going to reface, and Jin will find Josh nicely. Kais, oh, I think he's seen Kiko. But of course, Kiko has seen him. Now, long range, Famous trying to tap him down, knowing how dangerous that is, of course, for Kiko. He's not going to face too aggressively on that one. And will now go down. Jin and Kiko both with the HKs, but Famous, he's got a better one. Easy swing, easy tap. Chance to get a 7-5 lead. Kiko needs to clutch 1v2. Famous on the line, but of course, easily takes it. And another close round. As I mentioned the other day, right? It was Swamp winning these close rounds. And now they're doing it again and causing InnerCircle many issues. InnerCircle could be about to lose 2 games in a row, 0-2, not to the likes of Anubis, ROC, or Gaimin Gladiators. That would be unheard of.
This would be. I couldn't agree with you more, so... And that's obviously with the most respect here too, but again, like you say, like when you think of Swamp, you're like, well, look, like a team that probably could cause some upsets, but this is a team that's really competing right now, and the fact that InnerCircle are getting pushed like this, where it's looking pretty labored at times and very, very problematic for them. It's not the greatest moment, but really good nade. Jin's, you know, I feel like he's had himself a pretty good game so far, playing a lot of really good positions, some good utility work is really turning out nicely, but Swamp have already lost Kai, so they've lost their sniper. So now they got to rely on the old rifles. Where do they want to go with this? And again, InnerCircle putting themselves back into a position. I think that's awesome. Yeah, it is. He's going to got the TRG ready to go. He's going to be, again, right down into long A, right into hut. Should be able to find this connection. Actually misses that, but oh my goodness, he gets punished with it. That is just a full face of lead here. So now... Swamp Gaming fans, they're on the edge of their seat a little bit for this round.
Back into a 4v4. Still good setup here for InnerCircle. Got everyone in the right position to deal with whatever Swamp puts their way. It's all down to hitting the shots, really. $35.
Man.
So we are gravitating it back toward B with the C4, and there is a quick rotation available for Kiko to help out Jin. But it's a question of how far Swamp go on it. Are they going to take a long time to remove Jin from that box position? We all know how powerful that is and how important it is. And 20 seconds to make the call, so it's a little bit late, but of course, more than enough time still. It's a question of being able to deal with the kills first. I don't think they're going to be able to. Kiko easily tapping 2 down. There he is to help out Jin. Jin didn't even have to do anything. Just staying alive is him causing the issue. And they don't even die with any of their 4 remaining players. That is a great rotation and easily red.
Yeah, I really, like, I honestly hate that round because I just think, again, like, you know there's, like, 99% of the time there's going to be a player behind that green box. Like, you know that. So the fact that, you know, again, for Swamp, like, they burn the clock that low and they don't use enough time to clear a player out from that, and then you can see all of them are laser focused onto it, it costs them a round. So for this round, it looks like now they're kind of picking things up a little bit more with the pace. They're going to go for a 3-2 split potentially into this A site. They're going to just try to see what they can do. They realize that was a bit of a blunder. That was a bit of a mistake on their part. A nice little bit of reply here from the IGL of InnerCircle. So Beck's finding himself this double. Alucard able to assist him as well. So now things are looking a lot better. Now Famous needs to be able to pop off here. Kai's is joining him shortly, but the rifle, he's the only last one with it. Alucard does take him out. So now Kai's on a 1-on-2 mission. He has to be able to find some success onto this. He's got himself some time. 72 HP. Finds Alucard. Can he be able to do this? This thing has just gone all the way around. This is anybody's round. And Kai somehow survives the threat of Awesome. Skin of his teeth with HP. Wow. Awesome is just hunting as much as possible. Look at, he hides his feet as well. Awesome is just on the full hunt. And he finally takes his prey.
That is little small micro things there that you actually picked up on, with actually moving himself back up onto the ledge so that he can't see the feet underneath the APC. That was pretty smart. Unfortunately, doesn't win in the round. And Awesome, it's a critical round for his team. Technical pause now coming in for Swamp, unfortunately, so maybe a little bit of a delay again. You see Jin actually reacting to that. Bit of a sigh. You have to wait for the next round again, but he's remained close. Is all that matters. Neither team out of this one by any stretch of the imagination.
All right. Technical pause. Here we go. Dun dun dun. But you know what, honestly, I do think I'm glad that Swamp kind of, you know, they tried to, you know, do a bit of a good rebound on the previous round. That, like I said, I thought that was a really bad decision. But I mean, look, I'm trying to find a law, like a Laz law here, but like I do think that, you know, one of the biggest criticisms I always make is that some teams, like, they run the clock so low that you always have to consider a situation where there's so many variables, right? Like, you have to clear different angles, you have to worry about like different setups. So when I hate when teams kind of go for these like 20-second, 15-second executes into a site, because like I just feel like they don't work that often as much as they should. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion, and that's totally okay, but I do feel like that was a good example of a team that just like burned the clock, waited things out, and then you had a player in green box and they all died. Like, they all, you could see from Kiko's perspective, all 4 of them were literally looking at the guy green box. Like, none of them were clearing other angles. So that's where I was just like, oh, you guys, like, this is exactly why you need at least a buffer of like 30-40 seconds, I feel like, just to be a little bit more safe.
Yeah, and the rounds are long, right? I mean, Tim, in 30 rounds, it's you have a lot of time to make these decisions. I think there are some teams in the league that have really changed up their style over the last season a bit. I think Anubis is a great example of it last season, whereas they were very, very pacey. And they maybe had played a bit slower in the past, right? And playing a bit faster had helped them. I do think overall the pace has actually got a little bit higher in the CFWL over the course of the last couple of seasons, rather than these slow, drawn-out rounds. The style of some teams, like ROC, for example, maybe some other rosters which are obviously a little bit better than the rest, arguably. Maybe not even arguably, it's just a fact. Like, they do have a style where they're happy to wait it out because they know they are just better than them and they can force them into mistakes, right? So, yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. I do think that at the end of the day, though, for Swamp in that particular round, I understand why they left it so late. But with the setup that InnerCircle had in place, with Jin in that position, just as you say, refusing to budge, that was almost a guarantee that it was going to work for them with that little time left on the clock.
Yeah. did Kai's drop his camera? I'm pretty sure he did. It's really funny.
I think he picked it up maybe to turn it off and maybe change something on a different app or something. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I just definitely love that. When you have a camera angle and then you drop it, you're like, ah, crap. And then it's like just like the most awkward angle. You're like, oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
But anyways, it's
Not sure what the reason is for the tech pause, but we might be here for a little bit, unfortunately, seeing that a couple of cams are off for the Swamp side. Hopefully not too long.
Yeah, hopefully not too long. And again, this gives a little bit of time here for InnerCircle to again just kind of reconnect some dots here and kind of figure out what they need to do to get this thing to a third map. Because like we said, it's a great position where for Swamp Gaming fans, like, I mean, this is a huge potential for a 2-0, but I mean, if we go to a decider, that is going to be on compound, so that's a map where, I don't know, I mean, I think from my perspective, just from history of these players and everything, like, again, it's hard not to give an advantage for InnerCircle just based on the core of their team playing on it, but I do think that Swamp could definitely, they've really shown in past seasons like some cool little bit of innovative ideas and different approaches to like the defense and stuff like that. So I'm kind of I'd be a little optimistic to see that that map go through just to see what they can bring to it. So I think it'll be a close encounter. I don't think it's a sure done deal for any team by any means if it goes that way. So we'll have to wait and see though. We're still in Black Widow, still figuring things out. It's a very, very close encounter, but like you said, it's very interesting to see a team like InnerCircle and the position they're in just really having a very slow start to the season, or not as great of a start as we thought they could have, because they were a team that were contending in top placement last season, and right now, I mean, yes, they're doing okay, but it's definitely a little bit of alarm bells are going in the background here.
For sure.
I know we talked a lot about this today, Trav, but like it makes me excited to see. Like I saw a lot of people in the chat as well, talking about some of the guns and stuff like that. But I do think it's actually been really interesting. Like it's definitely added a little bit more flavor. You can definitely see some bigger plays are happening, some more, big commits and swings are kind of happening, which is really, really cool to see. Like it's funny how such a, like, I don't want to say like a small detail, like it's a detail, like it's a pretty good detail that has really changed the course so far early in this portion. So you can just see a lot of these players that are playing a lot better, and they're getting some pretty good multi-kills and things like that with some of the new guns. Even the new sniper has been really interesting to see as well. So yeah, it's been really fun. This is some really cool changes that we've seen so far in 2025. Like we had the BO3s that was implemented, which I thought was a great addition to this, and then now we have new guns and everything, which is just, again, cherry on top. I'm really loving what we're getting for this year. Like it's been really exciting.
It's created a level playing field, hasn't it? I mean, I think before the changes, there's no way I would see 999 beating InnerCircle. I mean, they shouldn't have won anyway, from considering InnerCircle were 9-5, 9-5 up, but so yeah, I think overall that is a reality that we have now, that it's going to be harder to predict overall. That's a good thing. I think these weapons have made it more fun, which I'm very glad about, honestly. I think, as we said, they do favour certain players. I mean, famous in the HK goes without saying. We'll be waffling on about that forever, but yeah, let's see how it goes. Swamp have unfortunately used all their tech pauses now, so if they have another issue, it could be in a bit of an issue for them. Thankfully, we're back into the server though, but they're already a pick down. Kai's getting caught by Jin.
Yeah, and already losing Kai's again. Like, this is the thing. Like when we talk about like impactful kills, like, I mean, you're already losing your sniper. Like that makes a big difference, right? Because like Swamp, they're kind of just running Kai's as the only one doing it. So, I mean, not to say like you can't get far with rifles on this map. Of course you can, but having that sniper definitely adds a little bit more here. Looking for especially that entry if they can. especially with Kai's kind of style, how he plays. But right now for InnerCircle, they got themselves a very interesting setup. Very, very passive on A. Like they're playing very pushed back, like a bit of a turtle on this. Like they just have, I think that's Beck just on underneath. And then they're having kind of Alucard playing behind, right behind the window box. Kiko just playing green box as per normal in B. So now Swamp, they got to figure out a game plan here, because now we're approaching this 40-second mark. This is exactly what we were talking about. They're running the clock a little bit too low. Alucard, I think he got spotted, so HCZ has a little bit of an inkling on this, but what are they going to do now? It looks like they're going to lean on this A hit. They're going to try to commit to it, and now actually InnerCircle, funny enough, they've really thought of a presence here for the B hit, and HCZ somehow gets away with that kill, and oh my goodness, that's even better too. A nice little bit of a spam drive-by, and look at that, Swamp Gaming. They get themselves out of the mud.
Incredible. 15 seconds left. The plant's in comfortably. And now Kiko and Jin have to retake. Great frags there, honestly. Especially the entry, of course, through the short floorboards. Great position to get something cheeky done. And now they need a response here in a circle. Could go down 8-7. Setup here is going to be too good. HCZ is going to deal with Kiko comfortably. Now Famous has spotted out Jin. Easy tap from long range. That's 8-7 confirmed. It's Josh who is having a little bit of issues with some lags earlier on in the game. So hopefully we've got that figured out for him. And Swamp to get this win that at the moment I would say they thoroughly deserve. Pushing toward this finish line right now.
Yeah, and you can see InnerCircle actually have now done I think they've done a double player that's pushed out of B main, so now they've really fought some good real estate control on this. And they got themselves in water, so that not a bad position at all. So now Swamp have kind of lost a little bit of map control in some essence, so if they want to go for B, they have to kind of clear even more angles than normal. But this is relying on, you know, someone like Kiko to land a big shot, unless he's actually going to pull back on this. But he's actually just going to play the little bit of a bait here. He's going to be the one that just plays in main or B main, allowing Beck to maybe just kind of hide there. He might be the element of surprise they might not expect in this kind of a situation. This is interesting. Because Swamp, again, with 1:30, down Kai's again. He hasn't been able to really stay alive too long in these rounds here on the BL side. Beck in a tight position. Should be able to find at least one kill. And oh man, that's going to be the pistol into full effect here. Takes him down. Kiko, can you be able to find anything? No, you will not. Snox just annihilates him, just eradicates him. And now look at him. He is just popping off. He is just trying to be the hero needed here to get them a map and series point, and they might be able to. There's only 2 players alive here from InnerCircle, and they're split apart from each other. You have 1 player at each site. And this is where Swamp, they have to make sure they evaluate all their options. They have to clear every single angle. Otherwise, this could be disastrous.
Yeah, Jin has put himself in a great position once again. He could just get both here, and he has. So calm.
No.
That is Swamp being a little bit lazy there, a little bit lackadaisical. Didn't clear the site properly, didn't go together. Now they know exactly where Josh is playing from. The bomb is miles away. 35 to try and grab that and pick it up, or even just get the kill straight up, because Alucard and Jin are, of course, all over it. Will that change the game? Jin rotating it into a great spot. Josh having to launch his way forward, and there's no way you're getting through that situation. Jin will get the frag, all 3 to end the round for him. Critical work. And that puts him back to 8-all.
Yeah, that's honestly so frustrating to watch, because again, this is now the I'm pretty sure at least the second time they have not cleared that green box. So that is just a huge mistake that they just like you said, it's just being lazy. Like they thought they had a clear sight essentially. That's not the factor at all. Now they kind of change things up a little bit. They're getting really, really aggressive. Kiko is going for a bit of a open gunfight here in the Wild West, but okay, it's not going to work out for him. InnerCircle are kind of losing bodies. And Swamp Gaming might be able to rebound off this a little bit from, again, another abysmal previous round, but we'll have to see. This is where they haven't really been doing well. When they're up the numbers and they have themselves in a lot of prime positions for whatever they want to do, it seems like that's when it falls apart, but you can see that both these defending players are kind of together, but like hunting for something. Kai's is going to go down easily. They have a bit of an idea now that was just a bit of a lurk, and oh my goodness, Alucard is still able to find a kill. C4 is going to get picked up, but look at this rotate. He's already here. Jin's getting close on by, throwing some good utility. Swamp, do they actually want to commit to this?
Yeah, being really careful here, and for good reason. should be able to get the bomb planted okay. Jin is obviously going to maybe try and commit to it while they go for the plant, because one player will be occupied, but no. I'm going to go a second after, try and jiggle it out and try to fake it out to see if it was a fake actually originally on that immediate tap. But the plant will go down, and Famous will continue not just to tap the plant, but to also tap players out the round. That immediate trade on Alucard there was critical. Like, Alucard had got a great position to catch them rotating all the way around to the opposite side of the map. Alucard got his kill, but Famous got that tap straight away, and it made it a bit more comfortable for them. And they have a match point now.
They do. Yeah, match at series point. Yeah, and honestly, a lot of stress here. A little sweat on the brow. I mean, this is for InnerCircle. This is tough. Like, this has been a very back and forth encounter, and they've done a really good job on capitalizing a lot of mistakes that Swamp has made. But it just feels like they kind of have these awkward rounds that kind of just, you know, collapse right in front of them. They just can't seem to get anything moving. So now their backs are on the boards. It's a question of how well can they respond to this. So this is going to be the last time out they're going to have. Everything's on the line here. Like, this round is pushing overtime, which is just, again, keeping them alive in this series. Like, it just keeps the conversation going a little bit longer if they can push things to a map 3. But for Swamp, I mean, this is an opportunity that they can get a big statement on the weekend to start things off with a 2-0 against a top contending team of InnerCircle is a massive victory. So lots of things to evaluate, lots of things to review on the round or the timeout like this and this next following round, because InnerCircle is going to have to find something. They're going to have to pull a bit of a Hail Mary, in my opinion.
Yeah, the right time to get this final tack in. Otherwise, they could be out. Will it help them fix their issues? Will it get them to possibly an overtime? Will it possibly even get them to a map 3? Swamp have an opportunity for another 2-0. Wouldn't that be something indeed? Team that historically in the CFWL have been very up and down, and mostly down. They have had some decent results, but it's also a case of, I think the last season, of course, they were involved in the CFWL, I think it was 2024, Season 2, if memory serves me correctly, and they only got one win in the entire season. It was a slightly different format.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, that's where, you know, again, like when I was kind of alluding to the comment about just saying the fact of, like, the best of threes have really, I love that we changed it to that, because the BO2 system, I understand it. It just felt like it was a bit run down, and it doesn't really paint the full picture, right? It was all about points. It was all about these other circumstances. So the fact of now it's about you have to win your series against your competitor. So that's what I like a lot more. So now, I mean, like, again, this conversation of, like, a team like Swamp on your screen right here is that if they can find themselves a 2-0 and they can find themselves, you know, getting another win on the board, like, they're a top 3 team. They're a top 3 team right now in the league, which is, like you said, in previous seasons, it's been like less than a couple wins. So it's just, it raises a lot of eyebrows on this. But now, the moment we all been waiting for to see if what is going to happen. Jin is fully blind.
Nice.
He's blind as a bat. And look at Josh. He's just able to find himself a blinded kill. But now Jin playing behind the screen box. He's been successful before. Can he do it again?
Thing is, he's shown that he's playing there again. Like, if they just get like 3 or 4 players back in that position and just swarm him, they'll be able to take him down and deal with it easily. Thing is, they're focused on long instead. So, in the position of awesome, they need to clear him properly. They have. Oh, it looks like it's all falling into place. Now they know that Jin is the B player. It's done. There's no way you can get back into this. Not in a month of Sundays, surely. Swamp Gaming, a team that has got some incredible talent on it, obviously, with the likes of Kai's and Famous. Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to do it again. Not just on the esports server, but on the NA server as well. This team, since that meta change, that HK becoming god tier again, it's put them into a serious contender now going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I couldn't agree with you more, Trav. Like, it really starting to show that now Swamp are becoming a really good competitor. Like, they're already putting themselves in a top 3 placement, I'm pretty sure, depending on how things go. But they're sitting themselves on a 3-1 standing, which is huge. And, like, this team is really starting to look really good with this roster. Everybody's starting to play their roles pretty well. Obviously, there's some mistakes that we're seeing here and there, but nonetheless, man, like the fact that you're taking down a top team like this is definitely going to be a moment for them to kind of celebrate, and they got to feel good about, because that is a massive victory.
Yeah, I'll quickly say before we throw to the desk as well, right? Like, this is another situation for InnerCircle. They're going to be worried right now. Like, as I said, scrape through the first two BO3s of the season. They've lost to 999 in kind of crazy fashion. Absolute choke from big leads, 9-5 in both maps. Unforgivable, really. And they've lost to what should be considered an underdog, even though they're in a similar position in the league now. Historically, we know InnerCircle, the Knights roster, has always been a deep playoff team every single season. So they are in a little bit of a mini crisis right now. I don't think that's even an overstatement. We'll see what the desk has to say about that.
Swamp Gaming managed to get a massive win that put them easily in the top 4, and InnerCircle are indeed struggling right now.
Man, I don't know if I'm more happy that an underdog team, in my opinion, such as Swamp Gaming, did win, and should we even call him an underdog after a 2 continuous win streak against 2 of the top 4 within the Season 1, which is Anubis and IC, or should we be scared and frightened of IC performance? It's been going downhill, man, and I don't know what is the reason exactly, but I feel that the boys are a bit disconnected from each other, and you can tell from the highlights that, I don't know, with the energy between Beck and Keiko, Genzer, awesome. The sniper like Alucard, I did not see him frequently. Yeah, he had some kills here and there, but at the end of the day, I know on Knights, and I know InnerCircle, and the change of a name, just a small change of a name, did a big impact within the performance, did a big impact within the plays. Round like round 13 should not even end like this for team Swamp Gaming. They should not have controlled the side while playing on the GR side. And a lot to note, honestly, on team IC. I mean, absence of Snox was pretty... not Stocks, sorry, absence of Kiko was pretty noticeable from Team IC. I mean, a lot within the chemistry from Team IC is debatable. And I don't know, if you lose yesterday and then you lose again tonight against 2 different teams, then what will you do against the stronger team in the league, judging from Season 1, such as ROC Esports and GG? And will we actually see a big upset from Team InnerCircle? And the next, or the other perspective, which is Swamp Gaming perspective, it's incredible, man.
Yeah, 100%.
Wow.
And like we can see in the set summary now, right? The Famous is making use of the meta shift really
He's
well, right?
insane.
It feels like Swamp Gaming just like got a huge boost from the meta change, from the weapons that are added right now. And the MVP, once again, it's Famous. He's insane on the HK. It's his weapon, it's his meta. It feels like he's just thriving right now.
And I really love how he can adapt. I really love how he adapts to whatever, however meta it is for the guy. He knows what's going on the map. He knows what to focus on and what to just let go within the positioning. And just look at the headshots with the weapon. He just knows that it's a single shot weapon. Let me aim only for the headshot. That kill on Alucard, that kill on Keiko, the guy is just insane. And I think he's one of the main reasons. And big question is, who is going to stop this legend? I mean, they couldn't yesterday from Anubis, and they couldn't tonight from InnerCircle. Can they from ROC, or can they from PG? Can they from 3P? Too many questions to be asked to Famous, honestly, and to Swamp Gaming side. But till now, in my opinion, Swamp Gaming are number 1.
I mean, they're looking really solid, and they're looking like easily a team from the top 4, right? I mean, if you beat 2 teams from like technically the top 4, right, InnerCircle and Anubis, then you deserve to be having the value that you should have, right?
Yeah, and we would say the same on 999. But 999 didn't manage to get the win tonight, so
yeah.
But Swamp did it, so yeah, they do deserve it.
100%. Now let's talk to Kais to tell us more about this win against IC. It's a huge win. You guys are 3-1 now in the standings. How do you feel after this one?
Very proud, very happy, especially proud of my teammates. Yeah, my teammates played very well, always carrying every single match, especially Famous today. And also Snox. He played very well first map. It's incredible.
Yeah, 100%. And the meta changes the weapons on Famous right now. It feels like he's being like he's doing a monster performance. We see it in the game indeed. And I want to ask you about like what changed for Swamp Gaming to come back in this shape to beat two of the top four teams that we had before.
Honestly, it was just like matter of time how we shape this new team. Of course, we have a whole team change with the whole roster. So we have HZZ, he's the brain of our team. He comes in here with all the strats, all these counters. He's doing everything for the team as he can. And of course, we have Famous. He's just I don't know what to say about this
Just
guy.
doing
He's just
famous
head of the
things.
team. And the addition with Snox, he is crazy. This guy gets us onto sides. He's great entry and his aim is great. And then also with Josh, our young talent, I don't know what to say. This roster is looking scary.
Yeah, the chemistry
True.
is there, and we can see it easily. And speaking of Snox, I was just telling the guys really like I'm a fanboy of him right now. So like you guys are looking very solid. Do you have any certain matchup in your mind as guys that you looking forward to play against in the next matches?
Probably, I would say right now we're looking forward to play GG again because we didn't play very well against them. So we're looking to redeem our bad day. So that would come in the next half of the season. But right now we're just trying to focus on one match at a time, and we'll see.
Yeah, thank you once again, Cage.
Thank
We're
you, man.
gonna look forward for the rematch against GG, and best of luck in your next matches. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You too.
You too. Man, listen, they do look scary.
Yeah, and the chemistry is there.
Yeah, this is one hell of a team. The roster, he just analyzed every name of the roster, and we did fanboy a bit about him and his team. I mean, I think we do have a new ROC Esports. And I'm saying this because from season one conclusions, he's scary, man. Swamp Gaming is just this new name. They're just here to conquer, not just to test and experience things out.
100%. And that brings us to the next match of today,
Yes,
and the last match of the day. Anubis versus ROC, which is like a series that we always look forward to. Anubis are struggling a bit right now, to say the least. ROC Esports, on the other hand, they are still the only undefeated team.
Thing is, with the Anubis Esports, they are slow with their starts.
Yeah.
So they just started season one losing 4 games in a row. If I'm not mistaken, 3 games in a row, and then a continuous win streak from the boys. Yeah, it's a win after a win after a win, and they managed to get themselves victorious and in the top 4 position in season 1. Now it's the same thing for them. Once you jump in the season 2, let's play it slow. Maybe it's not let's play it slow. Maybe it's not their decision, but it's just how it goes for them. They start slow. Comics, the rest of the boys, just they don't feel it at the start. And it's like an engine where you warm it up, and it just once you are in the middle of the season, you just start to win after win after win. But trust me, man, once these guys found their rhythm, once these guys found the tempo, they cannot lose, man. They are unstoppable. And for ROC Esports, what can I say, man? Their season 1, they were just there an undefeated scenario, but they just lost 1 or 2 matches. I think the same goes for season 2. Until now, we're on week 2, they're 5, and they are just still undefeated.
Yeah, we have the rematch against Anubis, and speaking of Anubis again, you have to break the record. You have to get a win. And to get a win against ROC Esports specifically, it would be huge, right? And it will give you the momentum. But I want to speak about the adaptation, about the meta shifts right now, because from what we are seeing, the adaptation is coming more from the underdogs, from the teams that are in the bottom half of the bracket, kind of. And we have Anubis Gaming, the roster in front of us, Dipsy, Doom, Jaguar, Sad, Comics. A roster on paper is very, very, very strong, and we saw this in season 1.
Same names, but different intentions, which is to get themselves the first win and to be victorious. I don't even know how these names, Jaguar, Dipsy, Doom, Silent Comics did not get themselves a victory till now. Honestly, a bit weird for me, but hopefully they do get a win someday within the this game or week 3. Anyways, moving down to ROC Esports, ladies and gentlemen, Slayer, Horus, Snake, Snare, Tutson, and the winners of Season 1 within the West League. Names are scary. It's a fact that Snare is top 3 snipers worldwide. I'm not saying throughout the West League. Horus, one of the scary M4 players. Slayer's the same. Tutson is incredible. And of course, the one and only, the Agile Snake.
Yeah, and this roster, like, they have been with each other for a long
Ages
time.
and ages.
And this gives you a lot of edge, right? And in terms of adaptation, like you said, like Snare is one of the best snipers in the whole world, right? And like there is the TRG that we saw in the last few games doing some work. So we will be looking forward to Snare specifically. And like, to be honest, I think ROC Esports, in terms of momentum, I mean, we didn't see them yet in the meta shift. So they had some time. I mean, they didn't have some time. All of the teams had very short time to adapt. But I feel like a team with this experience, they can adapt very, very fast.
I mean, it's a map thing at the end of the day. Whenever there is new maps, there is new guns, and whenever an update happens, it's a matter of adaptation, not only on the guns, but only in the maps. Like, we did see Famous playing that TRG and just so comfortable with it. And speaking about the maps, I think we can see here from Anubis side Compound coming in the play. I really hope to see Anubis getting us to map 3, just as the last 2 series, because I don't want to see this upset coming from ROC Esports at a quick 2-0. Hopefully not. And I really want to see, as you said, the ROC Esports with the new guns to see how they are going to play and adapt.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the map, Vito. I think it's ready, and let's see if like New Mexico will
Compound.
be. Okay, New Mexico is banned by Anubis. It's
a ban. It's ABC Crossfire.
I mean, true. I mean, New Mexico is off the table. Eagle Eye as well. Anubis picked Black Widow at their map pick, and Compound on the other hand for ROC. The decider is Ford.
They do love we do love some Black Widow, and Anubis surely do love Black Widow. I mean, it's a map of. It's a mysterious map if you think about it. I'm not speaking here about Black Widow. I'm speaking about Port. This decider map that just comes into the play, and it's just almost so neutral between both teams, whether it was ROC and Anubis or the first first match that we did analyze. And the thing is, I don't know, but I have this gut feeling that, which is always wrong, that this map would reach map 3. But I don't know, Black Widow. See, Compound is an automatic win for ROC Esports. So it's all up in Black Widow. If Anubis did lose on Black Widow, then it's going to be a disaster for them and a big upset.
Yeah, and like for ROC Esports, like both their wins, it went into third map as well, right? So ROC Esports, they didn't have their 2-0 yet. On the other hand, Anubis just lost to Swamp Gaming. It might be like a tough situation kind of for Anubis, right? To come from a 0-2 loss against a team that you should have won against on paper, right? And then facing ROC Esports, like the only undefeated team. Like the timing, it feels like it's either gonna hit or miss, right? If it hits, it's really good for Anubis. You get the momentum, you get the win back against ROC. If it miss, on the other hand, against ROC Esports, it's a bit tough, right? To go like 0-2 in week 2 in the first 2 days.
I mean, ROC Esports losing would affect, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Would it be the biggest impact? No. But for Anubis, man, it's going to be a struggle for Anubis. And I do not see playoffs without Anubis, honestly. It's always tied with me. Like, if there's Anubis, there is playoffs. If there's playoffs, there is Anubis. And they are always there. And don't forget the big goal, the EWC at the end of the day, for both teams and for all the contenders there. Honestly, 2-1, 2-0. If for ROC Esports, they are searching for that 2-0, and for Anubis, give me 2-0, give me 2-1. I just want myself a first victory to build from.
Yeah, 100%. And like for Anubis, the experience is there as well. Like you said, that they always make playoffs, and like it has to be now, right? Because again, if you lose your 1-3, and like it puts you in a very very tough position,
Disaster.
especially that like a lot of like the league is very competitive right now,
Exactly.
and we
With
have
the meta
underdogs.
shifts.
Yeah, we have underdogs beating like the teams that are favorites, and you cannot predict anything right now. Like ROC Esports, on the other hand, they look very solid. They're still undefeated. So we will see if this is still the case. But tell me, who is the player that you are looking at from both teams?
I'm looking for the sniper playoffs, the sniper meeting between the head-to-head between Sad and between Snare. Because I know Snare has a lot on his hands with that sniper being top 3 snipers worldwide, and Sad on the other side trying to revenge, trying to, write his name in the history of snipers in the CF world. I'm also looking at the IGL fight between Snare from ROC Esports and from Anubis. So it's a bit of this derby, this classico, if you'd love to call it a classico, between these two teams. Thing is, if Anubis do lose this game, then it's not a derby or classico. Maybe the new classico is ROC against Swarm or ROC against GG, because Anubis would lose a lot of their credibility that they are one of the best teams out there. Comic, Sad, Depsy, Doom, Jaguar. I'm also excited for Jaguar playstyle, especially when he plays on the PL, and he plays in this aggressive way that he gets himself some entries. ROC Esports sometimes do pull some sudden insane moves, especially Horus, just entering with his AK, his M4, spraying everywhere. Meaning, if I have to pick 2 specific players, I'd go for Snare and Sad for the sniper playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. And like you said, ROC Esports, they are very aggressive as a team. They always like play super, super aggressive through the blacklist side specifically. And like here comes my question: how do you stop a team like ROC Esports with their aggression? If you're Anubis Gaming, like how do you plan the game going in? How do you do you just play on the reads? Do you try to put like some players in certain sites that might be a repetitive behavior from ROC Esports, for example?
I think the goal is adaptation for Team Anubis.
Yeah.
Because if they do lose on the first half, or at least the first 3 or 4 rounds, they can find their adaptation point. And they do know how to adapt. And if they didn't know, a big example for how they know, let's just look at Season 1 games. They lost the first 3 and they did not lose the next 5 or 6 games. They just have to adapt to ROC Esports playstyle, because let's be honest, individually speaking, ROC currently are better than Anubis. So if you can adapt, know how they play. Do they play 3 on B, 2 on A? Do they focus Snare on the mid to get themselves some sniper kills? Do they lurk? Do they rotate? Get themselves a first entry? Do they play slow, fast? That's all the questions that should be asked to Anubis Gaming. Yeah. Because once you know and once you have a good read on your opponent, then you can know how to play against him. And I think that's the case for Anubis. Let's be honest, Anubis versus ROC. ROC is Anubis is the underdog here. And if they can adapt to their playstyle, at least once they are on the GR, not needed to be on the BL, they can get themselves a victory. If not a victory, they can reach a 3rd map.
Yeah, and like another point I want to mention is Anubis played against PingPongPals, they played against TBI and Swamp Gaming, right? So technically, I know now like none of these teams can be considered underdog anymore. But you still didn't have play against like teams like GG, teams like IC, teams that are like usually in the top 4.
They did not know. Yeah. And the thing is with Anubis, that's, I think, you wouldn't call them underdogs, but it's an idea that we have from Season 1. I think for ROC Esports, it's a bit terrifying, man, to play and keep winning and winning and winning, because it adds this bit of a pressure for them,
Yeah, and the game is still not ready yet, so we'll go into a short break and come back for Game 1, Anubis versus ROC Esports.
One more BO3 this evening, and you'd think it might be one of the easier ones. We've got a team that has historically been great, but is not on great form, and a team that is historically very good and is on very good form. So, now we know what ROC is capable of. There should be a 2-0 on current form, but I think the thing I'm actually most excited about going into this game is just seeing what ROC and Anubis are going to make of the new meta, obviously. We've seen a little bit from Anubis so far, but haven't seen ROC play yet. I want to see what they are feeling with these new weapons.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like it's obviously the big talk of the town, right? Like, I mean, this is where I know some people are probably thinking, like, man, Laz and Trav are really just hammering out this gun thing, but it's important, right? Because now it allows some of these players that maybe, you know, there can be an argument, some players that were maybe on the lower end of performance, that might increase their performance, right? Like, it makes the biggest difference in the world. So I think it's a really great conversation, because this team on the screen of Anubis, like, it's always, they had such a really bad start in the beginning, you know, of the season before, and then they did really, really well to bring things back, or last year I should say, and then this year they've been doing a lot better, but still some things they got to work out. But look, we're going to be on Black Widow. This is going to be the pick for Anubis. This is where, again, they're going to be playing against some good foes here over on ROC. They've definitely played each other many, many times before, but the question is if Anubis can really, you know, cause some good upset or cause some damage at least to see what they can bring into this, because the expectation is ROC to, you know, without a question, be that top 2 placement in the league.
Slayer and Horus already try and prove why that is. Opening couple, and Tots in there with the HK. Already managing to get a couple of for his own as well. It's actually almost a team ace from the first round. From ROC, only Snake not able to get a kill, I'm afraid. Sad is in position. Can he do anything with this TRG? I think, unfortunately, the bomb might be going into an area that is not where he is holding, which will be obviously making a lot of sense, considering Slayer's got control of the site already. Trying to catch maybe a crossing player, and actually he has managed it. Unfortunately, it's obviously not the player carrying the C4, so that doesn't mean there's any risk here, really, for ROC.
Well, not an easy one for Sad here. This is got himself a bit of a pickle. Thoughts in here just on the outside of window. You already have the lurk, which is going to be Slayer. Ooh, Sad actually. Ooh. Free kill. Ooh, not bad at all actually. A little bit of a misplay. So now a 1v1, but really he has to clear so many different angles. And there I was going to say, like, Totson really should be going for the quick peek here. Easy done. But a pretty close round, and not bad at all. And am I mistaken? Are they not in the same house together anymore?
Yeah, usually they do play on in a LAN room, don't they? In a boot camp as such. I don't think they actually are together in this particular matchup. So I don't know if that's going to change anything.
That's really interesting. I wonder. We'll have to figure that out and figure out some reasoning for that. But that is a bit of a change too, because again, a team very notorious where they were in the LAN house, they're playing together, trying to build the best chemistry as possible, which I think actually worked out very nicely for them, because you know, some of the international competitions we talked about last year, they did quite well, or like, you know, for a CFWL team, like making placements they did. So we'll see. Maybe just a temporary thing. We'll find out. We'll do a little bit of review, unless anybody in the chat knows. Let us know too, but we'll find out. But either way, I digress. It's going to be a 4-1 split. You have ROC that are ready to go, ready to pounce here on the catwalk. Anubis, you got Sad just holding the tight angle. Can he be able to find the shot? He actually lets go of it. That might be a bit of a misplay. Oh, Horus. Oh, you cheeky devil. You cheeky devil. Oh, no. Nice. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's made it across. Oh, and he finally gets caught. Oh, man. Peekaboo.
That's so funny, right? I mean, he did all that hard work to get across silently, maybe get an entry for free because of that pathing with his head down, and they've been completely obliterated. Jaguar will finish it off. And, yeah, Sad with a great shot. Great reaction to that surprise.
Yeah, that could have been really sick, though. It could have been really, really sick from Horus. That was pretty cool. But now some aggression here from Dipsy. He's going to be able to push through. Totson's going to get caught here a little bit off guard. So a nice little bit of a man advantage here for Anubis. And actually, Horace has got himself ready with the new rifle as well. Be curious how that will pan out for him as the games go on, or as this game will go on. Anubis has a back of a nice setup here with a triple player and A, the double and cat, so pretty standard. But again, it's a nice little bit of a setup in the sense that they're playing the trade instantly, even though they have the man up. So what do ROC want to do, though? That is the million-dollar question. They could try an attempt here through mid, but again, like even if they try that, they have comics they have to worry about because he's still in GR spawn, just kind of waiting for that mid door. Instead, they are going to try to contest with his cat control. I think the jig is up. They know that there's multiple players here. Horus actually does find a little bit of connection on it, and look at that. Taparino gets himself a double kill, and just like that, things have gotten a little bit more interesting here, and now Sad has to get himself activated. Oh my dear goodness, look at this. Anubis just mopped the floor and put themselves in a lead.
Yeah, and you can see the reaction. It's not exactly muted, and it's only like 3 rounds in, right? I mean, they just know how good that was to recover the round so instantly. Look at this. I mean, it took what, 5-6 seconds for all 4 kills to come through. ROC are trying to force the issue as well here with faster plays in through the outskirts of B there, and they're getting completely punished by Anubis at the moment. Totsin's down to very low HP, Slayer below half as well, and they're a man down already. I think we're still 2:10 on the clock it was at the time, so yeah, Anubis are looking pretty solid at the moment.
Nice little bit of a pop flash, a good trade instant back here. Slayer can't get too much out of this though, but look at this, just back and forth we go, but it's actually looking really, really well for Anubis right now. The M14 going to be in, for comics, and now Totsin critically low. He's got himself a 1-on-3. I feel like a nade. I was going to say that could have got the job done, but I guess not. Another attempt on it. There we go. That's going to be a home run right there. So Anubis putting themselves in really good contention on this game so far. They're really putting up some good efforts, putting up a good fight, and they're not really being intimidated right now by ROC. So this is kind of the Anubis we love to see because, they, like I said, in the previous season, they did quite well for themselves, but looks like things are getting a little bit better and better as time's gone on. Okay, well, and again, a situation in the sense of Anubis. Single sniper on this, which will be for Sad, of course. He's had himself a very good performance, sitting at a 6-1 right now. And now they're going to actually fight for just outside of B like this. And look at Totsin by himself. He should be a dead man. I don't know how he's alive. And he actually recommits to the swing. That is just madness. But okay, Anubis looking like they're on another level right now. ROC are kind of just falling apart here. And this is down to a 4-on-2, just like that, Trap. So I don't know what's going on, but maybe ROC might be calling that timeout pretty quickly.
Yeah, very quick start for Anubis. They are all over them right now. I mean, even look at this flank coming through from Jaguar. Staying aggressive, not giving them any space to maneuver really at all. Great start to make ROC feel suffocated as such as well. Yeah, Bombers now going back through mid with Snake and Horus together. I don't think it's going to work out for much though. Not with Sad on the angle. Easy first. He's got teammate support as well, and he'll even get the last as well. Didn't even need that teammate help. Was all by himself. And there we go. As you rightly say, teams having protocols, right, of calling a timeout, attack timeout, when they lose a certain amount of rounds in a row, right? And yeah, I think ROC are a team that are at a level where they probably have that protocol in place.
Yeah, no, this is a good call again, because we've talked a lot about this today, but just kind of the timing of timeouts can make the biggest impact, right? And I think for this, because Anubis has really put themselves in a great lead, so things are just not really clicking right now for ROC. But that's what, like, again, like I can keep going in this horse again, because it's just, we kind of put ROC as a team that without a doubt, should be top 3 minimum, right? Like, this is a team that has just been dominating the league now for a little bit of time. They've been doing quite well. They've been in like a top 2 placement pretty much for a while. I mean, them and Gaimin Gladiators seem to always have themselves a little bit of back and forth and some history, but I mean, the thing is we're starting to see that ROC are very vulnerable. They can bleed, right? And I think a lot of teams have been doing a lot of studying on them. And I think Anubis, the way they're playing, they've definitely been exposing those weaknesses. So you love to see it, because I was really curious about this head-to-head. The Egyptian teams kind of going against each other, but hopefully this time out from the coach can be a little bit of a good conversation here with the guys on ROC, just to kind of figure out what they need to do to clean things up, because it is not looking like the best CrossFire we've seen from them thus far.
Yeah, and as I said, right, it was mentioned on the desk as well. First game official. I'm sure obviously they played, clearly. But, first official in the new meta. It will take them a while to get used to it a little bit. We'll already see a couple of HKs, obviously, but a huge difference other than that. Obviously TRG, but that's not a massive change when it comes to the sniper. Just ever so slightly different in maybe slightly better ways, maybe quicker, bit of wallbang damage, that sort of thing. Anubis are continuing to play on the front foot here. Maybe this is finally a chance for ROC to punish them, because Snake has found Dipsy already on a bit of a foray. There was more than one where that came from, but they're not able to get any trades off the back of it. So they force them back away, and the B-bomb site is totally open off the back of that.
And even now, you can see that Anubis, again, with the 4 players, they got a little bit of utility they can put in the back pocket. Okay, so Comic's getting ready for the pop flash. This should land just in front of connector, so this could be good, but you can see ROC going to be careful on this. Actually, the flash doesn't look like it really made much of a connection on this, so now they got 13 seconds. They have to get going. Time is an essence here, and they have to be able to get these kills, and they have to get a defuse, but Comics is able to find the kills, but is it going to be enough? Defuse is coming through! It's coming through! Oh no!
Wow.
It's going to be the Ninja defuse, and look at that ROC. They thought they had it, and look at Anubis, the celebration. Everyone's fired up, and they take a round away.
Oh, how have they managed that? That's so rare. You see that work out and come through. And ROC, they thought they had everything in their favour there. They're about to win this round by the looks of things, unless something crazy happens again, because they've just found 2 immediate entries on snare. That was almost like an angry double kill. You could tell that they were so accurate and fast and flicky on that one. But again, we're trying to force the way back in. And again, Doom has found one more. Nothing is easy for ROC at the moment. This one should be figured out. Jaguar will eventually go down, and Sad has to clutch 1v3. So finally, ROC are going to break that little streak for Anubis. But yeah, I think that Ninja is one that you shouldn't be letting get away in any situation ever.
Yeah,
it's very rare.
Pretty unreal when it happens, though, because like you said, it doesn't always occur very often, right? So, but nonetheless, I mean, you can see the ROC, they're able to at least get themselves a second round. Like you said, they kind of break that little bit of a streak here from Anubis, so not bad at all. But that's where I'm kind of wondering. There's been a lot of changes for ROC. A little bit of coaching changes, a little bit of, adjustments, things like that. So we'll see, how well things have been in the preparation here for the second season. But now, since they've had that timeout, things are looking a little bit better despite that Ninja defuse. The kills are coming through. Now we're starting to see these riflers getting a little bit more active. They're starting to do a little bit more damage. So now, putting Anubis on the backboards a little bit with Jaguar and Sad, the last 2 remaining players in this kind of a situation. And now just leaves it down to one lonely sniper. He has to put up a 1-on-3. He's got the bomb down, though. I don't know if he's fully aware of that. That's actually a big pickup because it's all the way in the back of spawn. So if he would have spotted it, he could have just kind of camped things out and just hung out. But looks like he's going to try to keep pushing towards the site. And he's a dead man.
Yeah, nice pick from Snare. Warming up into the map, into the series, into the BO3. Last one of the day, of course. ROC, the only unbeaten team left in the league. Going to try and keep that intact after a couple of game days, obviously. Not that a huge amount of time. We've seen longer unbeaten performances from some of these great teams in the league. And Horus will catch Sad going aggressive. Immediate response in the following round. Needed here for Anubis, even though they're 4v5 now. M14 on Doom seems to be his favoured option. Bro's got the axe as well. Or the spade. Looks like a spade in there, doesn't it?
There we go. Back for a B, hit again, and Horse uses the USB to get an entry. Not bad at all. Man, this is just a chaotic fight right now. Dipsy actually does make a bit of a connection, interestingly enough, through the connector. Thinking snare. Is he going to actually go for the pre-fire? Oh my. Yep, indeed he is. Yep, he's going to find that shot. Now they're going to try to sneak through the smoke maybe, but looks like they decide not to now. But Anubis, I mean, it's a 3-on-2, but the HP is critically low here for Horse. I think he's got 1 HP, honestly, because it's just like a little margin. But, okay, ROC, things are looking a little bit better. 12 seconds remaining. Surely not like this, and there we go. 2 HP to spare. Multi-kills, and there we go. ROC right back into this game here, Trav.
Yeah, didn't let Anubis have any breathing room for too long, right? That's pretty pacey in that response overall. I'll be pretty delighted with that, and we're going to go into second half of them feeling a bit more confident as well, without a doubt.
Well, and that just kind of goes into the point of, like, you know, the timeouts and how well it really worked for these guys. Like, as soon as they, you know, as soon as ROC had that timeout, a little bit of a conversation, and look at how much better they've already been playing. I mean, again, despite that one ninja round, but everything else has been pretty stellar. Again, kind of getting back to that high performance that we're used to for these guys. So, yeah, you love to see it for any ROC fans, but again, I'm not going to take anything away from Anubis because, again, still plenty of game to go, but they've done really well. But now this is where I've always criticized this team is, again, like when things were getting a lot of adversity, like when things were getting a little bit problematic, like how big does the snowball go down the hill, right? I mean, that might be more of a Canadian reference because lots of snow out here, but you know what I mean.
Well, no, things can snowball, right?
Yeah, I'm just making sure, you know. Like,
snowball gets bigger as it collects more snow and it rolls down the hill. Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, good. glad we're on the same page. I had to make sure. In case some people are like, what is he talking about? What snowball? What do you mean?
I mean, to be fair, for these two teams, I think they would quite rarely see snow. Overall, I would imagine. Exactly.
There you go.
So you gotta educate.
Yeah, gotta educate. You know, connect the dots a little bit here.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Slayer on the line. About to have many players coming his way, and it's a great reaction on Dipsy trying to push him down. Snake is here ready as well. Should easily get one and maybe even two. They're very, very blind in the corner as well here, Comics. They've been counter-flashed to oblivion, it feels like. Look at all the nades coming through. Goodness me, it's going to be an absolute demolition. Totson just pushes forward and says, well, yeah, we're here now. We're ready to go.
Yeah, it's always funny to see, you know, in my opinion, like, you know, Slayer when he kind of equips the sniper too. Like, I know he's done it, like, kind of in pockets of time, but it is funny when he does it. But he actually did really well in the previous round. He made some good connections. So either way, now things are right back into a tie game when it was looking like Anubis could have ran with it. But either way, here we go. And that's the thing about Anubis. Like, I think their BL sides have always been pretty decent. They are a team that does like to kind of run the clock low, a little bit like ROC, but we'll see if they maybe want to change things up just a little bit. Look at Slayer, man. He is just getting hungry for kills and just swinging for duels like that, playing a little unorthodox. You love to see it. So now leaves Dipsy and Sad by themselves. They have to actually fight for bomb control, so that's even worse. Like, they don't even have an opportunity to go into the site to plant and get themselves in a post plant. This is about refighting, and this is not going to be a good situation at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of control here. There's almost no way back in. Double sniper, as you can see as well. Like, in this sort of a situation, you just have to hope one of the ROC players gets a bit lazy. Gets a bit bored. And goes for a peek. Considering there's 1 minute left to go in the round. So I was going to have to pre-fire this angle. It's so difficult. Absolutely impossible.
Ooh, not bad at all. This is honestly one of the worst things you have to be in. Like, I no matter, like, if you're in the situation where you have to refight for a bomb control,
Yeah.
when you're on the BL side, like, it like, you just almost dread it. You're just like, ugh, like, I know this is going to be nearly impossible, or it should be. So like you said, you kind of hope that someone's going to, like, kind of fall asleep at the wheel, or someone's just going to, like, be a little lazy just for that, like, second or two so you can take advantage of it. But man, oh man, you're banking on a massive chance. Okay. That's not a chance. That's an easy one for Horse.
Yeah, a bit of aggression once again. So far been kind of similar for both teams. They do like to have to chuck one player in early rounds, see if they get any success with it. And more often than not, both teams kind of have, actually. I think it's pretty consistent results so far. I'm going for these aggressive picks. Horus is dangerous. Behind the smoke, will surely get found and will be. That was a little bit too much there, I think. I think it was quite evident that he was going to get found with two players on the other side, whether the smoke was going to fade or not. So, it was an easy way back in here for Anubis, but still damage done to Doom. No, by no means might have been an easy way back in, but by no means an easy answer to find their sixth round.
Ooh, yeah, that's a nice shot from Doom. Not bad at all. But look at Totson. Yeah, he's getting a little bit more aggressive on this. Again, they still have to fight for this bomb, so gonna go all the way back and get for it. Totson might be able to go in the timing. Oh, Comics just spotted in the last possible second, but Doom should be able to get the kill. There it is. Nice little bit of coordination together. Good cleanup. But now they might be making... Okay, this is like... I don't want to say it's a mistake, but they are potentially going into the site where there is a player ready to go. Oh, and Snake. Oh, okay. Well, he's going to make a mistake. Saying there's no mistakes here, or there may be a mistake, but it's on the other end. So now, Anubis have themselves prime and ready to bring it back to a tie game, unless we see the absolute Mission Impossible here from Slayer. Do you believe, Trav? Do you believe he can do it? Because I don't. I'm just kidding. I do. Full faith.
Yeah, it's actually around here where you may as well just play time and talk about the next round, right? I mean, there's no saving, obviously, in this game. The only reason you would save is for your KD and or to take a free tactical timeout for the next, like, 15 seconds, right? So, and that's what he's doing. Take the opportunity to talk with his team about what to do next, what aggression to put in play, if any at all. The Anubis are keeping this one close, as I thought they would. But overall, ROC is just the main team that, unbeaten in the league so far, obviously, you'd expect to take it. So, when they have issues like this, they need to be talked over.
So ROC going to be able to fight for this long control. Pretty easy, like not really much contention, so they get it for free. Costs a little bit of utility, but that's fine. But at least now they can have Totson kind of just posted up. Now they can put a little bit more attention towards B and mid. So that actually is a perfect situation in this one, because Anubis, you can see they're kind of laying a lot of the eggs in one basket here, in the sense that they might just try to go for the B pop on this one and the lurk of Dipsy maybe later on. And actually Horus, I don't know how he's alive for as long as he was, but now Slayer has to get a multi-kill. He does not. So this actually might be a decent opening here for Anubis. They might have been able to find kind of the given moment to get this site control. Bomb's still not going to be planted yet. They're going to go and re-pick it up. This is weird. The bomb, he dropped... Oh my gosh, and this player actually crossed. Oh man, this is not good. I don't like this. This is sloppy. This is gross. Okay, but it works out, but... This is not clean, Trav. This is not a good clean round, in my opinion.
No, I mean, they're going to get away with it, and sad, to be fair to him, is hitting some good shots. But, yeah, that was a little bit awkward, but it's fine. Right now they're in a very, very solid position overall. ROC have kind of fallen away a little bit at the end of this game. There's still a gap of only one. But Anubis back in the lead now. And again, these opening attempts, and look at that. I mean, Jaguar and Doom easily deal with Slayer and Totson. Like they just gave up that portion of the map very easily there. They went for some aggression, but they didn't even have a chance to shoot back. The angles were better, and the timing was better for Anubis. Their patience and setup was to counter that, pretty much that plan.
Yeah, a little bit of attention on Horus is actually going to be important on this too, because again, he's kind of close on by. He's already pushed all the way through B, so for him, he could be in a position where he might be able to find a multi-kill, right? If he can find this double kill some way. Oh, okay, I was going to say if he does, I mean, that's not bad, because then at least he kind of crosses off one part of the map, but... And the bomb was still down. But now, I mean, Snake here, the IGL. Big task. Wide open, caught in the crosshairs of Sad, and now things are starting to look pretty decent here for Anubis, and they put themselves in a little bit of comfort, but the job is not done yet. Still 2 more needed to close this thing off, to push it over to Compound. Does ROC have enough in them to get this thing done, or maybe Anubis could get themselves a map onto the board?
That would be a great way to start. Is their pick? Historically, it's a map they do like to go to and are very confident on. So, I'll give ROC the benefit of the doubt. Compound coming up next. They should be finding that one. We have seen Anubis slip up this season, where we haven't seen that from ROC yet. But first game in the new meta, like we've said, for ROC. Everyone else has now played a game already. This is their first. A lovely bit of timing there on the peak towards Snare. Sad gets that one very comfortably in the end. A nice little positioning around the map to make that look easy. And now 5v3. Snake, Horus, and Slayer not really in a position to help out or play together in any position here. You've got Jaguar still being a nuisance over toward Long. And that's why we're going for a peek here for Slayer, but there's just a cover for it. There's always a second man over.
Yeah, good nades, and now, I mean, for Anubis. Again, hopefully they can get this bomb across because it's dropped. Okay, that's going to work out. Yeah, so now map point is on the docket here for these guys. And ROC just don't seem to have an answer right now. And this, like, to me, this is quite surprising. Like I said, I was giving a lot of praise for a team like ROC, like, in the sense that, internationally they played this map. They've, even in CFWL, of course, in past seasons, they're very well seasoned on this map. It's not like a map they're not used to, so... It's kind of interesting to see that they're really struggling to keep themselves in this game. And there was a really good amount in the first half that they did well to bring things back closer. But now in the later portion of the second half, it really does feel like Anubis have been able to put themselves in a prime position here to get the map away for the last series of the day. But now some big thoughts here. A big test of Trav's Law to see if that Anubis can they actually get it done here with the 9th round, or maybe we go another.
We could, we could. There's ever a team that can make this happen pretty quickly, it would be ROC, but they do seem a little bit lackadaisical today. Their setup though is a lot better. They get their first 2 kills of the round very comfortably. Slayer and Snake are playing off each other in the usual spots over toward B. And Slayer will manage to deal with Doom as well. Travis Law never fails. It always works. Apart from the times it doesn't.
Oh dear. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, like this whole thing on the 9th round is so funny. I just think of Elfish because I remember he was giving me such a hard time. He's like, yeah, cool, dude. That's a cool stat. I'm like, that is a cool stat because nobody can ever get it done. Like, what do you mean? Like, everybody that's on map point, they never can get it done afterwards. Like, they always have to play like 1 or 2 more if they're going to get the job done. So,
yeah.
Whatever, Elfish. Whatever. Hope he's here. Hope he's listening.
He's streaming right now, I think.
Whatever.
So we'll let him enjoy his day.
Well, fine, I guess. I'll bug him later. This is a really awkward round because, again, like there's a lot of players that are just kind of moving all over the place. But again, 20 seconds. This is the thing. So now Anubis, they do have an opportunity. Yeah, they're going to get this bomb down. You can see Dipsy's going to just kind of, again, be aggressive. He's been spotted. I think he actually found that both players are here. Oh, he's actually going to refight this. I don't know if he realizes all 3 are here. Now he's going, oh, wait, hang on. Everybody's at this party. Now maybe I can do something about it, but at least he gets 1 more done. So now things...
Hang on.
All down to Sad.
This is actually doable. Suddenly Trav's Law might actually be cancelled after we've been waffling on about it for no reason. We've got Totsin and Snare to try and figure this one out, trying to run him down. I could have done it. They're all good. They're all good. Sad almost made that happen because he wasn't exactly that low, right? Like, I felt like he could have actually set himself up in a different position, maybe a more unexpected one there to make that happen. I think that's the only way you can kind of win a 1v2 like that. But, yeah, it's okay. ROC do win the round in the end. 2 more for overtime.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, that attempt, like just playing the green ball or green truck like that, I mean, he was kind of hoping somebody was going to come through window, so that's why he was playing it. But in that kind of a position, when you're down the numbers, you have to find a fight. So I don't love the idea of him just sitting there, but I mean, I understood the idea because he was thinking the window would peak first, he'd win that fight, then he could go for a second one quickly. But it's a tough one, right? Because you don't have a lot of room to work with, and you have numbers that you have to worry about. So nonetheless, it was a good attempt, but ROC, you know, for a lot of the fans here can take a little bit of a sigh of relief because they get that round. They're still in this game, but 2 more to push this thing to an overtime situation, which would be the first one of the day on the weekend. So we'll see if they can do it. They're a team that is very known to getting themselves right back into games when their backs are on the boards. Okay, nice little double kill on cat control. They're going to fight for it. Some damage inflicted though, but nonetheless, they're winning these duels.
Doom going for a swing. Totsin will get the information and won't commit to it, of course. Trying to retain a 5v3. He'll know how important it is to stay alive here, because look at the HP. 3 of them pretty wounded. And Anubis looking to try and push their way through mid with 2 players. The bomb is still around A long right now. Doom looking for a pick. There we go. So to get information, unfortunately, of course, didn't get a frag from it, but at least they now know where that player's coming through. So it might just keep that 1 extra player over toward B, waiting for the possibility of a split for a little while longer. We are going to be pushing now. Horus is down low and Snare's been removed. Immediately 2 kills come through and make that 3. What a wipeout. What a push and what a timing. And Anubis will be delighted with that. They now have a chance to hold on to this site to win the map.
Yeah, and you can see that Snake, again, just kind of waiting. There's some communication right now that, you know, Slayer just on the outskirts of window. So now Snake's going to be the one that kind of just barrels through. It's not going to matter because Anubis, they get it done. Some cheers happening, some excitement shouted out, and now they're going to be able to get their map pick of Black Widow done. They're going to be able to get the nice check mark. And now can the question be, can they take a map or the map pick away here from ROC? But nonetheless, they put themselves in a 1-0 against the Giants, and they put up a really great fight on this one.
Yeah, fully deserved, I would say. ROC were just a little bit meh. I mean, I know that's really bad analysis for me to just call them meh, but like I feel like their X factor that they usually had didn't really show up on the server in the first map here. I mean, some of the individuals were a bit quiet. Some of their decision making and their aggression was a little bit sort of iffy. So look, we know how good they are, especially Compound coming up. That's, you know, historically years and years of them being so good at that map. So I'm expecting this to go 3, but we need to see that firepower deliver. So we'll see if that's the case. But first, the desk.
Anubis was such a statement take. Map 1, Black Widow their pick, and now they're 1-0 into the series.
I mean, oof, that was close from ROC Esports, and Anubis did manage to get themselves the win. Let me give a big shout out to Debsy and Doom for the golden duo, a big key factor for them on order to win the game. You need 2 players like Doom and Debsy with a little touch of sad with the sniper, just add this delightful kills and delightful gameplay from Anubis side. Now, judging from ROC Esports side, the game was a bit close. That makes me more scared to Anubis because of the second map. It might go, let's be honest, 100% is going to a 3rd map. I mean, this game was close, and I think one key reason that made Anubis win is how they adapted to the end game. I mean, 2 rounds were coming from ROC Esports side, then when it was 9-7, Anubis had this moment of clarity, this moment of, okay, hey, we are losing. Let's not get them to 9-9, because if they reach 9-9, we would 100% lose the overtime, and we cannot take another loss to our books because it's our map, and we don't want to lose our map since then we're going to lose the second map. So yeah,
Yeah, and like for Anubis, they had a very good start, as you can see in the highlights, 5-1 for the rounds, and then ROC Esports, they took their pause. After the pause, they came back very strong, and we started saying, okay, ROC can actually be there, ROC can actually take the map. But then Anubis, like you said, they reorganized themselves. They took back the momentum. They managed to get to the 9 rounds point, and they managed to finish up the map, which is really good. I mean, you can even see on the cameras, right? It's a relief for the players. And like you said, and like Trav said, Compound for ROC Esports, historically, they always take this map. So we are predicting to go map 3. Do you think this will happen in the second map? Will ROC easily take Compound? Because Anubis, with the new weapons, they are looking very scary.
I mean, judging by the papers and analytics that I'm just going to throw outside the window because of the new weapons and the new meta shift and the new surprises that I'm getting from Anubis side, I'd say I don't want to be that guy that says, okay, new weapons, then ROC Esports loses Compound and just throw their efforts out of the window. But honestly, man, it's Anubis Esports luck terrifying. But I'm going to give ROC Esports nonetheless the benefit of the doubt, and let's say they are going to take map 2 Compound, and we are going to see Port as the decider between the two big legends. Let me take a second and say that I love the add of the new weapons, and I just add this intensity and as this competitiveness spirit, spiciness that just adds it and give it to because most of the teams you would predict one team winning and the other losing, and the underdog is always losing. But look at the scores, man, 10-7.
I mean, I want to mention like Snake and Snare because they were not in their form, right? And this put ROC Esports. I mean, whenever Snare and Snake are not in the shape, it feels like ROC Esports gets a bit weaker. Snake and Snare in this game specifically, like looking like through the numbers, they didn't perform that well, and like it felt like Anubis just came more ready. I mean, sat on the other side to KD, so it just like felt like Anubis out of the box were warmed up on the other side. ROC Esports took their time, but they're going to map 2 Compound, their map, their favorite map as well. So do you think this game might have affected ROC Esports in a way, or we'll just reset and go to game 2 and everything will be
I think as a professional player has been jumping into a best of 3, they do have this chance of losing the first map. Yes, it's a shocker for them if they did lose, but remember the map of New Mexico, ROC Esports was 999 that they lost the map, then came, destroyed them with the second and the third one. I think that's the case for ROC Esports. I assume that we're going to see a 2-1 for ROC. Compound and Port, not underestimating Anubis Esports, just judging by the analytics and the previous matchups between both teams and the other matchup for other teams. It's a matter of it's the element of surprise that Anubis actually can pull here that would matter the most, because if they actually, especially after losing the first map by Team ROC, if Anubis can pull this element of surprise and win against them on Compound, I think that would be the highlight of our day.
Yeah, 100%. And Anubis are looking really good, right? I mean, it doesn't feel like they lost yesterday to Swamp Gaming 2-0, right? They are in shape, they are focused, they are determined. And this is like the power of experience for you as a team, right? We were talking about Anubis being there for a lot of time in the top 4. They're always there in the playoffs, and experience matters in these kind of situations, right? Like 100%. When you get like 2-0'd by a team that you shouldn't be losing to, it might affect you if you're not that experienced. But if you are Anubis Gaming, as a team, it helps the mental side, like for you going into each game as if it's a new game for you, it's a new day for you.
They are feeling it, and I'm here for it. For Anubis Gaming that is just ready to take over Compound. Realistically speaking, it's a map for ROC Esports, and the hopes and the expectations are going more and more for ROC Esports, but I mean, I believe in an underdog story, man. I have big faith in Anubis winning back-to-back, and I think that would be the start of their winning season and the consistent win that they had in the first season, because in the first season, they lost first and second and third matches, then they were just going back and forth, winning. I continuous winning streak from Team Anubis. So I hope that the boys look in. And I actually here hope for a 2-0, and not being biased for Anubis. Both teams are Egyptians teams, but Anubis do have this element that just you want them to win, being the underdog and not having enough matches, and you want this story of underdog and story of Classico Derby to continue. Like you want to see Anubis versus GG, ROC versus GG, things like this.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis are looking good, but let's see if Anubis can upset ROC Esports on their compound map. We'll figure it out with Travel Naz. You have the mic.
Yeah, compound, it should be rocks, it really should be, but should has been a bit too much of a strong word, I think, in the games that we've covered, of course, in the last couple of days. Big upsets and meta shifts and everything, and yeah, I think we're really curious to see if Anubis can fight against ROC in this one.
Yeah, like, I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think in terms of the history books, like, we all know that ROC are really good on a map like this, but I don't know, like, I really wasn't convinced on how they were playing. Like, there was kind of some good glimpses of how they were playing on Black Widow. I know it's a very different map, but they are kind of going to the bread and butter, so that might be the saving grace for them just because they are very good on it normally, but maybe today's an off day, I don't know, but Anubis looked like they came very prepared. They played a really good game. Even their firepower was really good. It wasn't just like, you know, just strategies or, you know, just timings and everything. It felt like, honestly, everybody was kind of firing on the right cylinders, and that's something that I never really got to say a lot about this Anubis team, just because I always kind of felt a little bit disappointed in my opinion, but I'm starting to become a believer. Like, these guys are definitely, you know, competing very well, but now we have to see if ROC can get themselves bounced back to push this thing to a third map series, just because it's do or die for them. Otherwise, they're going to be taking another loss here for the season.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the thing that's crazy for me as well is that usually it's been such a consistent factor for this league in CFWL to have Anubis, ROC, Gaimin Gladiators, and Unknights / InnerCircle, right? Always in that top 4. I feel like this now would be, you know, the meta shift coming through. It's like, okay, it's completely changed things up. I mean, technically right now, before the start of this game, if I'm reading Liquipedia accurately, Anubis is actually technically bottom of the league, right? Which is hugely surprising, considering they made the final last season and actually got it to a BO5, like, took all 5 maps in the BO5 as well. So, yeah. Look, we accurately know historically that Anubis do start a bit slow in these seasons, but they're to win this one. That will like just even up the league in an incredible manner, because we're going to have like 4 teams on 2 and 1, 3 teams that are around the middle of the league on similar points as well, so it'll be pretty crazy. Already we're straight into the action, by the way, into compound, and Snare manages to get 3 from that somehow. It's a massive brawl into that B lobby position, and Jaguar not expected to be there as well. Why would you, when you've already killed like 3 players already? So it's Slayer to clutch already, 1v2 with 1 minute 50 on the clock. Has to retrieve the bomb as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, so he's kind of playing a little bit of a game here where he has to, you know, find the bomb, and that's again a tough task to go for, because I don't know if Sad actually, he kind of missed the timing a little bit to spot Slayer, but the good note for Slayer is that he does have time. So that's the thing, is where he can just kind of take his time, but look at how quick he's already gotten to this position. Now, there we go. I was just going to say, he might actually have a decent bit of an angle here on this, because Sad was kind of, you know, poking on this and kind of just jump spotting, and they run right into his crosshairs, and they just feed him the clutch.
Wow.
So, honestly, that's kind of the Slayer effect that we have historically seen, and that was long overdue. So good to see here for ROC.
Yeah, that's super important as well, right? I mean, Anubis wanted to start off the second map strongly. They wanted to keep the momentum up, and then to lose the clutch like that, though, to give ROC some hype, some unneeded hype. And Slayer played it perfectly. Fair play to him, but Anubis will always know that round should have been theirs. Big for ROC.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right? Like, we can't stress this enough. Like, again, a map that ROC are very good on. But again, it just didn't feel like it was very underwhelming that was happening on map number 1 here. But a little bit of a bounce back onto this, and Comics now finds himself a double kill just when they needed somebody to get a little bit of a shining moment. There it is. And now Snare, they're on a clutch situation again. This is the second 1v2 that we have now seen. So now Snare has to be able to find this. Misses the shot, actually. And there it is. So Anubis bounced right back into this game. And this ain't all over yet. That's what we were talking about. I feel like the firepower of Anubis is another level right now.
Big grins from Comics there. Big triple kill as well. And that was pretty insane. He just basically just ran in, held W, and held mouse 1. That was literally it. And managed to control all of it. Getting 3 there was crazy. Fair play to him.
Yeah, and the thing that's really cool, like, again, for anybody, you know, just kind of reminding people of the Season 1, like, let's not forget that, like, in the sense of this is that Anubis, you know, in the grand final, like, it was a 3-2 that went for ROC. It definitely went the distance, but it was just, you know, they're pretty competitive maps. But even when they played each other last on Compound, it was ROC able to get this with a 10-5. But again, I felt like that was a different kind of Anubis, and this is a whole other thing with new guns, different metas, things like that. So, and it does feel like Anubis have really been on the grind here, and even right there, Dipsy like gets himself a little bit active, gets a good opening duel onto this. ROC, they're not going to pull back on this. They're still going to commit to their game plan. Dipsy hungry for one more. Why not? Like a little bit of a dip, maybe. Just waiting. Flash is going to get thrown. I think it didn't actually connect onto him. Oh, but he misses, and that might be costly. And now Doom, he's just trying to tuck away inside. He's trying to stay alive, and he can't. Look at how fast that ROC, they just barrel on in. And now Jaguar is trying to do what he can, but he just gets removed with a one-tap. And I think ROC have been able to find themselves a second round convincingly here, Trav.
Yeah, Snare does jump into the USP of Sad, but he needs some crazy work to get 3 more kills here. ROC playing very pacey. Both teams kind of keeping it quite dynamic. Very aggressive. That's what we kind of like when we see this particular matchup, right? And ROC get it over the line. There'll be a change up now. Going into this 4th round. Obviously always avoiding those early nades in mid. They're always timed to a certain level to try and get maximum damage. It's counter for that aggression that you can see coming through. A bit like what Dipsy is doing now, but obviously delaying it a little bit. And great reaction up. Seeing Slayer at the last moment there to be able to react and take him down. Now Comics behind the smoke does manage to get 1, but it's a good trade from Toxin actually. Keeps him in this conversation in the round because Sad, Doom on the site. He's doing all the work instead. Never mind. Gets 2 with the M14. Now it's only Snare to win a 1v3.
Yeah, and again, like some of these rounds are just the situation that we're seeing, like ROC having to go in these clutch scenarios, and this is now I think the 3rd time they put themselves in this kind of a situation, and it's not the greatest. But Snare does have the bomb. He does have himself a decent position. He can just kind of play the time. Very nice connection onto this. Again, he doesn't even have to commit to the A-site plant. He can actually just play around if he wants to, but he will decide to stick it. But now the reposition. This is important because if he can find this kill, if he can get just enough timing to get a duel, this thing's going to turn into a 1v1. This is so important right now for Anubis. They have to play this together. They have to essentially be hugging each other. And Jaguar, he gets a little bit of an inkling. There might be a flank. Perfect read, the IGL. Gets it done, and we're right back into a tie game once again.
To each. Snare. Oh, Jag, you're not expecting him to already be there. That's a bit of an oversight. I know you had many players in that position, of course, to try and cover for that, but any sliver shown to Snare, as you can see with the second swing, you're never going to be able to get away. Can't allow him to do that. 8 kills on the board already.
Yeah, not bad at all, hey? Like, I mean, it's pretty good. I know the desk was making a comment about Snare as, like, you know, maybe arguably one of the best snipers in the world, and it's a bold statement to make, but he definitely can really pack a punch here, and that's the thing we noticed. Like, no argue that he's probably the best in CFWL, and then in worldwide, that's a big long conversation. Of course, there's a lot of amazing snipers that can be in the server, but that's kind of the effect he can bring into this. You love to see it. He was definitely an MVP countless times here for this team. So ROC are going to get themselves in a slight lead now, but still only slight on this one, and we'll see what's going to happen here for Anubis, what they want to do a little bit differently for this setup. They actually played a little bit more of a heavy mid, so they kind of went for a 1-3-1 setup on this one, but instead they're going to just retreat that idea right away. Comic's got to be careful. He's jump spotting on this. Okay. Keeps his life in a little bit longer here, but it is a little bit scary that he's kind of still committing to this jump spot.
Chip damage being done. Of course, they kind of know exactly where they're set up right now. All 5 toward mid for ROC in this one. It was all 3 toward A, actually, for a second there for Anubis, but we're going to try and split between them. If ROC do decide to go toward B, it would be the right call, I feel like. Even though there'll be obviously 2 quick rotations from Dipsy and Comics to be in the right area to deal with that. ROC are finding a gap at the moment. Can they exploit it? Dipsy's on the line. Smoked off. They could maybe creep past that, though, so it's going to have to be Doom to deliver. Gets a couple of bits of information. We'll fall back away. And right now, ROC are kind of just all over them. And Anubis look a little bit uncomfortable of where exactly they could be coming in from. There's so many angles they have to worry about. Despite having the right players, I would say, in the right positions, they're so worried about that. And a great flashing toward heaven. Totson gets one. And look at this. They just swarm. That kind of round read that way for a long time, considering how they were just all over every single advanced angle around both bomb sites.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely felt like they were a little bit uncomfortable in this, and you know, I think ROC did a really good job just again manipulating the map a little bit to make that kind of a situation uncomfortable. But this should be a done round, indeed it will. So yeah, ROC doing a good job, just kind of picking things back up, a little bit better of a pace for themselves, kind of cleaning things up, kind of, you know, showcasing what they can really bring in a map like this. A 4-2 lead is not bad at all. So I mean, if they can just maintain this a little bit, like we said in the history, it's been pretty dominant wins for them against Anubis on this map. Kind of more focused on the playoffs, which was definitely more recent. Now Anubis are trying to, again, a quick little bit of attack, a little bit of a passive approach, you know, just a quick little swing in mid just to see what they can get away with. They pull back on it right away, and now you can just see having the one player pushed on long, double into the A site, allowing ROC to have full control of mid. And like, you know, they love to do this. Like, this is the bread and butter. Like, this is their strat. Like, they love to just swing this. Yep. But now Doom has been able to just bring a lot of nightmares to this because now they only have 2 remaining.
Comic spotted, but doesn't matter when you're hitting immediate shots like that. Snow will go down, it'll easily run down Totson, and that's immediate rebuttal from Anubis straight off the bat. Again, very speedy. We've got toward almost half time already, and it feels like we've been here for like 5 minutes. Really, it feels like rounds have been over early. Sorry to cut over you.
Yeah, exactly. No, and that's the thing. Like, it feels like it's not like necessarily a speed run. It just feels like it has been actually going at a pretty quick pace, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, both these teams know each other, like to play each other. So that's where you kind of have to mix things up kind of nicely when you just have a lot of competition against each other. Dipsy, though, oh man, that is beautiful. Finds himself the double, but hang on. Look at ROC right back into this. A little bit of an overextension here from Anubis. Just when they picked up the multi-kills, this thing is turned around on its head. This thing is a 2v2. C4 is going to go to whether it's the A site. Slayer's actually just going to go try on a single mission. Why not? He's the Doombringer. He's the Slayer, and that is going to be that. He's going to be able to find himself a multi-kill. Not bad at all for ROC, considering how well or how poorly that started off for them.
Yeah, it did really. Great recovery. In come the nades. Oh, actually, avoided a little bit more than I thought it would. Horus barely took any damage in the end, actually, suddenly, even though those nades were kind of in his face. Horus could get 2 here, though. Oh, he's even made it 3. Doom, Jaguar, and Sad all trying to play around that position to hold off that mid play. All get caught at once. That was a bit too easy. On for the ace.
He's on for the ace, yeah. This is nuts. Comics, though, in a not a fun position to be in, but actually he's just going to dismiss the smoke, so no smoke going to be here in for me main. Oh, he needs buying his kill, though. Woo-wee! That's a nice shot if I've ever seen one, but alright, so ROC are starting to look a lot better now. Things are starting to fall a little bit more into place here, so not a bad half to consider how things are going here for ROC, but 6-3, not too shabby, Trav.
It is not too shabby. And I think, honestly, knowing how this team likes to play... Oh, look at this. Again, this is classic ROC. Beginning of the half on Compound, always go for an aggressive play like this to try and catch your opponents off guard. And Horus, well, he's going to look like he's owning the server right now. Goodness me. He's found 3 to flick up on the 4th. And immediately, that's going to be 7. And as I say, that is a hallmark of ROC to go for something like that in the first round of any half, actually. Whether you're on Blacklist or on Global Risk, but especially Global Risk on Compound. They love going for that mid-push. Even if you're aware of it, it can be hard to stop sometimes. And Horus, well, he's farming.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's definitely having a bit of a field day right now. And I love to see it, though, right? Even despite that they're up like 6-3, like you said, like going in for a mid-aggression like that, just trying to, again, just really take control of this and get this map over with. They know, like, in their minds, like, we've heard them in interviews, they're like, no, we're not going to lose. We're the best team. Nobody's going to touch us. Like, they have this mindset of just, they're invincible, which could be good and bad in a lot of retrospect when you think about it. But, I mean, the fact that they're up 6-3, they push mid like that, just showing dominance, it definitely puts a little bit of fear for Anubis. And now, you know, they're going to have to figure out something a little bit differently. Dipsy, unfortunately, gives himself away just a bit too much there. Really good angle from Snare, though, to be able to find that duel. So ROC right now, really just finding some good isolation of duels once again. And Anubis are going to have to find something right now because they're going to have to go for this mid control. But again, it's really their only option. And now they have to rely on a beautiful pick just like that. Why not? But look at Snare. He's hot on the heels. And Horus is just tapping away once again. This guy is just a headshot machine. And it's all just down to comics. He has to do something big, a little bit of a 180. Why not? But now he's just getting overwhelmed by bodies. But what is going on? How is he actually able to find that kill? Horus maybe just a little bit overzealous on this, but Thompson thankfully can save the day. But man, that was a little bit too close for comfort in my opinion. But you know what? A round's a round regardless.
Yeah. And it's a very pretty pacey one as well. It's been a faster game than I thought. And this little timeout we're going to have now for Anubis, of course, might be one of the longest sort of waits we've had in the game. You need to chuck it in now. It's the right time for the tack. But, yeah, every single clutch is going the way of ROC at the moment. Totsin delivering when necessary. Horus is getting multiple multi-frags every single round, it feels like.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I love it, too, because, you know, we know, like a player like Horus, too, like, he's a guy that he's a really strong rifler. He likes to be the entry, you know. And now that he can have like a rifle where he can just kind of one tap and just take that precision to a whole other level it's pretty scary to think about. So we've actually seen him really get up some good numbers on this. So it's that's what's been really exciting, right? Like, and that's the same argument here for Anubis too. Like, we've definitely seen a lot of these players, like even Doom's had himself some really good kills. The M4 team's been thrown out a lot of times. I think Comics has actually been rocking it quite a bit. So yeah, it's definitely mixing things up nicely for both teams right now. But obviously for ROC on Compound, it's just been a very perfect recipe here. But getting closer and closer, Anubis just need to figure out what they want to do a little bit differently the only time what they have. So they're going to have to make it right.
I'd be surprised if Anubis in their heart of hearts right now are thinking, okay, how do we prepare for map 3 here? Like, where do we go? We have played, of course, on these maps versus ROC many, many times before. It's not exactly not exactly new territory overall. Of course, a reminder that it is a repeat of the grand final from season 1 in 2025. ROC won that 3-2. Started off 2-0, winning Compound on sub base, and then got pulled back to a 5th map on Port. We could be going toward Port again as the decider between these two.
Yeah, and that's the thing where we were, you know, it's a really good point to bring up, Trav, because again, like we say, like a lot of these teams in CFWL have played each other many, many times, right? Like maybe little iterations of rosters and stuff like that, of course, but these two teams especially, like they've really kept a pretty decent core from both sides. So like that's the cool thing about it is like there's a lot of you know, they probably scream each other all the time. They probably play each other all the time. Like, they definitely know each other's little gimmicks and stuff like that. So that's what always makes it kind of fun to see. Because sometimes they just throw these, like, rabbit out of the hat plays, right? And now we even see, like, kind of play like this where, you know, Jag just kind of goes for a really big wide swing jumping shot, and his teammate can just kind of clean up the mess a little bit. So we're seeing that the timeout's looking pretty good right now, but ooh, Snare, I was thinking this might be too aggressive, but oh my goodness, I don't know. He almost gets away with a double, but gets put down at least.
Yeah, the Cult almost getting 2 there. That would have been crazy. So now maybe one of the players that hasn't gone to the USP as much as the other players in the league so far have done. Trusting himself with that instant headshot. Worked out for the first, not for the second. And now the first situation really here for Slayer to have to try and recover. Going to push forward for it, and it's a great reaction to deal with Dipsy. So back into a 2v2. C4 is still down in middle. It's going to have to be retrieved by Doom. And the thing is for Sad, right, he's in a forward position outside A a little bit, but he needs to wait for his teammate, and there's 30 seconds left in this one. So finally they're going to team back up together again. ROC is still in good positions to deal with this. 25 now. They're going to hop their way forward, but they're not going to be quiet about it as they get forward toward the entry of the site. And Totsin's there and ready and raring to go. Thing is, Slayer is a very, very long way away. They're not actually certain of it yet. Now they finally figured it out. So Totsin might have to do this himself, by the way. And he already got taken out. So in comes the plant. Slayer's now going to hold that angle. 30 on the bomb, obviously, and Doom trying to play with this position, trying to win an important round for his team, just to stay alive, to keep himself in the conversation, but it's not going to happen. Slayer is too reliable, and that will get ROC to 9.
Yeah, not bad of a shot at all, too, right? I was thinking, I think that was Doom, right? I think he was the one that was going for the reload, and I was like, I don't know, man. Like, you got 15 bullets. You really need a reload, and yeah, it didn't even matter. I mean, Slayer just takes his head away, so nonetheless, now we see map point on the plate here, and now ROC only need one more, and then we're going to push this thing to the final map of the day of Port. But we'll see if ROC can get it done. And now they're actually going to put a little bit more pressure onto this B. And oh man, oh, this is tight. This is a really awkward fight. And now Totsin, he's trying everything in his power. And oh my god, he doesn't even need a rifle. He just needs a damn pistol. And he's going to be able to find that triple kill. Trav's Law looking like it might be broken here right now, finally on this first day of the damn weekend. Unless we can see Doom or Jag somehow pull the impossible in this situation, but it is not looking likely.
Yeah, domination does trump Trav's Law, I'm afraid. Doom needs to find 3 here, and he can only find damage. Snare will take him down. Incredible play there with the USP. That is why, at the moment, that is one of the pistols of choice, it feels like, with the weapon change update. So a very speedy compound. An expected win, but not as easy as that.
Yeah, honestly, it really did feel like, you know, it was pretty competitive in the beginning, right? Like, there was definitely some really good moments of back and forth, and I felt like Anubis were doing a good job, but then all of a sudden, just ROC were like, you know what? We know who we are. This is our map. Like, you cannot do this to us, and they really took it with some vengeance, right? I mean, that's kind of what everybody wants to see, right? This is the ROC that we're all used to, the ROC that can perform at a pretty high level, so you love to see it. I was wondering if maybe there was a change in the waters today or something in the sky. I don't know, in the air or whatever, right? Like change of something. But no, I guess that's not the case. Looks like we are going to push this thing to a third and final map, which is Port. I'm going to be curious to hear what the desk thinks because truthfully, I'm still kind of all over the place who's going to be able to find this. But look, let's let the desk take us away on this one.
ROC Esports take map 2 in fashion, like in compound. We said it's their map, and they took it easily. Let's say, I mean, Todson in the last round, he took like 3 kills easily with a pistol in the mid as well. Very, very convincing, and we have Port as decider as well.
I mean, it is their map, man. What did I expect? I mean, I gave Anubis the benefit of the doubt. I said that they did win the first map. Why not the other? Why not the next one? And here we are, decider, Port. So, okay, let's judge from a number perspective. Port is this neutral map that has this big of a side gap when you are playing GR or Blacklist, and it's a bit hard to adapt, but the only map that Anubis were good at it was the first map, Black Widow, and we did see the score and how close things were. Now, the second map, which is Compound for ROC Esports, they absolutely destroyed them, dominated them, and the gap was huge. If anything, we can conclude that Porsche is going to be to ROC Esports more than Anubis, but oh no, man, it can go both ways. The control can happen from Anubis and ROC Esports, but judging from the players or the individuals, it goes more for ROC Esports. Keep in mind that this specific map, we saw both Slayer and Horus just destroying everything, man. I absolutely loved how they played.
100%. And speaking from stats, for this season, ROC Esports played against GG and 999, and both these games the decider was Port as a map, and they took both these games, so they are pretty, let's say, comfortable on this map. On the other side, Anubis is showing a really, really good performance, so it's really hard to predict who is gonna win on this map. But do you have a certain favor out of these two?
I can a certain favor as a team. As a team, I'd have to go with the undefeated, the dominator, the absolute beast, ROC Esports. If I'm being honest, we did see them the previous map, and judging from the analytics side, Anubis did lose their last game, the previous one, the one after, the one before, and ROC Esports on the other hand, just destroying every other team. And how can ROC Esports not be my favorite team and not be my favorite in this specific series? I wish I'd see more of the underdog like I saw in the first map, but the second map they absolutely got destroyed. Although I did have some hope that Anubis will surprise us with their first 2-0, but I don't expect this. Maybe ROC Esports would continue in their 2-1 series, and yeah, let's just hope for the best for both teams. I think in the decider.
Yeah, and Slayer specifically, and Horus as well, to be honest. Like these two games,
golden duo, man.
Yeah, even game 1 they were pretty solid. But we'll see what will happen on Port between ROC and Anubis. Trav and Laz, you have the mic for the last time today.
Yes, sir. We are back. Last map of the day. ROC and Anubis, obviously, going into a decider. I think, for me, that if ROC don't win this one, I'll be a little bit disappointed, knowing that Anubis are on slightly worse form in the league so far this season, but you also can't take them lightly because you know what they can do and you know how they can recover and how good they have looked in previous performances. So, of course, the last time they played Port was in that grand final in 2025, of course, in season 1 of this league. That went to, as I say, that BO5 grand final. It was a 10-7 to ROC, so it wasn't an absolute stomp. Let's see if Anubis can turn that upside down today.
Yeah, maybe so, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing we were talking about is that, it was a good first map at 10-7, and then the fact that ROC, again on Compound, they made it a lot better, but we'll see. There's a lot riding on this last map of the day, and ROC already kind of loading the kill feed a little bit here. A map that they're still very proficient on, a map they're very good on. So this is a lot riding here for Anubis. And right now, putting this on a 1-on-3 attempt, or 1-on-4, now down to the 1v3. Sad about to give his back to it. There we go. ROC going to be able to find this. The fact they get to start on the GR side too, honestly, Trav, is the fact, like, for me, that's just even worse because, in my opinion, we didn't get to really talk about this. I didn't love the veto that happened for the map picks and everything. I felt like Anubis kind of gave this a lot more of a lean for Anubis, or for ROC, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, like, there is not many opportunities really to change things up in the veto between these two. I think it's just a known quantity, right? Having played each other so much overall. So yeah, we'll see. I think I did hear whispers from Penguin on the desk when he was working it the last couple of days. him mentioning about how ROC have been trying to put a bit of practice into New Mexico, for example, but obviously that's a map that no one wants to pick right now. So, always gets banned out. You'll probably only see that in BO5s. Jaguar and Dipsy will get a killer piece, and Snake, with that cheeky weapon, of course, that we haven't had a chance to see yet today, he's going to find 2 with it. And it leaves Comics in a 1v2, stuck on long, headshot angle being played with, knows what's ahead of him. It's such a hard shot to hit. He's going to try and escape with a C4.
Yeah, I think that was a Chris, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what the gun's called.
Chris
We'll find out
Super V,
after.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, that was pretty cheeky. I heard the noise. I was like, wait, what is going on here? What gun is this? So I was like, not bad at all. But yeah, look, I mean, a minute to burn. Comics is, he's kind of thinking people are going to push. This is also a really good, again, just burn the time a little bit, have a conversation, figure out what's going wrong here, because right now, I mean, there should be no reason that Slayer overextends on this. Like, that'd be very careless in my opinion. He should be just playing passive. He should be playing with his teammate. Even if they let him get a plant, like, who cares? Like, it's not a big deal. Like, just play the retake together. Play the advantage in numbers. Play the instant trade if you can. Might be a little harder just with, I think he has the Om this time, but that's not going to be a problem. Like, even he could be the first person to contact, but Comics actually is going to go right through middle. He's going to try to cut this right in half. He's being sneaky. This is a little cheeky because Slayer's kind of got an inkling on it. And he does find it. There we go. Picks up the rifle. Gets an easy kill. ROC maintain the lead. Not bad at all.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a glimpse of this weapon from, I think it was Flex on Gaimin Gladiators. This Chris Super V. But Doom will show why the M14 is pretty good. 2 quick trades there on Totson and Horus. Slayer will manage to find 1 though, and that's a great reface for a second. The Colt still viable without a shadow of a doubt. Now it's all down to Doom, and he'll get removed as well. ROC looking incredibly clean so far, and obviously that just keeps the momentum going for a map 2 as well, right? It feels like they haven't let up for such a long time now.
It's almost like it kind of irritated them in the sense of just, like losing that first map, and now they're just like, okay, you know what? No more Mr. Nice Guy. They're going to play a lot better, and like you said, it pretty much feels like it's just been ROC all over the place here in the good sense of just winning rounds and just putting up a lot of dominance here. And right now they're kind of getting a little bit contested, but they do a good job just to push back for the time being. A 3-3, and some flank is occurring, and I think Comics actually did spot. I think that was Slayer just on the crack of the window. So now the question is if Comics actually wants to swing this. He's got some utility, so it'd be wise for him to just use it. But instead, he wants to bring the gunfight instead. He wants to be able to see what kind of firepower he can do. And now the snipers remaining here for a clutch is not always the most fun thing here, Trav, but it's not like it's impossible. It's doable.
It's Snare and Slayer. Never count them out. Just to get some sort of advance right ahead of the smoke, but they're not going to be allowed to. Deeper smoke to try and push forward wasn't going to work out really ever. Slayer, of course, will be heard on that big flank. Seen on that big flank, on that rotation all the way around, and Anubis will make sure they don't get away too much early game here.
Yeah, much needed though too, right? I mean, that's the thing, is like if it would have been a 4-0, probably would have saw a timeout being called right away. Just because it just like that's a big scoreline to lose. Now Anubis, they're gonna actually try to just commit to this B main. They're actually gonna just ignore the smoke. They're gonna run right through it. Not bad at all. This is when I was kind of talking about like being a bit unorthodox. That has allowed them to get a good kill onto Slayer, somebody that's actually top fragging right now for ROC, so that's a good pickup. But now with this, they're gonna wait things out a little bit. Good lineup on the nade, doesn't really do much, but nice little bit of utility work we see from Totson. But we'll wait and see Anubis now, that they can just kind of hold tight a little bit. They have somebody like Snare that's actually pushed all the way down long A, so not even playing tower this time. He's actually playing deep long, so this is a unique position for them. But you can see Anubis, they don't even have any really sights on A at all. They're kind of putting a lot of presence towards B house, ready to go for an XQ one more time. Oh gosh, Snake.
Oh, Flash is going to be coming through. Does well to get 1-for-1, honestly. And now Totson's really low. Surely not going to be able to survive, and won't be. two from Doom on that M14. Snare will manage to get one of his own, and Horus will push forward to find one. Now, Snare is very quick on this flank. Oh, that nade, could it bank and get the kill? Oh, it has. What a way to get it done. That's a 1v2 you don't see every day in that fashion.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? But yeah, this is again like, you know, we talked a lot about this, is that we don't put ROC on a pedestal here, but it's kind of the expectation for them to put up a really strong performance like this. Snake unfortunately can't seem to find that double kill, but at least look, he gets the one. That's not bad at all. It slows down the aggression just enough. You can see Anubis, they were trying to get a little bit more aggro. They were trying to see if they can be able to find their connection through this. They can't. So now they kind of have to refight for a little bit of this mid control. ROC is starting to get a little bit cheeky here. They're getting a little bit confident, maybe a bit too confident potentially. And nade catches Totson on the cross on bridge. But look at Slayer. He's already pushed all the way through this. So again, like, ROC are not letting off the gas. They are just completely sending it. And Slayer, unfortunately for the timing, can't seem to get it. So now he either has to decide, does he want to recommit? Indeed he does. He thinks he has the better shot. And boy, oh boy, this is just a chaotic game so far, because it really just feels like they're just trying to go for a full DM game. Like, they're just like disrespecting everything. There are no rules.
And that's what makes it fun. Comics. Hiding. Slayer almost thought about going for a bit of a push down that area of the map, but he doesn't need to, because look where Horus was. He was behind enemy lines. And their option, and probably only option, is B. They're going to take it straight away. The rotators are here very quickly. Do they decide to go a bit faster on this one? Do they want to try and push all three together while the bomb plant's going down, or do they just take their time? Looks like it's the latter at the moment. Totsin, Horus, and Slayer in this 3v2. This would be a great round for Doom and Sad to win, and I would not count them out of this whatsoever. They've got good positions here. Even Doom's in a bit of a cheeky area, and Sad will immediately get his one. Should be a lineup, but no. Damage done to Horus. Now it's all down to Sad going for the pistol, knowing that he's low, though. And that is a great hold. 2v3, but that sort of crossfire, that always feels like it's possible.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Still, you know, again, 2-round differential in this one, but Anubis mixing up the playbook a little bit here. They're actually going to swing through long this time. They're going to try to contest on snares, so now he's on top of the tower. Makes his presence known, finds the duel, and look at how fast they just cower away from this. They don't even want to try it anymore. They're just like, you know what? Nah, maybe he wasn't there. They were hoping maybe he was playing the rotator position somewhere else. So instead, they kind of just play this a lot more slow. They already have some short control. Bombs all the way in the back near spawn, so they haven't, again, they got to still pick it up and get everything ready to go. Nade could be decent. Yeah, it catches onto Dipsy pretty well. Some really good chunk of damage. Not bad at all. Look at ROC, though. The formation is really nice here, because you have two players locked in the site. You have Snake that's close on by. Even Totson arguably could have been there. Like, it looks like he kind of backpedals a bit because he's expecting a mid play, but they have a very good reading on this play here, Trav. Like, they have a full idea of what's going on.
Jaguar managed to deal with Horus. And now, Snake, holding the line, needs to flick up, and he's managed to find two. That's enough, because Snare's now here and ready and raring to deliver. Sad, stuck behind the box. Shouldn't be too long for this world. And Snare's not even allowing him the time of day. Not allowing him any space whatsoever to escape. Easy kill. And ROC will continue to push forward toward this finish line.
Yeah, it's really no messing around, right? Like, again, like it felt like, you know, in this veto, it just like, we knew the first map was kind of a bit of a toss-up. There was a really good chance that Anubis could create an upset on it, like getting a win like that. But, you know, I feel like they were going with the idea of like, look, Compound is probably a write-off. Port is the map that we can do some big damage on. It's a risky one, just because I feel like ROC are relatively decent on this map. I think their map pool goes pretty deep, in my opinion, but we'll see. Maybe things are going to be a little bit different here for the GR side of Anubis, but if they can find any more rounds here, like, this would just, again, make everything a little bit better for them, to make it a little bit more competitive and make it a little bit more of a comfort going into the defensive side. But right now for ROC fans, if, you know, they can find even one or two more, like, this would just go a long, long way. Ooh, Horus tried to get a little bit over-aggressive, but this time the USB makes a connection here for Anubis, so they get themselves a man advantage. The opening duel, not too shabby. But now, with ROC losing the man, what do they want to do a little bit differently? They actually just leave the anchor of Slayer here at B, and now again just putting presence towards A and middle, which is not bad at all. Snare's actually playing ultra aggressive here with that sniper, so this is really interesting. He is just playing a very different position than normal.
Doom will drop down and play with Snare. All the wallbang coming in, of course. That's going to always be very dangerous when it's the M4. It's going to do so much damage through that. With the TRG as well now, if you hit a headshot through a box, it will be a kill. The Orm doesn't really do that. That's why we're seeing all these players, all these snipers switch to the TRG now. Anyway, here we go. Slayer on the angle, going for the swing. Good timing on it, being annoying, jiggling away, and it's just going to be a bit of a mow down. He's got support from Slayer as well. Good trade from Comics at least. It keeps it in a 2v2, but he's so low off the back of it. And Totsin is still here on a healthy 100. He knows that Sad is probably on this headshot angle, but he's going to hit the shot anyway. Now Snake is in a tough situation suddenly. Good work from Sad. Now in the corner. Snake has no choice but to probably go for the rotation round. He's going to do exactly that. But it's a very difficult clutch now.
Yeah. It's kind of obvious too, right? Like they're fully ready for it too. And that's the thing from Snake. Like your options are so limited. And that's the thing that's really unfortunate in that kind of position is like you either have to keep pressing forward and you have to clear the left right by the stairs and the right hand side cubby, or you have to go all the way around. And like we saw, Sad was kind of prepared for like, yeah, he's probably going to flank. He'll get the spot. At least he can reposition. So a decent attempt from Snake. Again, very tough position to be in, but for Anubis, at least they can get themselves a little bit of sigh of relief. They can get themselves back into a round here. So we're approaching the last round here of the first half. Things are, you know, if we can see a 5-4, like I said, still in favor for ROC to, you know, be securing it, but for Anubis, that will definitely feel really good as they make that switch over to defense. So that's going to be really important. But ROC had a really good lead, and now it's kind of falling apart slowly. A little bit of a pixel. He spots it. He doesn't go for the shot, but now he can. Oh my goodness, that is a phenomenal double kill. Something you do not see every day.
Yeah, he's so good sometimes, man. This ROC team just have that extra gear, that extra level. Slayer's going to deal with Jaguar comfortably. And Sad, well, he'll be feeling a little bit like that right now. None of it. All of his friends are dead around him, I'm afraid. How many can he get? The answer is only one. There could have been the possibility of a small lineup there, but it's a good half for ROC. They'll be pretty content with that, but you know, it's not perfect. I don't think Anubis are not out of this game at all just yet.
Yeah, it ain't over yet. I mean, that's definitely the big factor here for sure. And I mean, this is an important round here to kind of set the pace. And now Jaguar. Yeah, they lock this thing down. Almost a flawless. They only lose Jag right at the end. Great hold. A little bit of an interesting play from ROC. Just kind of, you know, a 5-man commit into B main like that. It was a little bit interesting, but again, they kind of done that before on Compound, where they just push in mid before, you know, in the second or the first round of the second half. So don't mind the, you know, experimenting, but it felt like that was kind of just a, let's just rush B, let's see what happens. And yeah, it really didn't work out at all. Kind of hit the wall.
See down already, I'm afraid. Interesting hearing some of the like sound bites of pulling out these different weapons, right? You wonder what the hell is that, and you realise, oh, it's just the just the M14, or it's just the Chris Super V or something like that. It'll keep you on your toes.
They definitely do. Yes, they definitely do. We're not used to these things. Okay, we'll execute. Here we go. B execute one more time, Horace. Just running on in. Oh man, the M14 is an entry weapon. Finds a triple kill. Whoo-wee. You don't want to be the receiving end of that. And ROC, look at how easily they take it. Cost of 2 people on their team, but that was easy peasy. That was just so convincing. Horace, again, that's what we love to see. Someone that's a strong entry player.
Yeah.
Now he's putting himself at double digits.
In comes the Chris Super V. Snake. Oh, he's going to run in first to try and activate his teammates. And you know what? It actually has. What a play, lads. That's actually crazy, right? I mean, that is obviously a set idea they've had at the very beginning of the round. Listen, I'm going to buy the Super V. I'm going to use its movement speed. I'm going to leap my way through. And you just trade me. Like, I'm willing to take the hit. And that is literally the play they've made. And sad now, 1 HP, 1 bullet from death. At least. And it will be a ROC 8th.
Yeah, ROC guaranteed 8 here. And again, they're just going to use this time to get their player back in the server. And again, a quick little informal timeout just to figure out what they got to do differently a little bit on this. But I'm loving this. Again, simplistic idea from ROC. Like, just again, like you said, kind of someone's just sacrificial lamb. They're just kind of the, you know, I'll go in, just trade off of me right away. The M14 is kind of showing us that, you know, it can be really strong. Like we knew that earlier on, obviously, but we're really getting some good glimpses of it even here on the BL side as an entry, a map like this. So Anubis is going to call their timeout, rightfully so. Things are starting to get a little bit out of control. Things are starting to swirl a little bit and not the right way. So for them, they got to figure out what they got to do differently. And these are tough situations, Trav, because again, you can argue they got to make a huge play this following round, or you know, like there's always so many question marks, right? So even for right now on the screen for ROC, like these guys, everything's working. So really for them, like I don't think they have to really change too much. But again, I'll be curious what Anubis want to do with this. Do we see some crazy mayhem, little bit of a round, or do we just see like maybe just a change in their like setup essentially on their executes?
Yeah, is there something they can put into practice that keeps them in the conversation for tonight, or ROC going to keep their 100% record so far? Only 2 games, obviously, but they've won them both. And obviously, yeah, it deserves to be said that they weren't absolute walkovers either, right? I mean, their first game was against Gaimin Gladiators, which obviously is a top of the league rival usually. That went to a 13-10 on map 3 on port that ROC managed to win. And then against 999 last week, 999 took a map off of them as well. Unfortunately, again, it was a port decider, and ROC won it 10-0. So, it can happen sometimes when ROC gets going. Port deciders seem to be treating ROC very well.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Like I said, I just... You know, I don't know. I mean, the desk was kind of talking, you know, a little bit about the veto, but like I said, I felt like the instant ban was Eagle Eye from Anubis, which I can respect. But then, I don't know, I felt like there was an opportunity. Like, they banned Eagle Eye New Mexico right away, which, I don't know, I felt like it could have been a cool opportunity for them if they were practicing. They could have, like, thrown a little bit of a curveball on that, but this veto really did just kind of lean in towards the classic 3-mapper like this. And like I said, I feel like ROC do have a deep map pool, but... I don't know. It was a tough one for Anubis. I guess they just don't feel confident enough with those 2 additional maps. So they're rolling with it. They're gonna ride with it. Too late now, but just my 2 cents, Trev.
Yeah, I'll take those 2 cents every day of the week, and I'll give them back because they weren't mine.
Okay. Interestingly enough, for ROC, I mean, again. 4 players on short. You can leave for Snare to be down long. Could be throwing the pulp flash, and then that's when they just go for the big swing on this. Sad is going to get caught with this. So now, look at how much control they've been able to get through this. So they're actually right underneath him. He needs his teammates to get those rifles. They need to sing. They need to be able to sing a good lullaby. But it's ROC right now. They're singing the lullaby, and they're putting these ones to sleep. And look at how fast and ferocious they are. And now they're a map and series point. This thing could be done.
Crazy. Even Snake getting 1 kill with the Chris Super V there as well in the midst of the madness. Snare reacting to that close position on the left there when a player was coming toward him in the smoke. So just being a step ahead of the game in every single opening really on the map. The ROC here. It's been a pretty successful sweep for them. I mean, map 1, 10-7 to Anubis, fair enough, it was their pick. But 2 and 3. 10-3, possibly 10-4. Nothing you can really shout about too much for Anubis on these two. Been outplayed.
Yeah, snare going down early. That could be, it could bite them a little bit here for ROC, but like I said, it's always you always like having your sniper alive as long as possible on a map like this. But you can see that ROC again, they're just going to put a lot of their attention towards B. Like they've done it so well. Like honestly, it just feels like every time they put their eyes on this, they just get it for free. Like it's really not much contention here. So they're going to go for it again. They're going to leave it just for Sad, and they're also going to have Jaguar being able to hold this. Sad has to get this pop flash. He needs to be able to buy the time. Jag's there to get the secondary kill. Not bad at all. So Anubis finally show a little bit of life onto this, but Slayer's now put himself in a double kill. This is a 1-on-5 attempt, but finally those numbers are going to overwhelm them, and Anubis will be able to survive another day.
Travis Law. Sorry? What was that?
I was thinking it. I was thinking it. I'm going to be honest.
I swear to God, man. How does it keep happening? It's not even confirmation bias. It's literally just happening in front of my eyes every single time. But one, I think, today, right? Every map but one? I think so. Anyway.
Yeah, I think it's just one map, it's been broken,
Yeah.
Otherwise,
okay.
the law has been staying true intact.
Keeping up with my 80% prediction, and it happens about that much. Lovely.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Right. Anubis, how long can you stay in the game? ROC, again, looking to try and put some pressure on toward A. They've got multiple players in position here to deliver with this one, and actually getting to 9. It's a play that obviously got them there. Getting players up to the left side of the A site pretty quickly. Look how far Horus is up. He's trying to avoid the long area, obviously, and Sad on the... holding to hold the ladder, but look how much damage he's doing. Finally, he'll get taken down, and Comic's actually helped out by Dipsy in this situation. Slayer will find one, but only one. Pots in. Oh, the spin, and then Snare deals with Jaguar just like that. Click of a finger. The coverage of today is done, and ROC have completely swept the side of Anubis very comfortably on map 2 and 3. They stay unbeaten in Season 2.
Yeah, they do. They do a really, really good job on it. And again, like I said, Horus, I think it was early on in Season 1, he made a very big statement saying, like, look, we're untouchable. We're gonna win this league. Like nobody's gonna be able to be a threat. And honestly, it's pretty impressive. Now they're sitting themselves at a 3-0, so they're undefeated right now. I mean, is there an opportunity for someone to upset them? Absolutely. But we did get to see that on the first map where they looked pretty vulnerable. But as soon as they got back on the the second and third map, it was just them all day. But look, I'm still happy to see Anubis. They are getting a lot better, Trav. So for me, it's progress, but it's still a bit of a slow steps as well.
It is indeed. I mean, I think Anubis, they're going to be slightly concerned with their slow start to the season, but as we know, historically, they have recovered these, right? They have found a way to come back and make playoffs again. It's an odd season. We're seeing some incredible results from the likes of Swamp, for example. I think they're my most impressive team to keep an eye on, without a shadow of a doubt, for the season so far. But for us, that's it for today. Of course, all the matches are complete, and it's down to the desk to close out the broadcast. Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Trav. Thank you, Trav. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Laz, for an amazing cast. And bye-bye. Okay, ROC Esports managed to stay undefeated and in a very, very convincing fashion.
It feels like a bit scripted, no? It feels like this is the scenario stereotype that we do know that, okay, ROC Esports, I'm not going to give you this 2-0, but we are going to go map 3. We are going to give you a show for the viewers, for the analysts, for the casters to, get entertained. And that's what we got, honestly. First game was a bit close. It was going back and forth. Second was a stomp from ROC Esports. And the second was a show-off by Snare, Snake, and, of course, Slayer. Now, stunning the viewers with such marvelous gameplay, ROC Esports manages to get the win. Absolutely love how ROC Esports are just connected together, and they enter like one soul, one spirit, one body. It feels like as if it's one player, but with big HP. Get me? So that's how much I feel the connection between ROC Esports and the players inside. Now with Anubis, the start was slow. The rounds was hardly gotten by Team Anubis, and they got punished for that. Honestly, when you start as a GR and lose this amount of rounds, and the trades, man, the trades are absent from Anubis side. When someone dies, no one trades him, and it's a series of continuous loop of absence of trades. And I think that's the main reasons that Anubis lost, because no consistency. However, if you get one round, you can get 2 or 3, and the trades are just absent. And it's not nice to see no trades when you're playing against one of the big dogs like ROC Esports.
100%. And I feel like ROC Esports were on the same pitch together, like you mentioned. And
Yes.
To be honest, whenever there is sport, and we mentioned this, they won against GG and against 999 on board. I feel like Snare and Slayer on their like Ohm and TRG, they are just really, they cannot give a site, you know, like whenever they are on A site specifically, it feels like it's a no-no, you know. You cannot enter the A site. And we can look at the set summary, and it will show this, right? I mean, Slayer had an incredible game, and the Todzen, you know, like all of ROC Esports, to be honest, they had some very chic moments in the game.
I mean, a difference of individuality at the end of the day, a better individuals in Team ROC Esports than it is in Team Anubis. Yeah, you got first map, but hey, in the decider map, the port that does not love either Anubis or ROC Esports, we are going to show off as the better team, we're going to show off as the better players, and Slayer did show us why he is the better man. At this, with 2.25 KDA, who's going to beat this guy?
Yeah.
MVP Slayer, ladies and gentlemen, 1.8 KDA. I mean, look, Julio, overall, I think ROC are much better than the season 1, which they were the best at it. I mean, they just boosted the chemistry, boosted how synchronized they are, and they are just ready to dominate the season.
100%. And the man on the screen, the MVP Slayer of this series, like he keeps showing very solid performances, and like I said, on the like sniper on the board specifically, he looks very scary, to be honest. I mean, him and Snare together were like a powerhouse of this map. And Slayer, we mentioned that he were the most consistent player of ROC like throughout the 3 matches. He always shows, and he even got like in the MVP in the first match as well. He looks very solid, and ROC Esports in general, like you said, they look very scary this season.
It's like the triangle of death of ROC Esports, Bermuda type thing. That Slayer, Snare, and Snake. It's 3 S's, man, but man, that is super dangerous to play against. I mean, another victim goes, which is Anubis Esports, still win. ROC Esports will be undefeated.
Yeah, 100%. And we have an interview with Slayer, the MVP of this match. How do you feel after remaining undefeated and taking down Anubis once again?
Yeah, it feels great to win another one in the league, and we will just keep doing what we do.
Yeah, 100%. And we want to take your opinion or your takes there of the meta shift, the weapons, the new weapons. We saw a lot of underdogs teams making use of it, clutches some wins. What do you think about the meta in general?
I think it's CF needed this change because it stayed like for so many years, same meta, same guns, yeah. And I think it's good, and it will make like some competitive scene for CF generally.
Yeah, 100%. We see this like from now, you know, like we see a lot of competition, especially in Season 2 now. And like talking about ROC being undefeated, do you think there is a certain team that might stop ROC Esports, or will you guys remain undefeated for the rest of the season?
It's actually depends on us. If we if we lose, it's our mistake, not the enemy is better than us.
Okay. A very solid statement. You guys are showing very good performance recently. Once again, congrats on your win, and
congrats,
best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
You really didn't want to hear this. You wanted to hear no one's going to beat us.
Technically, he said no, right?
He did say no in the most fashion way.
Yeah.
know if anyone beat us, it's going to be us, who's not that good.
Yeah,
Not them,
not
who's
them being
better than us.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the standings to see how the league stands right now. ROC Esports remain undefeated on the top of the table, 3-0.
Look at Anubis.
And yeah, Anubis in the bottom, like
That's the first
bottom
time we do see Anubis in that place, finishing season 1 with the 4th place, and if the season would have continued, they would have closed it up with the 3rd or 2nd place. I don't know what's wrong with Anubis, but surely they have to step it up.
Yeah, 100%. And we see some like new faces, you know, in the middle of the table and in the top of the table. So Swamp Gaming, they are in the 2nd seed right now, looking very solid with the meta changes, with Famous being the clutch player, you know. And PingPongPals, they are in the middle of the table as well. So it's very, very, very close.
Yes, as close as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting insane game by game and week by week. Who would have known that Anubis would be in the last place, and who would have expected InnerCircle would be 4th, but GG, Swamp Gaming and ROC, a big change within the standings in only week 2.
Yeah, and that was it for tonight, but we have a lot of action coming tomorrow as well. So until then, have a good rest, have a good night, and see you guys.
See you.